Isaac's favorite book is Jin Yong Gulong's martial arts novels. His mother is Chinese. He has learned Chinese characters since he was a child, full of yearning for the martial arts world, has always wanted to make a martial arts movie, has seen many martial arts movies made by Chinese directors. He wants to use his own understanding to make a martial arts world in his dreams. Isaac spent 5 years writing a script, but abroad, martial arts movies are not favored. He has not found an investor, and it can be seen from the script alone that to shoot the effect he wants, it takes at least $100 million to invest. An investor was willing to invest $50 million in his auction, but Isaac refused. Making martial arts movies is his wish and dream. He will never compromise, and he will do his best. So he chose to spend $50 million to shoot a lower-cost religious film, Saint de Maria, which was a great success. The film not only brought him fame and fortune, but also a lot of wealth, and now there are investors willing to invest $200 million in him to make martial arts movies. He has not filmed in the past 2 years, just doing preparations. Now that the preparations have almost begun, he actually has plans to cast the film when he comes to Country A this time. He has not made this matter public, only few people know about it. And Su Yirui, who is familiar with the plot of the novel, of course knows. She also knows that the movie will be released in 2 years. The global box office has set a new world record. The movie is called a masterpiece, and Isaac is also made a god. When it comes to martial arts, Isaac has a lot to say, but many people actually know that he likes martial arts. But why does he not hate Su Yirui and chat with Su Yirui so happily? Isaac has many reasons. He is a stubborn and very arrogant person who hates others taking the initiative to approach him. And Su Yirui was the one who took the initiative to talk. He stood in the corner of the corridor smoking. Where he was standing was difficult to notice. He was not in a good mood, so he wanted to be quiet, but he heard a pleasant voice discussing a martial arts movie with people. The two discussed the movie, and soon talked about other martial arts novels, and what one of them said coincided with what Isaac had in mind. The so-called soulmate is hard to find. In this matter, Isaac has never had a soulmate to talk to, so he wants to know who said these words. Who knew that as soon as he came out, he saw Su Yirui? When he saw Su Yirui at the venue before, he thought Su Yirui was very beautiful. Her appearance happened to be his favorite Chinese look, and even when he saw her for the first time, he thought of the fairy sister in his favorite martial arts novel. Su Yirui is also dressed very fairy today. The dress is mainly white silk and chiffon, covered with exquisite embroidery. The design of the dress is a bit Chinese, retro, but can show her perfect figure. When people see it, their eyes light up, and they are reluctant to blink. I didn't expect it to be her. Isaac's eyes couldn't take his eyes off Su Yirui, and he even wanted to rush over to say hello to Su Yirui. But he, who was not good at talking, became shy at this critical moment. After thinking for a while, he walked over and said to Su Yirui, "I'm sorry, I heard your conversation just now. I agree with your opinion. Can I talk to you?" Isaac thought that after chatting for a few words, his interest in Su Yirui would decrease. After all, he was often like this. He was changeable, capricious, and always didn't want to continue because a sentence was not satisfactory. As a result, the more he chatted with Su Yirui, the more interested he was in Su Yirui, and even felt fascinated by her. He has never felt this way when he has grown so big. He looked at Su Yirui's eyes excited and warm, and there was no previous cold and depressed at all. When Bai Suyu saw this scene, his face was very ugly. She couldn't figure out why. Is she not as good as Su Yirui everywhere? I told you, pay attention to expression management. Why are you like this all the time tonight? He Chuyue looked at Bai Suyu dissatisfiedly, his tone serious. Bai Suyu realized that he was out of control again, took a deep breath, and whispered, "I'm sorry." Even if Su Yirui said a few more words to Isaac, it didn't mean anything. The award ceremony started immediately. He Chuyue reminded. Bai Suyu, well, I know. He Chuyue, how did you memorize the acceptance speech? There will be no problem, I remember it very clearly, not a single word will be wrong. He Chuyue's award speech to her, she can already recite it backwards. Then let's go. Your seating arrangement is with Director Zhang and the others, and the crew of Dreamless Realm are all sitting together. Bai Suyu held back her unhappy look, but she felt heavy when she thought of Su Yirui. She subconsciously looked at Su Yirui. Su Yirui was no longer talking to Isaac, but walked over with Wang Meng in his arms, ready to sit down. At this time, Yan Fingyi, who was in France, had just finished the meeting, and he took out his mobile phone and saw a missed call, so he went back. After the phone was connected, a man's voice came from over there. The man said respectfully, Mr. Yan, Miss Su had an argument with a lady surnamed by just now. Yan Fingyi frowned and said in a deep voice, is she unhappy? The man thought for a while and said, I can't see, Miss Su has not had any expression, but she should be unhappy. I heard their conversation also mention you and Mr. Shen. Yan Fingyi, Shen Lu? Yes. Is the lady surnamed by you mentioned called by Su Yu? Yan Fingyi thought of the woman he saw on the cruise ship over there. Yes, Mr. Yan, you know him too? I've seen it. Yan Fingyi pondered for a moment and said coldly, does she also have a role shortlisted? She is the winner of the Best Newcomer award tonight, and Mr. Shen has made a lot of efforts for this and has gone through a lot of relationships. Yan Fingyi said coldly, then remove her name. The man was stunned for a moment, but immediately replied, okay, Mr. Yan, it just so happens that Miss Su also meets the requirements of the Best Newcomer award, I will change Miss Su's name. Yan Fingyi said lightly, The man thought for a while and asked, what about Mr. Shen? Yan Fingyi, just say what I mean. If he has any dissatisfaction, come to me directly. Man, okay, Mr. Yan. Chapter 82. The award ceremony of the film festival officially began. The screen began to play the excellent film clips that have won awards over the years. Everyone was seated, and there were cameras broadcasting in real time, and there was a precedent for live broadcast at the last film festival, and this year is no exception. There are cameras everywhere in the venue, and almost everyone's facial expressions can be clearly recorded by the audience watching the live broadcast. The last film festival was the first time to do a live broadcast, so many celebrities did not pay attention, were photographed with a lot of indecent actions, and their expressions were not good-looking, so that after the last film festival, there were many funny emoticons on the internet with celebrity expressions as materials. This time everyone has learned from the past and pays attention to their sitting posture and expression. Su Yirui sat on Zhang Xue's left, and Gu Xingyi on her left. Although they were sitting together in the same crew, it was normal, but Su Yirui and Gu Xingyi were once a fiancé, so the reporter's camera would always be pointed at their side, wanting to take pictures of Su Yirui and Gu Xingyi. Silent and awkward atmosphere. But Su Yirui didn't talk to Gu Xingyi. After all, the reporter couldn't stop her from writing how she wanted to write. Even if she and Gu Xingyi had a good conversation, the reporter didn't write that they didn't get along, but would write about their old feelings rekindled, talking and laughing. She didn't want to talk to Gu Xingyi anyway, but she didn't have a cold face, Wang Meng told her repeatedly, making her smile, and she agreed. Zhang Xue occasionally said a few words to Su Yirui, and this time he was very confident that he would win the award for Best Director, so his expression was very calm and not nervous at all. And Xia Yinyuan is more worried, although she has several films to compete, but the people who compete with her for the best heroine this time have a provenance. There are old drama bones and famous actors, and acting skills are not inferior to her actors. Her chance of winning the best heroine is not great, but it is not all hopeless. Her company has also made a lot of effort to get the heroine, and has gone a lot, but what the result is, we have to wait for a while to know. When the host began to announce the winner of the best actress at this film festival, Xia Yinyuan's body tensed, her back straightened and her fists clenched. A clip of Xia Yinyuan in Dreamless Realm appeared on the big screen, but in the end, Xia Yinyuan was only shortlisted and did not win the award. The applause was thunderous, but the smile on Xia Yinyuan's face was not natural. Not winning the award has little impact on her, but as an actor, everyone hopes that their efforts can be recognized, and this award is a great affirmation and encouragement. Seeing that Xia Yinyuan missed out on the best actress, Zhang Xue comforted her with a few words. Xia Yinyuan nodded, still pretending to be indifferent. No one noticed that Bai Suyu's lips hooked, and sarcasm crossed his eyes. Next, the Best Supporting Actress award will be awarded. As soon as the host's voice fell, everyone's attention quickly turned to the stage again. The shortlisted actors are Zhang Jiayu of The Moon Takes Me Away. The movie clip of The Moon Takes Me Away appeared on the screen. Zhang Jiayu played the educated youth in the countryside in the 80s, and it can be seen from the clip that her acting skills are superb, and every look is full of emotion. Su Yirui has also guessed that the person who may win the award this time is Zhang Jiayu is the best supporting actress she is most optimistic about. Dreamless Realm. Su Yirui. When she read Su Yirui's name, the people next to her took the initiative to congratulate her. Congratulations. On the big screen, Jiang Xian, played by Su Yirui, walked out of the gray and dark. When she didn't see her face, her tall and slender figure had already attracted everyone's attention. The camera slowly went up. Her extremely beautiful face was revealed, her cold eyes were full of power, and even made people suddenly feel cold. Just a faint glance is frightening, but her beauty makes it impossible not to be attracted to her. Isaac, who was sitting in the audience, had not seen Su Yirui's performance before, and I have to say that this short video made him refresh his view of Su Yirui. He didn't expect her to have such a side. In strong contrast to the Su Yirui I saw just now, the cold and glamorous Su Yirui on the screen also made him unforgettable and memorable. In the end, although Su Yirui failed to win the award for Best Supporting Actress, hundreds of people present remembered Su Yirui in Dreamless Realm. Baisuyu saw that Su Yirui did not win the award, and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She was actually still very worried that Su Yirui would really win the award for Best Supporting Actress, but fortunately, she didn't. Thinking that she would be able to go on stage to receive the award later, she couldn't help but feel nervous and excited. She read the prepared acceptance speech silently in her heart, telling herself that she must be calm and not make mistakes later. She had never encountered such a scene, and she never thought that she would win an award at the Capital Film Festival so quickly. In order for her to win this award, Shenlu and Hichuiwei paid a lot of financial and material resources, and the company also used a lot of connections, and she will definitely live up to their expectations of herself. Baisuyu secretly told herself that from today onwards, she would be a new version of herself, working tirelessly for her goals, and leaving others far behind. Next, we will start to announce the winners of this year's Best Newcomer Award, and then we will ask the award presenters Gu Xingyi and Lu Mengran to take the stage and announce the shortlist. Baisuyu held his breath and looked at Gu Xingyi in surprise. Unexpectedly, he was the one who presented the award. Baisuyu was even more overjoyed, and the joy on his face could not be concealed at all. It was simply a joy that the people she admired the most came to present her with the first award in her life. Baisuyu felt that the moment she took the stage to receive the award would be the happiest moment in her life, and she would always remember it. Baisuyu's heart was beating wildly, and she looked at the dress she was wearing today. The white V-neck high-waisted dress sets off her temperament, very elegant and luxurious, coupled with the careful makeup this morning. She looks perfect at the moment, which also makes her more confident. This dress was custom-made half a month ago, worth more than 6 figures. She had never worn such an expensive dress, and she was a little apprehensive, but now it seems that it is completely right. She watched Gu Xingyi walk onto the stage intently and take the envelope from the host. Baisuyu looked at the envelope with hot eyes, and her name was on it. Gu Xingyi and Lu Mengran, another award presenter, first exchanged a few pleasantries according to the usual practice. Then Lu Mengran read out the names of the finalists. Lu Mengran looked at the names and said with a smile, 2 of the finalists for the Best Newcomer Award are very coincidental. They are both from the same movie. They are Su Yirui in Dreamless Realm, Baisuyu in Dreamless Realm, and the other is Xia Xiaopan in Happiness in the World. Baisuyu frowned, but he didn't expect that he and Su Yirui were shortlisted for the Best Newcomer Award at the same time. But she thought about it and was very happy. That's fine. When Su Yirui heard that the final winner was her Baisuyu, she should be very disappointed. Baisuyu looked at Gu Xingyi excitedly, waiting for the moment when he opened the envelope and read his name. Gu Xingyi opened the envelope under the spotlight, took out the card inside. He glanced at it, and his expression did not change. And Baisuyu was ready. The smile on her face was something she had practiced thousands of times in the mirror, and her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The Best Newcomer Award this time is Dreamless Realm. Baisuyu took a deep breath and was about to stand up. Su Yirui, congratulations. Thinking of the warm applause on the field, Baisuyu's smile froze on her face. She was already halfway standing, covering her chest with one hand, and her body was bent. Hichuiwei, who was sitting next to Baisuyu, had an extremely ugly face, and scolded Baisuyu in a low voice, "Sit down." Baisuyu seemed to have been thrown from a wonderful paradise into a cold abyss. The blood on her face was drained, her eyes straightened, and there was only one voice in her heart. How could this be? How is this possible? Didn't you say that she won the award? How could it be Su Yirui? Is it a mistake? She almost said it. Is it wrong? Do you want to take another look, or did Gu Xingyi deliberately mispronounce it? Her mind was in chaos, and she didn't even hear what Hichuiwei said to her. She tried her best to restrain herself, and her fingernails were pinched in the palm of her hand, with great force, and even when she picked it into the flesh, she couldn't feel the pain. When Su Yirui's name was pronounced, the cameraman at the scene pointed the camera at Su Yirui, wanting to film her expression when she heard her name, but because the crew of Dreamless Realm was sitting together, and Baisuyu happened to be sitting behind Su Yirui, the camera also captured Baisuyu standing up and the look on her face when she heard the name. And this scene was transferred to the big screen and seen by everyone in the audience. Her expression of disappointment and shock contrasted sharply with Su Yirui's calm and indifferent expression. Many people were shocked when they saw it. Su Yirui immediately looked back at Bai Suyu and said softly, "Oh, why did you stand up too?" Su Yirui's heart was laughing wildly. She really couldn't hold back. If she didn't sarcastic Bai Suyu at this time, she would definitely regret it. It was so funny. Her expression just now was simply uglier than eating. Her gloating voice made Bai Suyu even more embarrassed. Bai Suyu's mind couldn't think anymore. She looked at Hichuiwe, and there was even a hint of complaint in her eyes. Obviously, Hichuiwe repeatedly promised that this Best Newcomer award was hers. How could it become Su Yirui's now? Hichuiwe frowned. This fool simply can't support the wall. He originally thought that Bai Suyu was a good piece of material, but now it seems that he is going to change his mind. It's a shame to have this kind of oolong on such an occasion. Wang Meng's palm was about to hurt, and she didn't expect Su Yirui to win the award, although it was a less important award, but for Su Yirui, it was already a good result. Their studio has just been established and has no connections, and it is already lucky to have a nomination this time. Who knew that there would be a Best Newcomer award? And Bai Suyu seems to think that this award is his own, and he is embarrassed in public. Is there anything happier than these two things? Su Yirui stood up and slowly walked up to the stage to accept the award. She and Gu Xingyi are fiancé, and everyone else knows except for some foreigners who don't care about domestic news, so everyone looks at them a little strangely. Lu Mengran even joked, "It's really fate, Su Yirui. Is this the first time in your life that you have won an award at a film festival?" Su Yirui, yes. Then didn't you expect that the first award was actually your former fiancé who came to present you with the award? How do you feel at the moment? Su Yirui, I am very excited and excited. I didn't expect to be able to win the Best Newcomer award. Here I want to thank many people. Although I didn't think Su Yirui would win the award, the studio still prepared an acceptance speech for Su Yirui. Su Yirui didn't memorize it seriously, but she also remembered a rough idea, so when she said the testimonial, she behaved very naturally, and there was no lack of words or embarrassment, which also made everyone have a better impression of her. The live broadcast of the film festival was broadcast on live video, and there were a lot of followers watching it, but generally only the barrage was brushed more when the popular stars appeared. But the scene of Bai Suyu's embarrassment just now was not only seen by the people at the scene, but also seen by all the viewers watching the live broadcast. The barrage at this time simply broke the record. Sleeping grapes, damn, does this Bai Suyu think it's her name that you are reading? I see she is halfway there. Folded cat, ha 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 ha, her face looks like pork liver. What to do if the fawn gets lost, XSWL. The southern wild geese flew north, although, it's funny, this Bai Suyu is too funny. It's so annoying to have to go to class again, although I think Su Yirui is not qualified to win this award. Bai Suyu is really funny, I can't do it, my stomach hurts. I can't come up with a name. My mother asked me why I was rolling on the ground laughing. Coming off the stage, Su Yirui returned to her seat with the trophy, and everyone in the crew congratulated her in unison. Bai Suyu thought for a while, not knowing if he should say it. She raised her eyes to look at Su Yirui, and it happened that Su Yirui was also looking at her. The sarcasm and ridicule in Su Yirui's eyes made Bai Suyu breathe, and a strong resentment surged into her heart, suppressing her to the point of being unable to breathe. Chapter 83. After the award ceremony, Isaac took the initiative to exchange contact information with Su Yirui, and learned that Su Yirui lived in S City, and Isaac also said that he would go to S City in a few days, hoping to see Su Yirui by then. Su Yirui's other look at Isaac was quickly noticed by people with intentions. Qin Yun, who won the Best Actress at this film festival, is a super first-line actress, has been developing abroad in the past 2 years. Last year she was invited to return to Country A to shoot a Chinese New Year blockbuster. This time she won the Best Actress award. She has opened up her popularity abroad. The Best Actress has already gotten soft. This time she came to the film festival. In fact, she came to Isaac. She learned from a foreign friend that Isaac was casting for her new film, and she had an idea. She had met Isaac twice before, and Isaac had an impression of her, but his attitude was not enthusiastic. She thought of many ways, but she couldn't make Isaac look at her differently, but she didn't expect Su Yirui to do it. Qin Yun became interested in Su Yirui. But she didn't believe that Isaac would let Su Yirui play the lead role in her film, maybe give her a small role. Qin Yun thought so he stepped forward and took the opportunity to say goodbye to Isaac, and chatted with Su Yirui for a few words. Qin Yun can speak fluent French, and it is not difficult to communicate with Isaac at all. and he can switch to Chinese to speak with Su Yirui when he turns his head, and his speech is very elegant, and his gestures are full of confidence. Su Yirui didn't have a good impression of her, because she could see from Qing Yan's eyes that she didn't take her seriously, and the reason why he spoke to her so cordially was all because of Isaac. Qing Yan could also feel that Su Yirui's attitude towards her was a little cold, but she still took the initiative to ask Su Yirui for contact information, handed over a business card, and said nicely, saying that she hoped to have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Su Yirui smiled faintly and gave Wang Meng's contact information to her. Leaving the film festival venue, Xia Xiaochen immediately brought a thick faux fur and put it on Su Yirui. "Sister Yirui, are you cold to death?" Su Yirui shook her head. "Actually, it's okay." She is not afraid of the cold, and there is air conditioning in the venue, although the temperature is indeed low, but she doesn't feel too cold. "I see that the faces of other female stars are frozen and white, but your face is as usual," Wang Meng said with a smile. "Yes, Sister Yirui is in good health and is not afraid of the cold." Xia Xiaochen followed. Wang Meng suddenly thought of a question. "Why did Qing Yan suddenly exchange contact information with you just now? I don't think her attitude is very good." Su Yirui, "Why else, come for Isaac." Wang Meng, "Yes, I forgot this, she was so enthusiastic about director Isaac just now. This woman is not simple, she is already a super first-line actress before the age of 30, I heard that they are now developing abroad, rarely return to country A, and their popularity abroad is also very good." Su Yirui nodded. She didn't care about Qing Yan's affairs, but thought that in the original plot, Isaac's new movie would start filming next year, but now the casting has begun, because it takes half a year between the selection of actors and the start of filming, which is the preparation time for the actors. Many movies have high requirements for actors, some need to gain weight, some need to lose fat, and even have to learn professional skills. Many actors will go to specific occasions according to the identity of the character in order to better integrate into the role, and experience the environment in which the character lives for a period of time. For example, if you want to play a foot washing girl, you go to work in foot washing city for a few months, and if you want to play a prisoner, you go to the prison to observe the demeanor and life of the prisoners. A director like Isaac who has extremely high requirements for movies and pursues perfection will let the actors prepare before filming, and if they do not meet the requirements, they may even be replaced. Looking at Isaac's attitude towards her now, it should not be difficult to get a role in his film, but whether she can hold the opportunity in her hands still depends on her own efforts. Now all she has to do is seize the opportunity first. After getting into the car, Su Yirui closed her eyes and leaned on rest, and the mobile phone in her bag rang, and it was Xia Xiaochen who took it out and handed it to her. "Sister Yirui, it's Mr. Yan's phone." Su Yirui slowly opened her eyes. "Give it to me." After she answered, she put her phone to her ear and said softly, "Hello. Are you done?" Yan Fingyi's voice was as warm and low as Su Yirui's memory. Su Yirui said, "Well, it's in the car." Yan Fingyi said, "I watched the live broadcast, congratulations, you performed well." "Thank you." Su Yirui's thank you comes from the heart, and it is indeed a happy thing to be affirmed by the people she cares about. "Are you tired?" "Of course, I was tired, I stood in high heels for so long, I didn't rest all day, I didn't feel tired like I had been beating chicken blood a few days ago, and as soon as I finished today, I felt that the whole person was loose, and fatigue inevitably swept over." But Su Yirui didn't want to complain to Yan Fingyi on the phone, so she just said lightly, "A little." Yan Fingyi knew Su Yirui very well. If she was really just a little tired, she would say she wasn't tired. Since she said a little, it means that she is quite tired. Yan Fingyi's tone became gentler. "When will you go home?" "The day after tomorrow." Su Yirui originally planned to play in the imperial capital for a day after the film festival, and then go back, and the apartment was rented until the day after tomorrow. But as soon as the film festival ended, she had no intention of playing at all, just thinking about going back early. Su Yirui asked, "What about you?" Yan Fingyi, "I don't know for the time being, the matter here has not been dealt with." Su Yirui said, "Okay, I'm busy, and you're busy, thank you for your hard work." Yan Fingyi smiled, and the smell of pampering could be heard from his nasal voice. Su Yirui thought for a while and said, "I performed so well this time, is there any reward?" Yan Fingyi paused. "What reward do you want?" Su Yirui blinked and said one word briefly and directly, "You." Yan Fingyi. During Yan Fingyi's silence, Su Yirui laughed out loud, and just wanted to say, "Okay, it's a joke," when she heard Yan Fingyi say with a smile, "As you wish." Su Yirui's ears were numb, and her heartbeat was inexplicably chaotic. 2 days later, Su Yirui returned to S City. She was already physically and mentally exhausted, and she had been preparing for the film festival for more than a month, and now it is finally over. What she wants most is to sit down and have a good meal, and then lie down and have a good night's sleep. Xia Xiaochen and the driver helped her get things to the living room, put them down and left, only said hello at the door and left. Su Yirui was feeling strange, and suddenly smelled a smell of vegetables. Strange, neither the aunt nor the chef know that I am coming back at this point. How can they cook food for me in advance? Su Yirui walked into the restaurant and saw 6 dishes on the table, all Western food. Su Yirui immediately felt happy and immediately walked to the kitchen. Sure enough, she saw Yan Fingyi with her back to her, busy in front of the stove. The scent of roasted lamb chops filled the kitchen, making her eat her fingers. You ran, why are you here? Didn't you say it would take a few days to come back? Su Yirui walked behind Yan Fingyi and stretched out her hand to wrap her arms around his waist. Yan Fingyi was a little surprised. She didn't expect Su Yirui to hug him so warmly. In fact, Su Yirui didn't expect it. When she saw Yan Fingyi, she realized that she missed him very much. After all, she is too busy, she has her own things to do, and she knows that Yan Fingyi is working, so there is no need to think about it all the time. But now, when she saw Yan Fingyi just now, a strong emotion welled up in her heart. It was like a long accumulated emotion gushing out. Passionate and energetic, prompting her to reach out involuntarily, wanting to get closer to him and hug him tightly. The event has been postponed for 2 days, so I'll come back to see you, and I'll have to go tomorrow morning. This is too much of a toss. How tiring it is to sit on the plane for so long. It's only 2 days. Su Yirui feels that there is no need to be so troublesome, and she can only stay for half a day, and she has to catch the plane again tomorrow morning. Before she finished speaking, Yan Fingyi gently hugged her and whispered, "No way, I miss you very much." Su Yirui was stunned. "What about you, do you miss me?" Yan Fingyi's voice was soft, like a feather, which blew into Su Yirui's heart and landed on the lake of her soft heart, stirring up waves. Su Yirui raised her eyebrows and smiled. "What do you think?" Su Yirui hugged him tighter. "Let you say it yourself." Yan Fingyi wanted to touch her head, looked at her palm, it didn't seem to be clean, so she gave up. "I want to, I think about it day and night." Su Yirui stood on tiptoe, transferred the hand holding his waist to his neck, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed his head down. Yan Fingyi's eyes became brighter, and the scorching gaze burned Su Yirui's face. Su Yirui kissed Yan Fingyi on the face several times, and then bit his lips hard. Yan Fingyi's breathing was choked. He hadn't seen each other for so long, he was really thinking about it day and night. These days, except for not being distracted from thinking about her at work, Su Yirui will always get into his mind at other times. He lowered his head and pressed his lips to Su Yirui's forehead and eyes, feeling the temperature of her skin, and the tip of his nose could smell her fragrance. If he wasn't still cooking, he really wanted to kiss her hard and make her lean on his chest and breathless. Yan Fingyi restrained his impulse and whispered, "Are you hungry? You can eat right away." "I'm hungry." Su Yirui nodded and said with a smile. Speaking of being hungry, Su Yirui couldn't help but think crookedly. It is also blamed on her for saying in front of Yan Fingyi, every time she said the word hungry, she was always driving and saying some dirty jokes. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Yan Fingyi. Originally, Yan Fingyi didn't think about it, but Su Yirui's glance reminded him of the reward that Su Yirui said the day before yesterday. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Su Yirui looked at Yan Fingyi, and her mind began to float. Yan Fingyi was wearing a white shirt, with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his lean arms. His honey-white skin was very sexy. He wore glasses today, and he looked like a gentle scum, which was really delicious. Just looking at it makes people think. Su Yirui took a deep breath, looked away, and said, "Do you want me to help?" Yan Fingyi took in every of her expressions, and probably guessed her mental journey just now, and smiled softly. "No, you wait for me outside obediently, and it will be fine soon." Although he has no experience, he has already seen through that Su Yirui just likes to talk and be greedy, and talks about things one by one, but when she saw him, she changed again. This time too. Yan Fingyi just wanted to get used to her, spoil her, and do whatever she wanted. Yan Fingyi carefully prepared several dishes. Su Yirui was particularly satisfied with eating, all of which were very to her taste, especially the lamb chops, which were charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and tasted full of meaty aroma. Without any fishy smell of mutton, Su Yirui ate 3 pieces in one go. She hadn't eaten so much for a long time, and this time her flat stomach bulged up a little before she stopped. "Don't eat, I'm too full." Seeing that Yan Fingyi was still peeling shrimp for her, Su Yirui waved her hand and asked him not to peel it. "Eat it yourself." Yan Fingyi never ate much, and peeled a small bowl of shrimp for her. "I'm full too." "Really? I don't think you eat much." Su Yirui frowned. Yan Fingyi then explained, "It's too late, just eat a little, I'm not too hungry." Su Yirui's eyes widened. "You eat a little by yourself, but you watch me eat so much, wow, you are too scheming." "Yan Fingyi, what do you say?" Su Yirui complained, "You know to control your diet and maintain your figure, but you feed me to eat until you support me, so you want to feed me fat." Yan Fingyi smiled, "Isn't it good to be fat?" "Of course not." Su Yirui is actually joking, because she can't eat fat at all. Her physique has always been like this. Even if she eats 4 meals a day, her weight has always been maintained at about 90 pounds, and the body fat percentage is very low. Yan Fingyi touched her nose. "Okay, it's my fault." Admitting her mistake so quickly, Su Yirui felt so bored, and pursed the corners of her lips. "I don't blame you." Yan Fingyi smiled deeper. "Before coming back, I said I would give you a reward, do you still want it?" Su Yirui, reward? She thought about it before she remembered what reward it was. It was she who said that she wanted Yan Fingyi to treat herself as a reward. Unexpectedly, Yan Fingyi took the initiative to mention it. "This. What is this implied?" "Cough, actually. No need." Su Yirui was joking before, but she felt embarrassed at this time. "Is it really not necessary?" Yan Fingyi looked at her with a serious face. Su Yirui's face was hot by his focused gaze, and she was about to say no, but found that Yan Fingyi had a smile hidden in her eyes. "Okay, how dare you tease her?" Only she teased him. How could he bully her, thinking she would be shy? "I'm sorry, Su Yirui, am not afraid, let's see who teases whom." Su Yirui raised her chin. "Then you give it, reward." Yan Fingyi was stunned for a moment. Su Yirui saw that he was stunned and a little excited. "Look, old man, when it comes to driving, you still can't compare to young people." Who knew that Yan Fingyi nodded, spread his hands, leaned on the sofa, and looked like he was being picked up. "Then come on." Su Yirui. "Damn, what kind of tiger and wolf words are you?" Seeing that Su Yirui didn't move, Yan Fingyi raised her eyebrows and looked at her with a smile. "What's wrong?" Su Yirui swallowed her saliva and stared at Yan Fingyi's face. "What did you say?" "You say it again, and I'll go up." Yan Fingyi stretched out her hand, unbuttoned her shirt, unbuttoned too, then stopped, and looked at her tenderly. "Come on." Chapter 84. Su Yirui's brain was hot, and she rushed straight over. Pressed Yan Fingyi under him. "Do you say it again?" "What are you coming?" Yan Fingyi curled the corners of his mouth and smiled softly. "Come and do what you want." His smiling appearance was really annoying. Su Yirui stretched out one hand to play with his collar, and put the other hand on his button, as if she would tear his shirt open at any time. There was a fire burning in her eyes, but the fire was not big, and the small orange flame made her look even more charming. Yan Fingyi originally wanted to tease her, but somehow, he became more and more into the play. He looked at her deeply, his heart seemed to be filled with something, and little by little he became extra steady. It was a feeling he had never felt before. Men also need a sense of belonging, and when they find this feeling, it is often the time to yearn for stability and want to spend the rest of their lives with this woman. He didn't expect that he would feel this way in a girl so much younger than himself. At the age of 30, he wanted a lot, but before he met Su Yirui, he had never longed for love, because there was more in the world worth pursuing. Until now, separating from Su Yirui seems to be an unacceptable and tolerable thing. Such a discovery made him feel a joy from the bottom of his heart. He stroked Su Yirui's cheek, his movements were very slow and gentle, as if he was touching a fragile rare treasure. "You know what I want to do?" Su Yirui pursed her lips and said in a low voice. "Yan Fingyi, I know." Su Yirui raised her eyebrows, and at this moment, the beating sound of her heart was very clear. Yan Fingyi said again, "Haven't you said it many times a long time ago? You want to eat me." The 3 words "eat me" are simply too lustful to say from Yan Fingyi's mouth. Love. Especially his low voice, which is a bit lustful. "When I saw him before, I always felt that he was serious and didn't want it, but now it has completely changed." The corners of his mouth were smiling, and his glasses reflected light under the bright chandelier, and he could only vaguely see the tenderness in his eyes, which was simply terribly charming. Su Yirui got goosebumps all over her body, and at this moment she felt unprecedented shame, but the villain in her heart was also excited like never before. Su Yirui's eyes began to roll up and down, her hand left Yanfeng's shirt, and she raised it, a bit like a surrender posture. Before she could speak, Yanfeng saw what she was going to say, and said first, "Why don't you dare?" Yanfeng reached out and scooped her waist, his slender waist could be wrapped around with one hand, he pulled her towards him, forcing the two bodies to stick together, and when he spoke, his breath fell just on the side of her face, a little warm. The temperature on Su Yirui's body suddenly rose. "Why don't you dare? You underestimate me." She took a bite on Yanfeng's chin, a little hard, and quickly bit out a red mark on his chin. But Yanfeng still smiled slightly, looked at her dotingly, and waited quietly for her to continue. Su Yirui held his face and began to kiss. Yanfeng's lips are very soft, and there will be a palpitating stimulation when kissed. From the top of her head to the soles of her feet, there is a tingling electric shock sensation all over her body, which makes her quickly addicted to it. At the beginning, Yanfeng could still lie down and let her kiss her, but then she couldn't stand it anymore, took the initiative in her own hands, hugged Su Yirui tightly, and drove straight into the battle of lips and tongues. It was a very long-lasting and very gentle matchup. It's like elementary school students playing table tennis, both of them are peace balls, and you go back and forth, as if you can never stop until one of you feels tired. And this person will naturally not be Yanfeng. Originally, Su Yirui thought that Yanfeng would stop first, for two reasons. One was that she thought that Yanfeng was old and would lose physical strength due to poor breathing, and the other was that there would always be physiological reactions after being kissed for a long time. But the result? It was she who couldn't breathe first, put her hand against Yanfeng's chest, and pushed twice, announcing the end of the battle. In order to hide the truth about her active weakness, she pretended to hug Yanfeng, pinched Yanfeng's waist, and said, "It's over." Yanfeng was slightly startled and didn't speak. Su Yirui said, "I am very satisfied, very delicious." Yanfeng couldn't hold back and laughed softly. "That's it?" Su Yirui coughed. "Otherwise, what do you think?" Yanfeng caught the cunning in her eyes and compromised gently. "What you say is what you say." This means a bit helpless. Su Yirui doesn't like this kind of compromise, she wants to win overwhelmingly. So she immediately smiled and raked, "Oh. I know, you are really a dirty person, is distracted, tsk. I can't tell that you are this kind of person." "Really?" Yanfeng pinched her waist. "Then what kind of person do you think I am?" This question made Su Yirui think about it seriously. "I thought you were a serious uncle." Yanfeng. He suddenly slapped Su Yirui's buttocks hard. This shocked Su Yirui. Su Yirui immediately bounced off Yanfeng and looked at him with a surprised face. Don't talk about uncle in the future. It can be seen that the word uncle has made Yanfeng very dissatisfied, and he even slapped her buttocks. Su Yirui immediately resisted and gave Yanfeng's buttocks a touch. After filming, her first reaction turned out to be that Yanfeng's buttocks were so upturned and elastic, and it seemed to feel quite good. Just as she was about to do it again, Yanfeng grabbed her wrist, pressed her under her, and said in her ear hatefully, "Do you still think I'm old?" Su Yirui was stunned. "What?" Yanfeng stared at her. Su Yirui dared to say yes, although she smiled in her heart, but seeing Yanfeng's serious face, she shook her head and said, not old at all." Yanfeng's expression eased. "Say it well." Su Yirui held back her laughter, kept a straight face, made herself look more serious, and reiterated word by word, "It's really not old." "Then you call me brother." Su Yirui. "How about calling my brother?" Yanfeng sank his face. "It seems that you still like your brother." Su Yirui's eyes widened. She really didn't mean that. She was thinking, since Yanfeng didn't want her to feel old, it was better to call her brother younger. But in Yanfeng's voice, it became a different meaning. Originally Su Yirui said before that she liked her younger brother. Su Yirui shook her head sharply. "No, I didn't." Yanfeng's expression was still indifferent. Su Yirui, brother. Yanfeng. Brother. Su Yirui smiled and hugged Yanfeng. "Brother, you are the most handsome in the world, and you are not old at all." Yanfeng, "Do you really think so or coax me?" Su Yirui, "I really think so. If I hadn't seen you handsome, how could I have agreed to be with you?" Yanfeng sighed helplessly. He really couldn't do anything about Su Yirui. Su Yirui was perfunctory like this, and he also felt happy. Then I'll call you brother, can I make a small request too? Just as he coaxed Yanfeng, Su Yirui's careful thoughts came again. Huh? What do you want me to call you? Su Yirui nodded, Yanfeng said for a long time, his mouth was thirsty. He got up and picked up the water glass on the coffee table, and was about to drink water. Su Yirui, call Dad. Yanfeng choked directly, turned her head to look at Su Yirui and coughed several times. In the end, Yanfeng did not call Su Yirui's father, but Su Yirui was pressed on the sofa by Yanfeng and educated well. After it stopped, Su Yirui sat on Yanfeng's lap. Yanfeng said, I am going to give you the endorsement of V Yen, are you interested? Su Yirui turned her head to look at him, but she was hugged by Yanfeng very tightly, and she could only see Yanfeng's side face. She leaned over and pressed her face against Yanfeng's chin, feeling his hard jawbone. If you really want to give it to me, of course I'm interested. Yanfeng said, then I will ask the secretary to contact your agent, and the endorsement fee will be given to you at twice the price of the previous spokesperson, and the contract can only write so much. If you are too little, I will make up for you privately. Tisk, Mr. Yan wants to take care of me? Yanfeng shook his head, it's to trap you. Su Yirui laughed, you want to trap me with endorsements? Then it is better to use beauty. Yanfeng thought seriously, and then said, understood. Su Yirui asked, what do you understand? Yanfeng lowered his head and pecked at her lips, secret. Bai Suyu met Shenlu 3 days after the film festival. She hasn't been doing well these days at all, and after leaving the film festival, she was in a very bad state, and she was severely reprimanded by He Chuyue on the way. I really don't know what you think, and I tell you to be cautious and cautious again and again. You say you understand, you know a fart, let you be cautious in your words and deeds, that's what you did. Did you pronounce your name? You just stand up? These words made Bai Suyu's brain buzz. She didn't even know how she got back to the hotel. He Chuyue didn't go back to the hotel with her, he had to help Bai Suyu deal with the aftermath. You can imagine how much this incident affected Bai Suyu. What will be said about Bai Suyu on the internet, you can think of it with your toes, it is simply a big laughingstock. The career has just started, and there is such black material. He Chuyue's head is big. Fortunately, it is not impossible to save, at this time it depends on the power of the public relations team. He Chuyue's public relations team is one of the best in the circle, and he has been cheated before, about. The canon incident can be whitewashed, and this matter is nothing compared to it, but it is indeed too low-end, and He Chuyue feels ashamed to deal with it. Therefore, Bai Suyu is too petty and too angry. If it weren't for Shenlu's face, he wouldn't have agreed to bring Bai Suyu. Shenlu dug him up with heavy money, and he had to be worthy of the money he was taking. Bai Suyu sat in the hotel for several hours in despair, didn't eat anything, and didn't eat for a day, but she didn't feel hungry at all. She didn't dare to read the report about the film festival online, but she couldn't help but look at Weibo. At this look, her self-esteem was a little unbearable. The whole network is laughing at her. Saying that she is ridiculous, saying that she is amorous, and saying that she is a major attraction and the biggest laugh of this year's film festival. Of course, due to the popularity of Harem Plot, she now has some fans, and those fans also speak for her and defend her. But the number of fans is not as good as the number of melon-eating netizens. The voice of speaking for her was drowned in laughter, and it was impossible to see it in the blink of an eye. Of course, this matter was quickly known by Shenlu, and there was no need for He Chuyue and Bai Suyu to say it. Shenlu can see it on the internet. After seeing the news, he immediately called to ask about the situation. In order for Bai Suyu to win the Best Newcomer award, he paid for and used a lot of relationships and connections, and as a result, he said that he would change people. Isn't this teasing him? How could Shenlu suffer this loss? However, when he heard the other party say that it was Yanfeng who ordered him to go directly to Yanfeng if he had any questions, Shenlu fell silent. In order to do this, he also used the relationship of the Yan family, but who is Yanfeng, the head of the Yan family? With his relationship, of course, Yanfeng can change the result casually with a single sentence. Seeing Bai Suyu's call, Shenlu couldn't help but feel a headache. Bai Suyu was embarrassed, and he was also very depressed, but at this time, in the face of Bai Suyu's doubts, what could he say, how to explain to Bai Suyu? Shenlu didn't know either. He couldn't tell Bai Suyu that this was all done by his uncle, and he was temporarily replaced by his girlfriend, and his power was not as good as his uncle's, and he couldn't help it. How could he say such a thing? Shenlu took a deep breath irritably and didn't answer the phone. After waiting for a while, he sent a message to Bai Suyu, saying that he would deal with this matter and did not mention anything else. Bai Suyu, who saw the news, smiled coldly. In fact, without Shenlu's explanation, she could guess somewhat. The fact is that she lost to Su Yirui again, and in an extremely humiliating way. She became the laughingstock of the whole network, and Su Yirui took the stage to receive the award and took it away. Originally she thought it was an award that belonged to her, and snatched her things away from Guxingyi, whom she admired. If Bai Suyu was just jealous of Su Yirui before. From now on, she really hated Su Yirui. Bai Suyu secretly said to herself, she will definitely take back everything Su Yirui snatched away, and double the humiliation that Su Yirui brought to her. Chapter 85. Yanfengyi is indeed very efficient, and as soon as she finished talking to Su Yirui about the endorsement, someone from V Yan's side contacted Wang Meng within 2 days. Knowing that Su Yirui is about to become the domestic spokesperson of V Yan Jewelry, Wang Meng is very happy. The brand of V Yan level, the spokesperson is looking for a certain reputation in the world. Even if it is just a domestic spokesperson, it is also very weighty. After Su Yirui endorsed V Yan Jewelry, she will also be more likely to be favored by big names at home and abroad. V Yan Company acted quickly, and a week later, it made an appointment with Su Yirui to meet and sign a contract at the location of Yan's group, and the general manager of the group personally met with Su Yirui to discuss the details. If Wang Meng hadn't been able to leave, she would have gone with Su Yirui, and finally she asked Xia Xiaochen to accompany Su Yirui to the Yencher group, and she also had the idea of cultivating Xia Xiaochen to be alone. After the establishment of the studio, the people who left with Su Yirui all held important positions in the studio, and Xia Xiaochen's work content was more than double that of before, but her ability was also obvious to all. When she was in the car, Xia Xiaochen asked Su Yirui, Sister Yirui, will you see Mr. Yan today? Xia Xiaochen hasn't seen Yanfengyi for some days, and she, who is a dog, has great expectations for being able to meet Yanfengyi, a great beauty. Although Su Yirui is also a top-notch beauty, Xia Xiaochen is happy to see her every day, and she works hard, but when she thinks of seeing the two of them standing together, Xia Xiaochen is excited. I don't know, I didn't ask him if he was in the company today. Su Yirui hasn't spoken to Yanfengyi today, I don't know if he is busy. They usually rarely contact during the day, after all, they have things to do, especially Yanfengyi. He is really busy, even on his days off, he has to do a lot of work in front of the computer, and he has to hold video conferences with foreign teams every day. Xia Xiaochen said, then does Mr. Yan know that you go back to his company? You should know, if his subordinates told him. Su Yirui said. As he was talking, the car arrived at the door of the Yan Group. The office building of Yan's group looks very magnificent from the outside, and the inside is also full of design. I heard that it was designed by a foreign design master himself. Yanfengyi also participated, and many places are his own brains. The front desk had already been greeted by the general manager's secretary, and when he saw Su Yirui, he kindly led her to take the hello-lift. Miss Su, Mr. Yi is already waiting for you. The front desk knew that Su Yirui was coming today, and she had been paying attention to the company door since she went to work in the morning. I want to see if Su Yirui herself is really as good-looking as in the photo. When I saw the real person at this time, I couldn't help but secretly sigh. I didn't expect the real person to be better-looking, more vivid, and much better temperament than the photo. Mr. Yi is the general manager of V Yan branch of Yan's group. Before coming, Yanfengyi mentioned him to her, and after seeing him, the first thought that came to Su Yirui's mind was that sure enough, as Yanfengyi said, he was a quiet and serious, unsmiling man. Miss Su, please come here. Yi Qing's attitude towards Su Yirui can only be said to be polite. He actually didn't understand why Yanfengyi asked Su Yirui to be the spokesperson for V Yan. In his opinion, Su Yirui was completely unqualified, although the moment he saw her, Yi Qing was indeed amazed by her beauty. Her own temperament is very good, different from what he imagined. Yi Qing didn't go to see the movie Dreamless Realm. If he did, maybe he wouldn't think so. Yanfengyi will endorse Su Yirui, of course, not because of the relationship between the two. In the final analysis, he is still a businessman who pays attention to interests, and it is impossible to do things that damage his company in order to fall in love. The reason why he made such a decision is because after watching Dreamless Realm, he felt that Su Yirui's temperament was very close to the concept of V Yan's main focus in the past 2 years, sharp and beautiful, and unforgettable. After sitting down, Yi Qing brought the endorsement contract. The content of the contract, Miss Su should be clear. Well, yes, I've seen the electronic file. Su Yirui had already seen it with Wang Meng the day before yesterday. Yi Qin said, then let me briefly talk about the important points. Su Yirui nodded, okay. The endorsement time is 2 years, the endorsement fee is a total of 5 million for 3 years, the Yan's jewelry is mainly gemstones and diamonds, and you also endorse 2 series of gemstones and diamonds. Although Su Yirui knew this, she still listened carefully. Her calmness surprised Yi Qin a little. This price was too high in Yi Qin's opinion, but Yan Fengyi personally asked, saying that it was just this cost, and he couldn't refute anything. But Su Yirui didn't seem surprised at all. On the other hand, the assistant sitting next to her immediately widened her eyes when she heard this endorsement fee, so in comparison, Su Yirui was much more indifferent. Yi Qin looked at Su Yirui 1 point higher. What he didn't know was that this price was just a number for Su Yirui. She is not short of money, although a few million is a lot, but for her, it is only a drop in the bucket. We plan to go to France in 2 months to shoot an endorsement advertisement. Your schedule is no problem, right? The shooting time was about 3 days. Wang Meng also mentioned this matter to her, so she nodded, no problem. That's fine. 2 months later, the official announcement of the spokesperson will officially begin after the endorsement advertisement is filmed. Before that, I hope you will not disclose the cooperation with V Yen, and leave everything to us to publicize. Su Yirui said, yes. If there are no other questions, just sign here. Yi Qin handed her a pen. After signing the contract, Su Yirui took Xia Shaochen and prepared to leave. At this time, Yi Qin's cell phone suddenly rang. Then you're busy first, and I'll take my leave. Yi Qin saw that it was Yan Fengyi's phone call, and originally wanted to send her out in person, so he had to answer the phone first and ask the secretary to send Su Yirui away. Walking out of the office, Xia Shaochen felt a little regretful. Sister Yirui, just leave? Su Yirui said, funny, what if not? Do you want to sit a little longer? No, I want to say, I didn't ask, are you Du Yan in the company? Don't you want to see Mr. Yan? Xia Shaochen blinked and looked at Su Yirui expectantly. Su Yirui smiled, isn't it too rampant for you to covet my boyfriend's beauty in front of me like this? Xia Shaochen was not embarrassed to be seen through, and said with a smile, everyone has a heart for beauty, doesn't Sister Yirui also like Mr. Yan to be good-looking? Su Yirui smiled, I won't show you that, I will appreciate it alone. Xia Shaochen, wow, Sister Yirui, you are exposed. Okay, don't talk about it, I guess he's busy even if he's in the company at this time, so he'll be gone, next time. Su Yirui pressed the elevator. Well, anyway, I can see Sister Yirui every day, and I'm satisfied. Xia Shaochen pursed his lips and said. Su Yirui smiled and shook her head. The two were about to enter the elevator when they heard someone shouting Miss Su behind them. Su Yirui turned around and saw Yi Qin chasing after him. Miss Su, wait a moment. Su Yirui asked, is there anything else? Yi Qin's expression was a little unnatural, and the way he looked at Su Yirui became serious. Mr. Yan just called and said that he was asking you to go to the 25th floor, he was waiting for you. The title has become you. Su Yirui said strangely, why did you tell me? Mr. Yan said that your phone number could not be reached, and the message was not replied. Su Yirui then remembered that she had put her phone on silent and put it in her bag before she came in, and she never took it out. Oh, that's right, okay. Su Yirui nodded, thank you. Yi Qin, you're welcome, do you need me to send you up? Su Yirui, no need, I can go up by myself. Yi Qin, okay. Under Yi Qin's watching, Su Yirui and Xia Shaochen entered the elevator, and Xia Shaochen actively pressed the elevator button on the 25th floor. Sister Yirui, look how much Mr. Yan cares about you. Su Yirui was taking out her mobile phone at this time to read the message Yan Fengyi sent her. There were 2 missed calls on the phone, both from 5 minutes ago. Reached the 25th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Su Yirui and Xia Shaochen were shocked by the scene in front of them. Yuan Mi stood in a row with 5 secretaries in professional clothes, and when he saw Su Yirui, he bowed almost 90 degrees, welcome Miss Su to the president's office. Su Yirui's face was surprised, this is? Yuan Mi stood up and smiled sweetly, Miss Su, this is your first time here, and I will bring the secretary of the president's office to welcome you. Su Yirui. Well, thank you. Several secretaries looked up together, looking at Su Yirui's eyes that were about to burst with stars, and they all looked excited. Yuan Mi, Mr. Yan is waiting for you in the office. Su Yirui, okay. Yuanmi and several other secretaries looked at each other, and Yuanmi said, Miss Su, I'll show you the way, Mr. Yan's office is here. The other secretaries surrounded Xia Xiaochen, you are Miss Su's assistant, come with us here to rest. Xia Xiaochen looked confused. No, I'm not here to rest, I'm going to see Yan Fengyi's great beauty. The confusion and resistance on her face were ignored by the secretaries, and she took her directly to the lounge next to her. Su Yirui followed Yuanmi and not even took a few steps when she saw that a door at the end of the corridor suddenly opened. Yan Fengyi came out of it. He was wearing a straight suit, a long figure, an indifferent expression, and a tenderness in his eyes that only Su Yirui could understand. He just stood there, which was very pleasing to the eye and made people feel happy. When Yuanmi saw Yan Fengyi, he said, Mr. Yan, Miss Su is here. Yan Fengyi nodded, well, you can get busy. Yuanmi secretly complained in his heart, this Yan Mister is really, I didn't see it before, it is different to have a daughter-in-law. This is to let her go, don't disturb them. She was really witty, and today she took the little sisters to express it in front of the future proprietress lady. Compared with Su Yirui, a fragrant and beautiful beauty, Mr. Yan is simply an indifferent stone. No matter how handsome he is still a stinky man, and it is useless to please him, but Su Yirui is still good, fragrant, and hot beauty. Because Dreamless Realm was invested by Yen Group, the tickets for the premiere were also divided within the Yen Group, and Yuanmi, as the first secretary around Yan Fengyi, was lucky enough to get two, so he went to see it with his girlfriends. After reading it, Yuanmi, who originally had a good impression of Su Yirui, was even more out of control, and she immediately gave Amway to the other little sisters in the president's office. The sisters of the president's office all went to see it, and as a result, they all became Su Yirui's little fans. When Yuanmi proposed to welcome Su Yirui together, everyone unanimously passed, so there was the one just now. However, except for Yuanmi, others didn't know that Su Yirui and Yan Fengyi were in love. After all, Yan Fengyi didn't say anything. However, Mr. Yan wanted to see Su Yirui, and they were also curious, but Yuanmi was not easy to reveal, only saying that he didn't know what was going on with Mr. Yan, so they didn't ask, just quietly guessed that Yan always didn't have an idea about Su Yirui. Yuanmi listened to their conversation and thought, not only has an idea, Mr. Yan even gave Su Yirui the endorsement of V. Yan, which shows how important Su Yirui is in Mr. Yan's heart, and looking at Yan Fengyi's enthusiasm for her, a proper future proprietress lady, as long as Mr. Yan fights for some energy, don't let Su Yirui run away. At this time, Yuanmi's mobile phone suddenly rang, and she took it out and saw that it was Ling Yan's call. She thought for a while and answered. Sister Ling, is there anything wrong? Yuanmi, I'm downstairs in the company, you come down, my card has expired, and I can't swipe the access control and elevator. Only then did Yuanmi remember that today was the day Ling Yan was reinstated. Chapter 86. When Yuanmi saw Ling Yan, he was still slightly surprised for a second. Ling Yan's dress today is a little different from her previous dress, it looks much more charming and gorgeous, different from the previous coldness. Sister Ling. Yuanmi took 2 steps forward. Ling Yan nodded coldly. Let's go up. Ling Yan's attitude towards Yuanmi was still the same as before. But at that time, Yuanmi was just a small secretary under her, Ling Yan was the head of the president's office, and now, although Ling Yan was reinstated, Yan Fengyi only said that she should return to the president's office, but did not let Yuanmi retire. Originally, Yuanmi also had a little drum in his heart, and he couldn't figure out what Yan Fengyi meant. But the day before yesterday, Yan Fengyi told her to arrange for Ling Yan to change the office, and that office was the farthest from Yan Fengyi's office on the entire 25th floor. At this point, Yuanmi understood. Even if Ling Yan comes back, it is estimated that he will not be able to return to his previous position. But Ling Yan himself didn't seem to know. Yuanmi still had a smiling face, thinking, let's let Ling Yan tell the truth, there is no need for her to tell it. Swiped the card into the elevator, Yuanmi asked Ling Yan if she wanted to go to the personnel office to get a work card first, so as not to have trouble going up and down the stairs. Ling Yan said, don't worry, I'll go up and talk to Mr. Yan first. After saying that, she glanced at the time and then said, is Mr. Yan resting now? Yuanmi observed her movements and found that she was a little excited, thought for a while, and said, Mr. Yan is meeting guests now. Meeting guests? Where is it? Yuanmi said, office. How could it be, Mr. Yan never meets guests in his office, who do you see? Is it Mr. Chu? Ling Yan frowned. Yuanmi, no, it's Miss Su. Ling Yan, Su Yirui? Ling Yan's voice was startled. Yes. Ling Yan's expression became particularly ugly, and his previous pride and confidence also changed. The elevator stopped on the 25th floor, and Yuanmi said, "It's here, Sister Ling." Ling Yan came back to his senses and walked out with a lot of thoughts. Sister Ling, Mr. Yan has changed her office, and the previous office was used to store information. It is said to be information, but in fact it is some document miscellaneous items. Hearing this, Ling Yan's face changed again. Where did you change? Yuanmi said, to the south, the one near the conference room. Ling Yan. Ling Yan stared at Yuanmi, his eyes a little fierce. Yuanmi thought to himself, what do you look at me like this? I haven't done anything, it's all Mr. Yan's arrangement, then you have to be angry, it's useless to be angry with me. She actually felt that Ling Yan was quite pitiful. She was originally the leader of the group, she was very powerful and valued by Yan Fingyi, and she didn't know what she had done wrong, and she was exiled by Yan Fingyi like this. At first, he was suspended for a few months, and now he has finally been reinstated, and he has been demoted and snubbed. But Yuanmi pity her is only a matter of a second or two. Ling Yan's demotion is a good opportunity for her, otherwise, she wouldn't use her current status. Yuanmi knew that he had to seize this opportunity, and without her, Yan Fingyi still had countless choices. Now is the critical moment, everything she does determines whether she can still sit firmly in the position of president. At this moment, Su Yirui was drinking coffee in Yan Fingyi's office. The coffee was brewed for her by Yan Fingyi himself, and the coffee beans were also ground by him. There is a professional coffee machine in the office, and the coffee beans he brought back from abroad are very mellow and fragrant. How does it taste? Yan Fingyi saw that she didn't speak after drinking, and asked. Su Yirui said, it's delicious, but I rarely have coffee and don't know how to appreciate it. Just drink it. Yan Fingyi put down the coffee cup in his hand and walked to sit down next to Su Yirui. Su Yirui saw that he had been looking at herself, and smiled, didn't you say that there are still many things to do? So what are you doing now? Yan Fingyi replied seriously, look at you. Su Yirui pursed her lips and smiled, is it good looking? Yan Fingyi said, beautiful and edible. Su Yirui. This is going. This line is obviously her style. Yan Fingyi also learned badly. Su Yirui glared at him and continued to drink coffee. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Yan Fingyi frowned slightly and did not speak. The people outside the door waited for a while, and before the people inside agreed to let her in, there was no sound. This is Yan Fingyi's hard requirement, if he doesn't say a word, he can't go in casually. As the secretary who has been by Yan Fingyi's side for the longest time, Ling Yan certainly knows this, and she has also told every secretary in the past that she is not allowed to enter Yan Fingyi's office without Yan Fingyi's consent. At this time, of course, she couldn't push the door in, unless she wanted to be suspended again. Su Yirui asked, what? Don't let people in? Maybe something. Yan Fingyi smiled lightly and said, it's okay. The phone on the desk then rang, and Yan Fingyi walked over to answer. It was Yuanmi's call. Yan Fingyi, what's the matter? Ling Yan came to be reinstated just now. I will take her to go through the procedures now. Mr. Yan, do you have any instructions? Yan Fingyi was silent for 2 seconds. Who knocked on the door just now? Yuanmi said, Ling Yan said that there is something he wants to tell you, about the acquisition of Jinshu Group. Yan Fingyi, well, I know. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan, who was standing next to Yuanmi, hurriedly asked, what did Mr. Yan say? Yuanmi, I didn't say anything. Didn't say anything? Ling Yan was a little surprised. She said that she was looking for him for something, but he was still indifferent. She believes that as long as she tells Yan Fingyi will definitely attach great importance to it, so she deliberately waited until today to tell Yan Fingyi that she wanted to prove her ability and let Yan Fingyi know that with her in the company will definitely be better. However, Yan Fingyi actually ignored Su Yirui in order to meet her. What is the charm of this Su Yirui? Except for being good-looking, she really doesn't feel that she is special. In this world, there is no shortage of good-looking women at all. A man like Yan Fingyi, what woman can't get, why put his mind on a vase? The more Ling Yan thought about it, the more he felt tight in his chest. What Yan Fingyi needs is a woman who can help him, support him, and walk with him to the top to overlook the world, and Su Yirui, she can't do it at all. Ling Yan has devoted all her thoughts to Yan Fingyi and work in the past 5 years, and her friends around her say that she is a workaholic, but she knows that she has always worked hard for Yan Fingyi, even if she sacrifices all her personal time. She felt that for Yan Fingyi, it was all worth it. Yan Fingyi is the most perfect man in the world, and she desperately wants to be able to walk side by side with him. She can't let others take away her place, she can't let others squeeze her away. No matter who it was, she wouldn't allow it. Yuanmi felt that Ling Yan's expression was a little strange, but he couldn't see what she was thinking. Sister Ling? Hearing Yuanmi's voice, Ling Yan came back to his senses. Sister Ling, why don't you go to the personnel department to go through the reinstatement procedures first, and then get a new work card? Yuanmi actually has a lot of things to do, but she still has to do this. After all, Ling Yan is her former immediate boss, and now that she has climbed up, she will leave Ling Yan to others to take care of, and she seems a little carried away. Well, okay. Ling Yan maintained his cold expression. Yuanmi, then I'll give you my work card first, and then return it to me after you finish it. Ling Yan, yes. After seeing Ling Yan leaving with her work card, the other secretaries of the president's office came up one after another. Oh, Mimi, Sister Ling is back, it won't be the same as before. In the past, under Ling Yan's management, everyone was really complaining, and the happiest time of every month was Ling Yan's rest day except for his own rest day. But by the way, Ling Yan hardly rests, and even on business trips, he will stare at them through WeChat groups every day. Although under such leadership, the work efficiency is indeed very high, but the working atmosphere is not good at all, the whole person is tense, and going to work is equivalent to being punished. The only thing that can relieve the pain is the high salary and good benefits, which is why they have been reluctant to leave. After all, Yan's group is the current job seeker, and the company that wants to come in is squeezed out. But since Ling Yan was suspended and replaced by Yuanmi, the entire president's office has changed. Under Mr. Yan's nose, everyone still works hard, but the working environment is much more relaxed, because Mr. Yan generally doesn't care about them, as long as they don't go on a business trip, as long as the work is completed. Now that Ling Yan is back, everyone thinks of the past days and feels unbearable. If there is no joy during this time, it may be fine. People are like this, they can endure being oppressed all the time, but if they are liberated for a while, and then return to the days when they were oppressed before, they feel that the contrast is strong, and they can't stand it. Yuanmi said, I don't know, let's see what Mr. Yan means. The secretaries sighed and began the discussion. I don't want to go back to the old days, it's a tragedy in the world. It's not that Sister Ling is bad, but that's how it is. It's just not good. Don't you think Sister Ling has a strong desire to control Mr. Yan? How was Sister Ling suspended in the first place? I heard that it was because she was acting out of line. I also think that Sister Ling never handed over Mr. Yan's affairs to us, nor did she let us enter Mr. Yan's office, and we never took over such trivial matters as delivering coffee. Yes, Mr. Yan is so handsome, and she is not alone, and she is not allowed to see it, unlike Mimi, who arranges for us to be on duty, and the rain and dew are wet. Yes, it's better to find it. You say, why don't we hint to the future proprietress something? Su Yirui didn't sit in Yan Fingyi's office for long, and Xia Xiaochen urged her. Xia Xiaochen sent a message, saying that he was bored to death, and Boss Yan didn't see it, and it was simply a happy torture to be locked up in the lounge by those secretary ladies. When Su Yirui saw the news, she couldn't help but smile and replied, I'll come right away, go to the bathroom first. Yan Fingyi heard her laugh and asked, what's wrong? Su Yirui, it's nothing, my assistant is still waiting for me, I'm ready to go. Yan Fingyi paused and said, I wanted to have lunch with you. Su Yirui looked at the time, it's really time to eat, then. Well, I have to wrong the assistant, who makes the boyfriend more important. Yan Fingyi smiled. Su Yirui, I'll go to the bathroom first. Yan Fingyi, okay, I'll ask someone to take you there. No, I just passed by and saw what to bring to the bathroom. Su Yirui got up and walked out, and when she passed by the secretary's office, she saw them talking to each other. It seems that there is also a mention of the future proprietress lady. Su Yirui thought to herself, are they talking about her? She stopped curiously, and then heard something about Ling Yan. Su Yirui raised her eyebrows, this name, she was a little familiar. Hearing the secretaries say how Ling Yan and Yan Fingyi were in pair, and how they did Yan Fingyi's affairs themselves and never let others ask, Su Yirui's mood suddenly became a little subtle. She has always known that a man like Yan Fingyi is an eye-catcher. But she didn't think who could take it away. In addition to self-confidence, there was also trust in Yanfeng. But even if she believed in him, she still felt uncomfortable when she knew that there was a woman around Yanfeng who was thinking about him, and she got along with him day and night. I thought that after going back, I would talk to Yanfeng about this. Unexpectedly, she ran into Ling Yan in the bathroom. As soon as she saw her, Su Yirui remembered that she had seen her at a charity dinner before. Ling Yan was also a little surprised to see Su Yirui, and her expression was not very good-looking. The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense and full of gunpowder. "Miss Su, meet again." Ling Yanpi greeted her with a smile. Su Yirui glanced at her lightly. "Are you?" Ling Yan's expression froze for a second. "I am Mr. Yan's secretary, my name is Ling Yan, we have met once before, at the Fingji charity dinner." Su Yirui raised her chin, as if she had thought about it, and then said, "It seems to be, sorry, I forgot." Ling Yan, Miss Su is really a noble person who forgets things. Su Yirui laughed and didn't talk. Su Yirui's cold and casual appearance made Ling Yan very upset, and she was even more irritable when she thought that she was in Yanfeng's office just now. What is the relationship between her and Yanfeng now? Ling Yan's heart seemed to be crawled by countless ants on it. Chapter 87. Su Yirui's lunch was eaten in Yanfeng's office. It was the secretaries who bought them freshly made and packed them back, and they were still hot when they opened and tasted very good. If it weren't for the fear of causing unnecessary trouble, Su Yirui really wanted to go to the company cafeteria of Yan's group, and she saw that the secretaries all went there to eat. After eating, Su Yirui mentioned that she had seen Ling Yan just now, and the two said hello. Although she didn't say much, but who Yanfeng was, she immediately guessed that there was something in Su Yirui's words, otherwise she would not suddenly mention Ling Yan, which obviously had nothing to do with the topic they were talking about. And after saying that, Su Yirui proposed to leave. Yanfeng wanted to send Su Yirui downstairs, but Su Yirui refused. "There are so many employees in your company, if you send me downstairs, we will be inseparable, and within a few hours, the whole company will know." Su Yirui's refusal made Yanfeng a little unhappy. "Are you afraid of trouble, or do you not want people to know that we are together?" Yanfeng suddenly asked, which caught Su Yirui off guard. How come? She didn't think so, but she really didn't think about making it public. After all, she is an artist, and she can't come to such a thing as a public relationship. She has to think clearly. However, since Yanfeng mentioned this issue, it seems that she wants to think about it. Su Yirui stretched out her hand and hugged Yanfeng's arm. "Why are you saying that? It makes me feel like I'm going too far." Yanfeng said calmly, "My old cow eats tender grass, of course I have to be vigilant, lest you still worry about the little fresh meat and little milk dog." Su Yirui let go of her hand and glanced at him. "You are really worried?" Yanfeng, "Okay, don't send it downstairs, send you into the elevator, this is always okay, right?" Su Yirui nodded, "Of course you can." Yanfeng touched her hair helplessly, "Let's go." When the two left the office, they saw Ling Yan walking from another office with a stack of documents, and at first glance they were heading to the president's office. When she saw Su Yirui and Yanfeng, Ling Yan's expression changed slightly, but she still walked towards them with a smile on her face. "Mr. Yan." Yanfeng said coldly, "What's the matter?" "I just sorted out the minutes of the meeting in the past 2 months, and found some problems, and I want to report them to you." When Ling Yan spoke, she looked proud and confident. She believed that Yanfeng would see her ability, and realized that the company needed her, and Yanfeng also needed her. Yuanmi was simply not qualified for the position next to him. Yanfeng was silent for 2 seconds, and Su Yirui also looked at her quietly, which made Ling Yan have a bad premonition, so she added, "The problem is a bit serious, it is about the acquisition of Jinchu Company." She waited for Yanfeng to order others to send Su Yirui, and she followed her back to the office to listen to her report on the problem. She believes that Yanfeng will put work first. After all, he has always been so public and private, and never delays work for his own private affairs. Who knew that Yanfeng looked at her expressionlessly and said in an indifferent tone, "You go and tell Yuanmi about these things." Ling Yan was stunned. "But in the future, you don't use my office, and report to Yuanmi about work." Yanfeng's attitude can be said to make Ling Yan very uncomfortable, especially his eyes, as if looking at a stranger. "Report to Yuanmi, what is Yuanmi?" She used to be a newcomer she brought with her, but now she actually wants her to work under Yuanmi? What did Yanfeng think of her? Ling Yan's face was pale, and he subconsciously glanced at Su Yirui. Su Yirui stood next to her with nothing to do with herself, and when Yan Fingyi finished speaking, she didn't look at Ling Yan, and said softly, "If you don't go busy, I don't need you to send it." Yan Fingyi, "It's okay, let's go, I'll take you downstairs." Yan Fingyi smiled gently at Su Yirui. This smile was something Ling Yan had never seen before. Stabbed her eyes, and stung her heart even more. Su Yirui chose a script with a slightly literary name among the several books that Wang Meng picked for her, but Wang Meng's original intention was to let her play the female supporting role in it, but Su Yirui took a fancy to another role. The female supporting role is a friend of the heroine. There are not many scenes, but she is very likable, while Su Yirui values the villain, with a little more scenes, but the character's personality is dark and sick, and she is a tragic character who is carried away by hatred. Wang Meng persuaded a couple of words. Su Yirui still insisted on fighting for this role. Wang Meng hesitated again and again, but was still persuaded by Su Yirui. The name of the script is The Last Moon and is based on a true story that happened more than a decade ago. When Su Yirui got the script, she originally just wanted to read a little before going to bed, but who knew that after reading 5 pages, she couldn't stop at all, stayed up late to read the entire script. Her whole person seemed to be infected by the emotions of the characters in the book, and the whole person became gloomy and depressed. I have to say that this is an embarrassing story. The villain who impressed Su Yirui the most, Nya Shuang'er. She lost her father at a young age, and after her mother remarried, she gave birth to a son. Her status in the family became very embarrassing, and her stepfather was not good to her. She was often bullied since she was a child, and her personality became more and more gloomy, but when she grew up, she was very beautiful. Her stepfather began to look at her with strange eyes, and she was also bullied at school. In short, she lived a miserable life. Later, she fell in love with the male protagonist of the same school, and was hurt by something the heroine did unintentionally, and after seeing the male and female protagonists together, she hated the female protagonist. 10 years later, Nya Shuang'er became an executive of a multinational company, and the heroine also returned from studying abroad to apply for a job in her company and became her subordinate. The male and female protagonists broke up as soon as they graduated, and at this time they met again and the old relationship was rekindled. And Nya Shuang'er, who has always liked this male protagonist, hated the female protagonist to the extreme, so he became murderous. The script is written with flashbacks and interpolations, although the name is literary and artistic, but it is a suspense crime film. The role of Nya Shuang'er is really not pleasing, but Su Yirui has no interest in the role of the heroine's good girlfriend. She is just a tool to promote the relationship between the male and female protagonists, and Nya Shuang'er has a greater psychological impact on her. She wanted to take on the challenge. A few days later, Wang Meng told her that the director already had a positive actor for the role of Nya Shuang'er, and she did not have much hope, and the director said that he did not think she was suitable for this role. The director of The Most Moon is a cutting-edge director, very young, only 30 years old. Last year he made a literary film with an excellent reputation, which was well received, with a maverick technique, boldly exposing the good and evil of human nature. This year he is preparing to shoot The Most Moon has also attracted the attention of many people. The heroine has long been decided, and she is a new actor personally selected by the director from the Film Academy. Many directors like to choose new actors because they prefer amateurs with a blank sheet of paper, will not have their own set of performance methods, suitable for carving, and they are often full of aura, not bound by rules and regulations, and can often surprise people. And this cutting-edge director is famous for his love of using newcomers. He even said in an interview, the reason why he likes to use newcomers is because newcomers are obedient and don't have so many requirements, they will never play big names, the price is low, they can save costs, and he believes in his vision of people. These words were also on the hot search at that time, and netizens said that he really dared to say it. She thought about it for 2 days and read a few other scripts, but none of them had as deep a feeling as when she saw The Most Moon, so she decided to fight for it. Knowing that the director liked to collect calligraphy and paintings of a certain master the most, Su Yirui asked someone to find one and sent it to him. As a result, the calligraphy and painting were returned, but they gave Su Yirui a chance to meet. The meeting was about 3 days later, at the director's house. Su Yirui took Xia Xiaochen with her. The director's name is Su Zhe and he lives in City A. When they arrived at the airport, someone came to pick them up and drove them all the way to Su Zhe's current residence. Originally, Su Yirui said that she could go by herself, but Su Zhe said that they would definitely not be able to find a place, and Su Yirui still felt strange at that time, and when she saw Su Zhe's house, she knew what Su Zhe meant. The house is a house, very remote. If it is the first time, you will definitely not find a place. That place is simply in an urban village on the outskirts, and there are even fields next to it to grow vegetables. It is simply a return to the field. Su Yirui and Xia Xiaochen followed the driver out of the car and walked through the field path before arriving at Su Zhe's residence. Su Zhe is still single in his 30s, and he was previously exposed to have a daughter, but he has not come forward to clarify. But Su Yirui saw his daughter this time, a 3-year-old girl, and when Su Yirui entered the yard, she was playing in the mud in the yard. Seeing Su Yirui, Su Zhe stared at her carefully for a while, as if looking at a work of art. Director Su, when we met for the first time, I brought some small gifts. Su Yirui took the gift she had prepared in advance from Xia Xiachen's hand. Su Zhe took a look, and when he saw that it was some food, he accepted it unceremoniously. Come in. Several people entered the yard and saw a row of bamboo planted next to the yard, and there were many unknown wildflowers under the bamboo, which looked very affectionate. Su Yirui's impression of Su Zhe has changed a lot. She thought she was a sloppy person with an eccentric personality, but she didn't expect it to be quite sentimental. No wonder the literary films he makes are very feeling. Before coming, Su Yirui read some information about him, which said that he had studied in Japan and studied directing in Japan for several years, so his shooting style was a bit Japanese. Sit down first, what do you drink? Su Zhe pointed to a wooden chair for Su Yirui and Xia Xiaochen to sit on. Just do whatever you want. Su Zhe thought for a while and said, there is no arbitrary, only chrysanthemum tea, pure tea, barley tea, you choose one. Su Yirui was stunned for a moment and looked at Xia Xiaochen, what do you want to drink? Xia Xiaochen was also a little surprised by Su Zhe's unexpected answer, thought for a while, and said, then I'll drink chrysanthemum tea. Su Yirui, then trouble Director Su, it's all with chrysanthemum tea. Su Zhe nodded, then you wait a few minutes. After Su Zhe left, Su Yirui and Xia Xiaochen looked at each other. Sister Yirui, this Director Su is really a bit special, whether the director is an ordinary person or not. Su Yirui thought of Zhang Shui, well, it seems to be. At this time, the little girl who was playing in the mud outside suddenly ran in, stood in front of Su Yirui, and looked at her with a frown. What's wrong? Children? Su Yirui saw that her little face was wrinkled, and she wanted to laugh a little, so she asked her softly. Are you the young lady on TV? The little girl looks very cute, her hair is tied into a braid, but it looks very messy. I don't know if it is not tied well, or if it is messed up by herself. You look like my mother. Su Yirui said in surprise, really? Xia Xiaochen was also shocked, little sister, who is your mother? The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, I don't know. Don't you know who your mother is? The little girl nodded. Su Yirui smiled, then have you ever seen your mother? The little girl shook her head, no. Xia Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Su Yirui, she has never seen her, so she said you look like her mother. Su Yirui was also confused. Then how do you know that I look like your mother? Su Yirui asked greedily. Because you are beautiful, my mother must be beautiful too. Su Yirui. This logic doesn't seem to be wrong, but it seems to be a bit strange. At this time, Su Zhe walked out and heard the little girl's last words. His face became a little strange, he tugged at the corners of his mouth and said, you don't have to take her words seriously, she has already said it to several people who came to the house. After saying that, he looked at the little girl, Tian, go wash the mud, it's so dirty. The little girl glared at him, I'm not dirty, I'm playing with the mud planted with flowers, the flowers are fragrant, and the mud is also fragrant. Chapter 88 Su Zhe said, you are the most fragrant, and if you apply mud all over your body, you will be even more fragrant. Xia Xiaochen quietly glanced at Su Yirui, holding back from laughing. Su Yirui was also very surprised, why did Su Zhe talk to children like this? He didn't treat people as children at all, no wonder the little girl is a little ghost, and she speaks so elfin weird. Su Zhe looked at Su Yirui, this is my daughter, named Su Butian. This name is no one anymore, but I feel quite cute for some reason. Su Yirui smiled and said, she's cute. Su Zhe did not comment on this, and said to Su Butian, go wash, there are your favorite biscuits on the table. Su Butian nodded, okay, then you have to greet my beautiful sister for me. Su Zhe, don't worry, I will. After Su Butian left, Su Zhe said, come and have tea. Su Yirui and Xia Xiaochen followed Su Zhe to the pavilion at the back of the yard, where tea sets were already placed on the stone table, and a pot of chrysanthemum tea. After drinking tea, Su Yirui went straight to the topic. Director Su, you should know my intentions. Since you agreed to this meeting, you must be willing to give me a chance to audition, right? Suze drank a cup of tea before saying lightly, no. Su Yirui frowned slightly. Then what do you mean? I still don't want to use you. Suze looked at Su Yirui's face and said calmly. Su Yirui was a little disappointed. Then can I know the reason? Suze, your face is too delicate. It's easy for people to ignore other things on this role. To be honest, I have high requirements for this role, and the actors I took a fancy to before were Zhou Yi and Yang Ling. Zhou Yi and Yang Ling are both young flowers in the circle now, with good acting skills, young and beautiful, but they are indeed completely different from Su Yirui's style. But when Su Yirui heard this, she felt hopeful again. If the role was really decided, there would be no meeting this time. He took a fancy to Zhou Yi and Yang Ling, but people may not be willing to play, and this role, judging from the script, is not pleasing, is a villain. Zhou Yi and Yang Ling used to play righteous roles, such as policewomen, reporters, lawyers, and so on. Sometimes playing the villain well will more or less make the audience really hateful, and the image may also be damaged, and there is no shortage of actors in the circle who have been scolded by netizens in private messages because of playing the villain. But these Su Yirui are not afraid. She has long been invulnerable, and she has developed a steel body that is calm in countless scoldings. Moreover, she really wants to challenge this role. After The Land of Dreamlessness, Su Yirui felt that she still liked the identity of an actor very much, and acting was a very fun thing. Director Su, I think I'm better suited to this role than them. Su Yirui has confidence in herself. When Suze heard this, he looked at her a little differently. Suze, why? I watched Dreamless Realm, and your performance in it is really good, but these two characters are completely different. Su Yirui, I think the character of Nya Shuang'er is multifaceted. On the one hand, her tragic childhood and encounters make her character dark, and a little inferior, but in fact, she is still very eager for love and warmth, so she is so persistently in love with Lu Ming, and because Xia Yuan unintentionally hurt her self-esteem for 10 years, she is contradictory. Her dark side hates Xia Yuan, and the kind side loves Lu Ming, disguising herself in front of them, but crying fragilely. In private, in the end, she thought of killing Xia Yuan with a knife, but she was immersed in the pain of hurting Lu Ming and chose to commit suicide. I think she is the most vivid character in the whole story, and I want to interpret her unknown thoughts in my own way. Suze was a little casual at first, but after Su Yirui said a few words, his expression became serious. After Su Yirui finished speaking, Suze lowered his head thoughtfully and did not speak. Su Yirui also quieted down, did not say any more, but quietly drank tea and enjoyed the scenery in the yard. The cool breeze is Suze's house is very comfortable, the bamboo leaves make a pleasant sound in the wind, and I feel that the world is particularly peaceful. Su Yirui thought to herself that after she went back, she could also get some bamboo in her yard. Next week, I will go to S City, and you will audition then. Su Yirui's heart was happy, it seemed that there was hope. Okay, thank you Director Su. Let's have tea. Suze said lightly. At this time, Su Budian ran out of the room with a plate of biscuits. Beautiful sister, do you eat biscuits? Su Yirui glanced at the biscuits, raised her eyebrows, and wanted to laugh a little. These biscuits looked strange, some looked like caterpillars, some looked like five-pointed stars. In short, they were not very good looking, but they were baked golden, and they should taste good. This is what my dad did. Director Su can also make biscuits? Su Yirui said with a smile. He knows a lot, washing clothes, cooking, and he can also tie braids, although he doesn't tie them very well. Su Budian said with a proud face. Suze glanced at Su Budian, are you eating? Don't eat it and put it on the table. Su Budian, I've eaten a lot, I'm tired of eating, so I'll give it to my sister. She put the biscuits on the table and said to Su Yirui, beautiful sister, try it quickly. Su Yirui reached out and took a round biscuit that looked relatively normal, took a bite. The taste was really good, the sweetness was moderate, and the texture was also very crispy. Is it delicious? Su Budian asked expectantly. It's delicious. Su Budian laughed and giggled. Dad, are you happy? Suze, generally, you should do your homework. Didn't the teacher assign manual homework? Su Butian's little mouth pursed. I can't do it alone. Then how many people do you want to do? Suze said lightly. Su Budian snorted, and then ran away. After she left, Su discussed the script of The Last Moon with Su Yirui and asked her if she had any other ideas. The opinion about Nya Shuang'er that Su Yirui said just now made Su Zhe deeply moved, so he wanted to know if Su Yirui could say more interesting things. The two chatted pretty well. Time passed quickly. Su Yirui looked at the time calmly, and when she was about to say whether to leave, Su Budian came again. She ran over with a pamphlet and said seriously, "Dad, what is unity is strength? Where does the power come from?" Su Zhe paused and said, "Dad will tell you a story." Su Budian, okay, Dad is the most fun to tell stories. Su Yirui looked at the father and daughter, and at this time she didn't seem to be able to say that she was leaving, so she had to sit next to her and listen to Su Budian together. Su Zhe stood up, walked a few steps, went to pick up a few wooden sticks, and then seemed not satisfied, returned to the house and took out a handful of chopsticks. Under Su Butian's expectant and curious gaze, he broke a chopstick, and then asked Su Budian to break it. Su Budian, he is small and weak, and it took a lot of force to break it. Then Su Zhe took a chopstick to fold, but he couldn't break it. You see, a chopstick can be easily broken, but you try a handful. This is called unity is. Su Yirui listened while picking up the remaining chopsticks on the table, combining them into a handful, and then folding them gently. The chopsticks are broken. Su Zhe heard the sound of chopsticks breaking, glanced at it, then his expression froze, and he stopped before he finished speaking. He stared at the chopsticks in Su Yirui's hand, speechless. Su Yirui said, "A chopstick can still be easily broken, as long as the strength is strong." Su Zhe. Are you the devil? Su Budian clapped hard. Sister is really powerful. I will be as strong as my sister in the future, and I will also be as strong as my sister. Su Yirui looked at Su Zhe's expression and realized that she seemed to have destroyed his parent-child education, which played a strange role in demonstrating. Sister, how did you do it? Su Yirui thought for a while, and under Su Zhe's gaze, she said awkwardly, maybe it's because I eat too much. Su Budian said happily, then I also want to eat more. Sister, how many bowls of rice do you eat a day? Su Yirui compared three bowls. Leaving Su Zhe's home, Xia Shaochen couldn't wait to say to Su Yirui, Sister Yirui, I almost laughed just now. Fortunately I held back. God unity is strength. A chopstick keeps breaking. Ha 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 ha. Sister Yirui's strength is too great. A chopstick is easily broken. Director Su's face is black. Su Yirui also found it funny when she recalled, I just tried it. I didn't mean to embarrass Director Su. Fortunately, Director Su is not angry. Director Su and his daughter get along so interestingly. When will Sister Yirui marry Boss Yan and have a baby? Your baby is definitely the cutest and most beautiful baby in the world. Su Yirui, where did you think you went? I'm just thinking, you two are so good looking. Will your crystallization be against the sky? Su Yirui thought for a while, it may also mutate. Xia Shaochen curled his lips and shook his head and said, I don't know how Boss Yan will feel when he hears your words. Su Yirui, I'm also curious. After going back, Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi repeated these words to Yan Fingyi when they were on the phone. Yan Fingyi's reaction was different from what Su Yirui thought. Our baby is like you. Su Yirui blurted out, just like me, what about someone like me and someone else? Yan Fingyi, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Yirui, it's just what you said, not me. Yan Fingyi, do you want to be beaten? Su Yirui laughed and said, yes, I want to be beaten, come and hit me. Yan Fingyi, where to fight? Choose yourself, I'll come right away. Su Yirui was lying on the bed at this time. She turned over and tested on the edge of danger. Spanking? Yan Fingyi. Su Yirui knew that the joke was too much, and Yan Fingyi estimated that she would really come back, and hurriedly remedied it. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Yan Fingyi, I'm already changing clothes. Su Yirui laughed softly, no, don't come, I'm going to sleep. Don't sleep, open the door for me in half an hour. Su Yirui, do you want to see me so much? Come on? I don't want to see you, I want to spank you. Yan Fingyi's voice became low. Su Yirui's neck shrank, and her ears were numb. I suspect you were driving, but I have no evidence. Want evidence? I'll offer it to you when I come. Su Yirui's heart was beaten by this deadly voice. Chapter 89. Are you really here? Su Yirui's voice became inexplicably quieter. Didn't you say that you were going to catch a flight tomorrow morning? What do you think? Yan Fingyi laughed. Su Yirui paused for a moment and said angrily, liar. Okay, rest early, and I'll come back to accompany you. Yan Fingyi's tone was a little coaxing of a child. Su Yirui, I don't need you to accompany me, I'm busy, I took over a variety show, Next week I will go abroad first, and then I will go to the imperial capital to shoot a show. Yanfengyi, what time will you go next week? Su Yirui, on Thursday. If you come back on time, you can still see each other. Yanfengyi thought for a while and said, well, I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Su Yirui added, it takes a month to record a variety show, and if you don't come back, you will have to wait a month before you can see me. Yanfengyi, what variety show? I took it with Survival Adventure before, called Fashion eHome, which is a business experience program, a bit special, but what is it? You have to go to know it. This is the first season. Su Yirui went abroad to go shopping, and the program team told her in advance that before the official filming of the show, she and several other guests were required to transform into fashion buyers and buy some goods, which could be sold in the store at that time. Then it is necessary to complete the task according to the task card provided by the program team, and Su Yirui doesn't know what to do, so she takes Xia Xiaochen and Xiao Zhang to Europe to buy something first. Speaking of which, she hasn't gone shopping for a long time. The location of this shopping was Selfridges department store in the UK. Su Yirui did some homework before coming, and felt that although she was happy last time, she was too tired, and she happened to see that the concept of this department store is to create the world's best shopping place and provide the ultimate shopping experience, so she decided to go here. This time, in order to avoid the three of them being small and unable to take much, Su Yirui arranged the air transportation of the vehicle in advance, spending more than 100,000 yuan, and brought the car to the UK with it. As soon as I got out of the car, I drove straight from the airport to here. Along the way, Su Yirui was showing off her driving skills. Xia Xiaochen and Xiao Zhang were originally very nervous. After all, Su Yirui had only gotten her driver's license not long ago, but after sitting for a while, she was surprised to find that she was driving very steadily. Sister Yirui, why are you driving so well? This is an old driver. Su Yirui turned off the engine and parked the car. The old driver took us to fly. How much do you plan to buy today, Sister Yirui? Su Yirui thought for a while. No plan, no budget. Buy presumptuously. What do you want to take a fancy to? Just say. Don't be embarrassed. It's rare to come out. There will be no store after this village, but maybe I'll have fun buying it this time and come back soon. Xia Xiaochen and Xiao Zhang nodded vigorously. Okay. Then let's go in. Su Yirui's car was parked outside the door of the mall, which was full of luxury cars, and you could see some fashionably dressed foreign beauties throwing shopping bags into the car, which was indeed thrown. Each of them carried no less than 5 shopping bags, and threw them into the convertible supercar before getting in the car, and the movements were staggering. Xia Xiaochen was dazzled and whispered, Sister Yirui, I have already heard the drums of battle. Su Yirui, haha, yes, we are going to fight all day today, hoping to have a satisfactory spoils. Xia Xiaochen said, I used to see on the internet that during the winter and summer vacations, there will be a large number of Arab princes and princesses and other royal family members and Middle Eastern rich people coming here to fight. I don't know if it's true. If it's true, will we meet it later? Su Yirui, that's not true. Many domestic celebrities and rich people also like to come. Xiao Zhang was hurriedly sending a message to his girlfriend and asking her what she wanted. Xiao Zhang is not panicked when encountering problems. Baby, I can buy you the LV bag you said last time. I have arrived at Selfridges department store, but if you want to change to something else, it's too late. Xiao Zhang's girlfriend is called Qin Xingyi. She was shopping with her girlfriend when she received the news. When she saw the news, her eyes lit up. Where was she still thinking about shopping? She pulled her girlfriend to find a nearby coffee shop and sat down, and hurriedly went to the official website to see the new bag. My girlfriend asked curiously, your Zhangqi is rich, and he wants to buy you such an expensive bag? No, Zhangqi's boss took him to the UK to shop, saying that he was asked to buy one too, and the boss paid for it, so Zhangqi asked me to choose. I had wanted that LV bag for a long time, Zhangqi also knew, but since I went abroad, I could buy the latest model. I was hesitating whether to change to another one. Qin Xingyi smiled brightly. My girlfriend looked envious. Wow, this is too good. Why didn't I know Zhangqi's boss was so generous before? It's just that in the past 6 months, I suddenly became more generous. The last time I went abroad to see the world, I still took first class, but Zhangqi was broken. Tell me how energetic the first class is. A ticket costs tens of thousands of yuan. This time I took a first class cabin. I heard that in order to load things, even the car was airlifted. My girlfriend was so surprised that she couldn't speak for a long time. This is really rich and willful. If I have money, I am probably reluctant to let the assistant sit in first class with me. I am reluctant to sit myself. I guess it is good to give an economy class. Qin Xingyi said, then there is no way, of course we are reluctant to have no money, and no money limits our imagination. I don't know which star Zhangqi is working as an assistant to. Qin Xingyi thought for a while and hesitated, I don't know if I can say it. It's not a secret, I won't make a big deal out of it. Su Yirui, you know. I'm going, how could I not know Su Yirui? I like her recently, after watching Dreamless Realm, she is too sassy, and beautiful. Su Yirui asked people to say hello in advance, and went straight to the VIP room as soon as she passed. As soon as I entered, I received enthusiastic guidance from the salespeople here. Their attitudes were very enthusiastic, but they would not recommend products, which made Su Yirui very satisfied. The sofas here are custom-made, and it is very comfortable to sit on, which makes Su Yirui, who is tired from traveling, feel that the whole person has been relaxed. She fell into the soft sofa, took the lookbook given to her by the service staff, looked through it at will, and chose what she wanted. After looking at it for a while, Su Yirui immediately found that the goods here are indeed very complete, from luxury brands to designer brands, everything is available, and Su Yirui's fingers have to add a few pieces to the shopping cart every time she turns a page. Xia Xiaochen suddenly ran over and whispered to Su Yirui, Sister Yirui, I just saw that there is a bathroom here, this is too comfortable, try to take a bath. Then if you want to take a bath, you can take a bath. Su Yirui said casually. Xia Xiaochen shook his head, I'm not going, I'm just talking. Then you can sit for a while, the sofa is quite comfortable. Xia Xiaochen, Sister Yirui, how many things have you picked? Su Yirui looked at it, I ordered a bunch of them casually, it seems to be a lot. She called the service staff and said to them, this, and this, bring it all. Xia Xiaochen took a look, his eyes were straight, this is too much, but the service staff here don't seem to be surprised at all, they have become commonplace, who comes to the VIP room, which one is not the top rich, which one is not here to fight, otherwise it is strange. It didn't take long for more than a dozen people to move all the products selected by Su Yirui. Su Yirui didn't bother to try, so she took a casual look and said, wrap it all up. Xia Xiaochen looked at the dazzling array of things in front of him and said, Sister Yirui, why are you buying so many hats? And it's still the same color, there are more than a dozen kinds of red alone, peach, rose, dividend, crimson, burgundy, big red, all of them, and there are blue, aqua blue, sky blue, royal blue, Tiffany blue. Su Yirui, I like it, I think it's good looking. Xia Xiaochen, but the colors are all the same. Su Yirui, no, I feel good looking, anyway, just buy it. Okay, then don't you try the dozen or so bags just now. Su Yirui said suspiciously, do I still need to try the bag? Isn't it good for me to carry which one? Xia Xiaochen suddenly felt that he had asked a nonsense, it was a bag of tens of thousands of yuan, even if it was not good looking, there was the beauty of money. And on Su Yirui's back, can there be anything that doesn't look good? Xia Xiaochen shook his head, no, they are all very good looking. She just felt sorry for the money, it's only been half an hour, how much did you buy? Xia Xiaochen glanced at the bill when she followed Su Yirui to pay, and her eyes widened. How many zeros is that? Wait, let me count. After paying the bill, Su Yirui suddenly remembered that she hadn't bought anything for Xia Xiaochen and Xiao Zhang, and said that she would let them buy it too. Do you want to go downstairs for a stroll? I feel that it seems almost interesting to be in the VIP room, and it's quite cool to go directly to see things and get them. Xia Xiaochen nodded vigorously, yes, I just wanted to say this, looking at it on the lookbook, it's like looking at Taobao plus a shopping cart, how can you feel like you are directly scanning the shelf at a glance? Xiao Zhang, who is a straight man of steel, nodded in agreement, I also feel that I bought it too quickly just now, and I didn't enjoy the shopping process. Su Yirui. Okay, then let's do it again. Xia Xiaochen, God do it again, it's so cool. At this time, a service staff who had just served Su Yirui came over, she was proficient in 8 Chinese, so she was able to communicate with Su Yirui in fluent Chinese. Hello this lady, all the goods you just bought have been packed for you, do you take them away or do you need to mail them? Su Yirui thought that she had specially brought a car, but she didn't know how many things she would buy next, so she hesitated for a few seconds and said, please help me mail it. She asked Xiao Zhang to leave an address. Then he changed the high heels on his feet to a pair of flat shoes he had just bought, and was ready to go to the first floor with Xia Xiaochen to start shopping. There are 5 floors here, and it is not enough to spend a whole day shopping. After the two of them went to the first floor, Xiao Zhang's hand couldn't be taken, and his arms were full of shopping bags, and his whole body was about to be submerged. When she arrived at the second floor, Su Yirui saw a restaurant and said that it would be better to eat something first. Who knew that as soon as I entered, I met an acquaintance. And it's a bunch. Chapter 90. Several girls from the Shin family's Yen family and Wang Jingyi, whom she had met twice before, were all here. They were also quite surprised to see Su Yirui, maybe thinking of Yan Fengyi's relationship. They all came over to say hello to Su Yirui. What a coincidence, Miss Su. Xin Yuan showed a smile that she thought was elegant. Su Yirui's attitude was neither cold nor enthusiastic. It's a coincidence. They looked at the things Zhangqi was holding, thinking that Su Yirui had bought these when she came. Wang Jingyi smiled and said, "Did Miss Su only buy this little this time?" Su Yirui looked back at Zhangqi and did not answer. Everyone acquiesced to her. Xin Yuan said, "Why don't we take you to visit later? We come often, there are many places to visit here, and there are a few good shops opposite." Su Yirui said lightly, "No need." After saying that, she took Xia Xiaochen and Zhangqi and sat down at a distance from them. This is a fully transparent glass Italian restaurant. The style is very good. Su Yirui picked up the menu and ordered what she wanted to eat, and gave the menu to Xia Xiaochen and Zhangqi. The menu is all in English. Xia Xiaochen and Zhangqi's English is not bad, they can barely understand it, so the order is finished quickly. Su Yirui also ordered a bottle of red wine worth a lot of money, and this bottle of red wine and this meal have already started in 6 figures. Some people in the program team have been filming with her, but they won't eat here, only the photographer has found a place to stay with them. As soon as she finished eating, Su Yirui realized that Wang Jingyi and the others also had a photographer who followed. The two photographers still knew each other, and after listening to them, Su Yirui knew that Wang Jingyi participated in Fashion e-home like her, and others knew that Wang Jingyi had taken over this variety show, so they came here to buy things, and it is estimated that they also had the idea of wanting to be in the camera. Su Yirui and Wang Jingyi had an unpleasant experience in Lu Wenjuan's clothing store before, and now they are going to shoot a variety show together. Su Yirui has a hunch that it will be unpleasant again. But she doesn't care. If people don't offend me, I won't offend people. If Wang Jingyi provokes her, only Wang Jingyi will suffer. After leaving the restaurant, Su Yirui continued to go upstairs to fight, but she didn't expect those people to follow. As if they wanted to buy better than Su Yirui, which store Su Yirui bought from, they also had to come over to shop, and just like her, what Su Yirui bought, they would buy a little more than Su Yirui. Su Yirui smiled secretly. Compare with her purchasing power, then you can try. In the next 2 stores, when she saw Wang Jingyi and others walking in, she said to the shopping guide, "This bag comes in 1 color each, I want that, these are 2, wrap them all." Su Yirui turned on the big mode, swiped the card without blinking, saw what to buy. Bags, shoes, hats, perfumes, and cosmetics are like sweeping goods, and I can't wait to buy the whole store directly. The photographers who followed were stunned. Wang Jingyi learned Su Yirui's operation at the beginning and bought a few stores, but when she swiped her card, her face changed, and she avoided answering 2 phone calls, and she did not appear in front of Su Yirui again. Xia Xiaochen looked at the mountain of loot. "Sister Yirui, you bought so much, can you put it down at home? It's not just one house, if you can't put it here, just put it in another place." However, Xia Xiaochen's words did remind Su Yirui that she bought too much and it was a bit difficult to bring it back. She made a phone call and ordered a private jet to send things back directly by private jet when the time came. That night, Su Yirui stayed in the penthouse suite of the most luxurious hotel in the UK, and she separated from the program team after buying things, and did not let them follow the filming all the time. Back in Country A, the filming of Fashion e-home officially began, and the previous filming was all the tidbits of the pilot film. Decorating the store, running the store, and looking for brand sharing is what they really have to do. Su Yirui bought too many things in the UK, some were brought back directly by human flesh, some were sent back by helicopter, and some were mailed back, and they were piled up with Su Yirui's cloakroom and storage room, which was only put in 1/3, and 2/3, all of which were personally selected by Su Yirui, packed and airlifted to the imperial capital. The filming location of Fashion e-home was in the most prosperous commercial street of the imperial capital, and the program team rented a 200 square meter shop, divided it into 3 parts, and handed it over to 4 guests to operate. The 4 guests are fashion buyer, Xiao Han, popular star, Su Yirui, girl group member, Wang Jingyi, fashion designer, Zhong Yu. Judging from the lineup of guests, you know that this show takes the fashionable and young route. Several celebrity guests endured hardships to start a business together, and then showed and expressed their fashion concepts to the audience through the operation of trendy stores, bringing goods to the audience, a bit like purchasing, but joint promotion with the brand, which is still very interesting. In addition, the appearance of the guests is extremely high, and before the show starts, it is called a gorgeous variety show that walks on the cutting edge of fashion. The first meeting of the 4 guests was on the second floor of the store, which is a warehouse with a lounge, kitchen, and shower room. There was a large 5-meter-long table in the lounge, and everyone came here one after another, introduced themselves, and then began to divide the area. The store of more than 200 square meters is designed into 4 areas, which are responsible for 4 guests, but due to the geographical location and the orientation of the door, the 4 areas are relatively good and bad. So the program team asked them to draw lots to decide. Su Yirui's luck is good, and the second best area is drawn, and the entrance is close to the traffic light at the intersection, with a large flow of people and eye-catching. After the draw, the chief director of the show came over to them and said, "Now give you a day to arrange your own area, each of you has only 1 assistant, you can invite a foreign aide, please hurry up, after 24 hours, we will come to inspect the results, and the shopkeeper who does not meet the standard will be punished." Zhongyu asked, "What punishment?" The director said seriously, "The punishment for delaying the opening time by 1 day, that is, everyone is open for business, only your area is blocked, and the rearrangement is requested." Such a punishment is quite serious for them, not to mention the day's sales performance, and they have to be rearranged, which is equivalent to 24 hours of work in vain. So everyone cheered up and prepared to start arranging their own areas. Su Yirui has long thought about the style of her area. She plans to use silver, pink and gray as the main color, first change the color of the entire wall, and then replace the chandelier, which is inspired by her seeing a singer's clothing in a magazine some time ago. The foreign aide she invited was Su Qinglu. When she called Su Qinglu, she should be with Luo Yu. Su Yirui heard Luo Yu's voice on the phone. The two were sticky, which made Su Yirui think of Yanfengyi. She was a little busy these days and didn't take the initiative to contact Yanfengyi, but Yanfengyi sent her messages every night. Thinking of this, Su Yirui sent a message to Yanfengyi after calling Su Qinglu. Due to the invitation of foreign aid, the program team has already revealed it, so Su Qinglu has already been called to the imperial capital, and he can only come over with a phone call. But this time Luo Yu followed and was not in the plan. They were in a period of love. Luo Yu wanted to stay with Su Qinglu all the time, and when he heard that Su Qinglu was going to other places, he bought a ticket on the same flight as her without thinking about it. Su Qinglu saw that he had been on a long vacation recently, and he was fine anyway, so he didn't drive him away, and the two stayed at the hotel that Su Yirui booked for Su Qinglu together. Yesterday I stayed in the hotel, and the two stayed in the hotel for a day and a night, without going out, and even ordered food directly or ordered takeout. When Su Yirui called, Su Qinglu and Luo Yu were still asleep. The two hugged each other naked, and the quilt on their bodies was not covered properly, and they were covered crookedly, only covering their stomachs. Su Qinglu heard the sound, sighed, woke up, opened his eyes but found that he was hugged by Luo Yu and couldn't move. Her throat was dry. I don't know if it was last night. Looking at Luo Yu's sleeping face, she originally wanted to wake up Luo Yu and let him let go of herself, but she couldn't bear it at this time. Luo Yu sleeps really beautifully. His eyebrows are very good looking, the color is not strong and a little light, the brow bones are very high, the eyes are very quiet, the color of the lips is pink, there are no pores on the skin, there is a pimple on the nose, red and swollen, but not big, although it affects the appearance a little, but Su Qinglu feels that he is even cuter after this acne. She smiled and looked at him for a few seconds, reached out and touched his eyes, and the soft touch made her feel very happy. She carefully reached for the mobile phone placed on the bedside, and did not wake Luo Yu up. But as soon as she got her phone, Luo Yu woke up. "Sister, what are you doing?" Luo Yu slept in a daze and started calling her sister again. Recently, it's always a baby, the baby shouts randomly, and rarely calls her sister. At first hearing, Su Qinglu blushed a little and felt a little itchy. "Well, answer the phone." When Luo Yu heard this, he pursed his lips and said with slight dissatisfaction, "Who called you early in the morning?" Su Qinglu said kindly, "It's early in the morning, it's almost 10 o'clock, and you're getting up soon." "No, I still want to sleep." Luo Yu hugged Su Qinglu's waist and rubbed against her, "Sleep with me." "Don't make trouble, I'll answer the phone." Su Qinglu pushed him twice. Although Luo Yu was reluctant, he was still very obedient, snorted, turned over, and did not stop her again. Su Qinglu answered the phone. Knowing that she was asked to do foreign aid, he agreed, saying that he would arrive in an hour. Hearing this, Luo Yu sat up and hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Su Qinglu, "Help my sister." "Are you going now?" Su Qinglu got out of bed and put on his shoes. Luo Yu hugged her from behind. "No, I don't want you to go." Su Qinglu said dotingly, "Didn't I come here to help my sister? You know, you are good." Luo Yu, "Then you just abandoned me in the hotel like this?" Su Qinglu, "Play by yourself, I'll be back tomorrow." Luo Yu was unhappy. "What am I playing?" Su Qinglu picked up the clothes on the ground, threw them on the sofa next to him, and then took out a new set of clothes from the suitcase. "You can play games, play, or eat chicken." Luo Yu also got out of bed, read. Following Su Qinglu naked, "I don't want to play, it's boring." "You put on your clothes." Su Qinglu looked at his body, a little embarrassed. Luo Yu's figure is very good, although he has no muscles, but he has abdominal muscles, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, white skin, full of youthful youth. Just looking at it is exciting. "Don't wear it." Luo Yu's tone was a little arrogant, because Su Qinglu was about to leave him, so he expressed his dissatisfaction. "Then you can get naked." Su Qinglu smiled. "Then when will you come back?" "Tomorrow." Luo Yu thought for a while. "When is tomorrow?" "This time tomorrow." Luo Yu sighed heavily. "I want to go with you." Su Qinglu, "My sister is recording a show, and I will be photographed if I go. Do you want to be photogenic?" Luo Yu, "I don't want to, but I want to be with you." Su Qinglu was a little helpless, but also a little happy. "You should wait for me to go back in the hotel." "But I wonder what you should do." Chapter 91. Su Qinglu saw Su Yirui an hour later. She arrived on time. Su Yirui and Xia Xiaochen had already begun to arrange, but time was tight. Without Su Qinglu, the task could not be completed. Su Yirui asked her, "Where's your little boyfriend?" "Left in the hotel by you." Su Qinglu was a little embarrassed. Su Yirui teased, "Is he willing?" Su Qinglu blinked. "If you don't want to, you have to wait in the hotel." "Yes, my sister is also strong now." In the relationship between the sexes, there is always one strong and one weak, and if the man is weaker, the girl will be more powerful. "Okay, don't joke with me, didn't you call me to help?" "What to do?" Su Qinglu pushed Su Yirui. "Help me see which of my things can be put up for sale, right?" Su Yirui led Su Qinglu to her small warehouse, which was full of loot she had bought from abroad. Su Qinglu was shocked when he saw it. "You bought all this?" Su Yirui nodded. "You bought too much, you are wholesaling, you bought so many colors of the same style of hat." Su Qinglu looked at the mountain of goods in front of him. Su Yirui said calmly, "Take it to sell, I have a choice to be entangled, and I think it looks good, so I buy them all." Su Qinglu said helplessly, "It's good looking, this brand of hat is really good, and your vision has improved." Su Yirui, "Then please help me arrange it well." Just as the two were talking, the foreign aid invited by others also arrived one after another. During the 24-hour setup time, with the help of Su Qinglu, Su Yirui's group was completed ahead of schedule, and when the director of the program team came to accept the results, they were all slightly surprised. Su Yirui's sales area is full of goods, and all kinds of big-name luxury goods are filled with the entire container, and they look very comfortable at a glance, which makes people want to buy. Not to mention passers-by, even the director team wanted to choose a few products from Su Yirui. The next step is that Su Yirui and the others have to price according to the price of the goods, which also takes time. Everyone has been busy for so long. Su Yirui asked everyone else to go back to rest first, and stay alone to set the price. Su Qinglu was also worried that Luo Yu was waiting in a hurry in the hotel, so he went back to the hotel first, saying that he would just call her if she had anything to help. On the first day of business, there was a long queue outside the store, and the program team arranged for security guards to guard outside the door, and passers-by who wanted to come in to shop had to draw lots to enter the store to buy. But in order to achieve the effect of the program team deliberately waited for more than 10 minutes before letting people in. In order to avoid crowding, the program team only put in less than 10 people per hour. The area of the 4 guests is very different. The area belonging to the fashion designer Zone U is very simple and clean. There are few goods, streamlined and very stylish, all of them are designer brands. It is better to say that it is a product than a work of art. The area of fashion buyer Xiaohan is very different, with many decorations, leaning towards metal rock style, which is very attractive at first glance. And Wang Jingyi walks the girlish in style. Every corner of her area can be used to take pictures, and the color of the goods is also pink, only a little blue and white. Su Yirui's side is futuristic. The combination of gray, pink and silver is very avant-garde, exquisite with a little luxury, not high profile, but as long as you look at it, you will be easily attracted. The things she put on the shelves are all the most popular new models this year, many of which are limited editions, and her eyes will light up when she sees them, and she just wants to scream OMG. At the end of the day, Su Yirui's regional passenger flow and sales orders are relatively small, but the sales are far ahead. Because as long as the customers who come in will buy a lot, a customer will have to shop here for 40 minutes, and he is reluctant to leave. This is also because the items in other areas generally only have 2 or 3 colors at most, and Su Yirui here, there are more than 10 colors in a single product. This made customers also dazzled and simply bought everything they liked. Su Yirui also has her own way of selling things. She most often says, if you like it, buy it, if you don't buy it today, you will regret it when you go back, and not everyone can come here to shop, this time there is a chance, next time it may not be so lucky to come in, even if it comes in, the thing may not be there. These words, those who hesitated immediately made up their minds, and they were reluctant to put down their things. In addition, all the goods Su Yirui enters are limited editions, and even if you buy them abroad in person, you may not be able to find the same style. The last time she was abroad, she was the kind who emptied the entire store. As soon as many people arrived in Su Yirui's area, they screamed, holding shopping carts, and packed them into the car, saying that they didn't expect that a small store here could have the feeling of shopping in a luxury street abroad. At the end of business hours, Su Yirui's sales outperformed others and won the reward of the sales champion on the first day. And the second place is Wang Jingyi. She has the largest number of sales orders, but her sales are far inferior to Su Yirui's. Not to mention the other two. Fashion eHome updates 2 episodes a week, and updates 2 episodes every Friday night. Each episode lasts 45 minutes, and adopts the method of updating while filming. The audience needs to vote according to the program, evaluate the 4 guests, and select the best store owner in the audience's mind for each issue. Customers who go to the store to buy things every day will also have a small interview and vote, and then the program team will sum up these interview videos into a plus tidbit, which only VIP members of the video software can watch. On the night after the filming on the first day of opening, the post-editing editor of the program team worked overtime to edit the video, first handed it over to the director team to watch, and then sent it to the producer for review. Although Fashion eHome is a new program, the producer and the publicity team have done overwhelming publicity in the early stage. Coupled with Su Yirui's recent high popularity, her first variety show has gained a lot of attention, and now the second variety show she participated in is online, and many passers-by will also be curious to come and take a look. On the night of the show's premiere, there were still a lot of people watching. Although the number of people watching the premiere is not as good as a well-reputed program like Survival Adventure, it is already good for a new variety show. What's more, Fashion eHome is also the first star-run program in Country A, and opening a clothing store has never been done before. Everyone wants to see how celebrities run a store, how they sell things, and what their vision is. Before the broadcast, the publicity of the program team was also very eye-catching. What Su Yirui went abroad to buy blood, luxury cars drove to the door of department stores, and private jets transported goods. Such publicity methods have also made many passers-by curious about what Su Yirui bought abroad and how much she spent. Romanli has always liked to buy foreign trendy brands and luxury goods, and has long paid attention to the program Fashion eHome, and since she became a fan of Su Yirui, she often goes to Su Yirui's Weibo to pay attention to her news. After learning that Su Yirui participated in this show, she was even more looking forward to the broadcast of the show. On Friday night, after she finished eating, she picked up her tablet and opened the Lime TV app and watched the broadcast of Fashion eHome. Since it was the first episode, the program, which was originally scheduled to be updated at 8:30, was updated with a pilot film at 7 o'clock. When Romanli saw it, she was a little surprised. I thought I would have to wait a while, but I didn't expect to be able to watch it now. Watch the pilot film first, watch it in half an hour, and then watch the first issue directly. Open the pilot film. The beginning of the video is the night view of major cities in Country A, and the upper left corner of the screen shows that the time is more than 7 o'clock in the evening Beijing time. The picture flashed to the airport. The first guest appeared. Wang Jingyi is a native of Hong Kong, once elected as Miss Hong Kong, traveled to Country A and was favored by talent scouts, directly signed a contract with the best trainee company in Country A, debuted in a group the following year, and it didn't take long to start filming, and now the number of fans is more than 1 million. This time she participated in the variety show, and it was revealed that she was the daughter of a certain rich man in Hong Kong, confirming the identity of Baifume. Her brother personally posted a Weibo shout, saying that if she was short of money, she would say anything she wanted, and the character of the pet girl madman was also in place. Wang Jingyi took many sister groups to the UK at the airport. In front of the camera, Wang Jingyi and her Baifume sisters took a group photo at the airport. All of them were fair and beautiful, fans shouted that they were beautiful, and the young lady was really temperamental. Among them, there was also a girl who started a live broadcast and was recognized as the little princess of the Shen family. In this way, everyone believes that Wang Jingyi's family is very rich, she is a proper white rich and beautiful, and she can have such a good relationship with the little princess of the Shen family. People like them never associate with people who are not in their own circle. Romanli had also come into contact with the little princess of the Shen family before, and was very impressed by her, and when she saw this, she knew that Wang Jingyi's family must have very good conditions. Sure enough, as soon as the picture turned, it was the picture of them appearing on the streets of England. These girls, holding hands, strolled through the streets of England together, laughing and taking pictures, and the atmosphere was particularly good. They were tired of taking pictures, so they proposed to go to the mall. When they arrived at the mall, they went directly into the VIP room, and each of them bought something casually and suddenly felt interesting, so they went to an Italian restaurant on the second floor to eat. Although these trivial things seem to be nothing to watch, in the eyes of netizens, it is quite interesting to be able to see the lives of these rich and beautiful people. As soon as the pilot film was released, the number of people watching online had reached 10 million. Soon, the camera jumped to the streets of Country A, and the night scene in Country A was actually very good, especially the night view of the magic capital, accompanied by light rain, which was particularly romantic and vivid. It also makes people feel romantic. At this time, it began to play how fashion buyer Xiao Han and his designer friends chose products that they were satisfied with in many niche brand stores in the magic capital, and Xiao Han and his friends discussed the current situation of domestic fashion. The content is very thought-provoking. A lot of things get to the point. From here, everyone felt that the content of this program was indeed dry goods, which was very good. But Romanli was not very interested. She thought to herself, it's been 10 minutes. Why hasn't Su Yirui come out yet? She still wants to see Su Yirui. I don't feel much for other people. Just as she was thinking, Su Yirui finally came out. A luxury car drove all the way to the door of the most famous department store in the UK. The driver's door opened, and a pair of long legs stretched out, and the slender white legs were imaginative. Su Yirui walked out of the car wearing a black skirt, followed by two assistants, full of aura, and looked unusual. What happened next was even more eye-opening. Although they are all purchased in the VIP room, Su Yirui's pros and cons of buying things are really jaw-dropping. Listen to her, this, and this, I want them all. This kind of words simply make people feel like they have reached heaven. What could be more enjoyable and relaxing than buying, and relaxing? Romanli likes to go shopping every time she is in a bad mood. The so-called cure for all diseases is almost the same as this. Watching others buy bags is also a pleasure. Not only did Romani think this way, but all the audience watching came up with an idea. It's good to have money. Su Yirui even bought more than a dozen platinum bags, large and small, and different colors. The speed at which this money is spent is shocking. Does Su Yirui's family have gold and silver mountains? Chapter 92. After watching the pilot film, everyone was shocked by Su Yirui's purchasing power. Romanli couldn't help but wonder if she could still be considered Baifume. She also went to the department store where Su Yirui went and entered the VIP room, but compared to Su Yirui, she was simply weak. She buys 3 limited edition bags a year, and she used to think she could buy them. Look at Su Yirui, she now wants to fly abroad to have a bloody fight. While opening the first issue of the feature film, Romanli sent a message to the little sisters, wanting to form a group to buy together. The first issue of the feature film is also very interesting. Su Yirui invited Su Qinglu to help arrange, put all the goods on the shelves in just 24 hours, and also decorated the store of dozens of square meters so high. Compared with the style of several other guests, Romanli felt that she still liked Su Yirui the most. Moreover, the goods on the shelves of Su Yirui are all very to her liking, and she is very excited to see them. Roman Lee sent a link to the show to the sister group, and the Amway sisters went to watch the show together. Her sisterhood was quite idle, and several of them ran to see Amway after eating it. After Romani finished reading, she was ready to buy a ticket to go to the imperial capital. She thought about it and simply went to visit the store in person, so that she could not only meet Su Yirui herself, but also buy in her store, killing two birds with one stone. But when she bought the ticket, she learned the news that because the popularity of the store was too strong, there was a long queue in front of the store before dawn every morning, which seriously affected the traffic, and later the program team was complained. Not long after today's program update, the program team announced on Weibo that in the future, the store will adopt an online registration lottery system, and those who want to go to the store to shop and consume must fill in the information on the official website of the program group to register, and then be randomly selected by the program team. At this time, the sisters in the group all came back after watching the show, and they were all like her, and Su Yirui was aroused by Su Yirui's desire to shop. Girls are born to like shopping, not to mention that they have a good family background, no worries about food and clothing, and they often go to the sea to shop together. Romanli suggested that she simply go to the imperial capital and go to the store in the show, and everyone agreed. Several people went to the official website to sign up together, and also sent friends to find interested friends to go together. There are many people and great power, more than a dozen people signed up, and 2 people were really drawn. Roman Lee is one of them. When she received a text message notifying her that she had a place to enter the store, Romani was still a little excited. The date allowed to enter the store was within a week, so Roman Lee took her 2 girlfriends and set off. Since there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the store every day, they have to queue up when they get to the place. Those who are at the back of the line may wait a day for their turn to close the store and still can't get in, so many people come to line up early in the morning. Romanli and her friends were inexperienced and didn't know the situation, so they came late the first time, and by the time they arrived at the place, there were already 2 streets in line at the door. Finally arrived at them, only to be told that there was only the last set of places and the store was about to close. And there are 3 groups of people in front of them. This day has been waited in vain. After waiting for a day, if you just leave, how unwilling it would be. Romanli and a few little sisters didn't agree to leave like this, so they came to line up early the next morning, and luck was good, and it didn't take long for them to take their turn. After entering, Romanli and the others did not go directly to Su Yirui's area. The other 2 little sisters liked Zongyu's designer clothes very early, so they came for Zongyu. Only Romanli liked Su Yirui. But the minority obeyed the majority, and Romanli still followed them to Zongyu first. As a result, Zongyu's side was full of designer-style clothes, which were almost admirable, and it was a bit embarrassing to buy and wear. The 3 of them walked around and only bought a hat and a slightly more normal cutout shirt. After leaving Zongyu's area, Romanli went straight to Su Yirui's side. When they arrived at Su Yirui, the eyes of the 3 of them lit up. They seemed to have been ignited with a blazing fighting spirit. Su Yirui's area is really easy to buy, every product is very good looking, there are many styles, there are many colors, almost all of them are limited editions, and even a few bags that are particularly difficult to buy. Apart from the high price, there are no disadvantages at all. And it will also make people choose to be entangled, just want to put all the colors in. By the time the 3 of them arrived, there were already 4 customers inside. Everyone had 2 goods in their hands, but they were reluctant to leave and were still shopping. Romanli and the little sisters looked at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts. Most of the time, customers come to self-service shopping, but generally when they come in, Su Yirui will come forward to greet them, introduce the style of the products in her store, and recommend things that she thinks are suitable for customers. Seeing Romanli, Su Yirui did the same. At first, Romanli didn't see Su Yirui, she kept looking at the goods in the store, thinking about what she wanted to buy, until Su Yirui walked up to her. Romanli almost exclaimed. Su Yirui herself is much better than in the photo and even on TV, her skin is white and shiny, her facial features are more 3-dimensional, and she can smell a faint fragrance as soon as she walks in. The whole person is full of a goddess atmosphere. Romanli rarely beats faster because of a woman, but at this moment, she held her breath because of Su Yirui, and her heart was beating violently. Welcome. Su Yirui smiled and said, I am very happy to serve you. What Romanli was thinking at the moment was that this woman smiled as if she could glow, making people want to give her everything. In the end, Romanli and her sisters bought hundreds of thousands of yuan as soon as they bought Su Yirui, and when they finally left, almost all the things in the store were sold out. Because they take whatever they see, they buy it as if they don't want money, which makes other customers feel like they are crazy. Obviously every product is not low, but these customers just buy it into the atmosphere of a shopping mall sale. In addition to the three of them, the others also rushed to buy until the end of business hours, and the things on the shelves were all sold. However, fortunately, Su Yirui's warehouse was well stocked, and before the next day's business, she took out something to make up for it. This is not the first time this has happened, and it has been like this almost every day since opening. However, no matter how much inventory of goods in Su Yirui's warehouse is, it cannot withstand the customers who come to sweep the goods every day. The program team has new tricks. 5 days later, arrange for the guests to contact the brand or domestic designers in person to contact the cooperation. The program team found more than a dozen clothing brands and independent designers for the guests, but whether they can negotiate cooperation depends on the guests' own skills. It just so happens that Su Qinglu's self-created brand is among the brands provided by the program team. Su Yirui doesn't have to work hard at all, she can directly cooperate with the brand designed by Su Qinglu and get the goods at the most suitable price. This matter is completely win-win for both of them. Each guest can cooperate with 3 or 5 brands, and the guests themselves will contact the brand to reach cooperation, and there will be tasks. In addition to cooperating with Su Qinglu, Su Yirui also took a fancy to 3 other brands, one of which is an international big brand, one is a very mature domestic fashion brand, and there is also a brand of emerging designers recommended by Su Qinglu. Unfortunately, Wang Jingyi's intentional brand collided with Su Yirui. So much so that when she went to negotiate with the brand later, Su Yirui ran into her twice in a row. The brand owner and their appointment are the same time and place, which means that the two have to compete at the same time. Before going, Wang Jingyi had already found a relationship, not only leaving her father's relationship, but also dragging her friends to inquire, and got a lot of inside information, such as Kelly, the person in charge of Brand C Country A who came to talk about cooperation today. Kelly's information, Wang Jingyi also got it in advance and did a lot of homework. If she can negotiate cooperation with Family C, then she will definitely be able to suppress Su Yirui in the show. After all, C's new products this year are about to be launched on the market, and Fashion eHome has also negotiated with the brand. If it can finalize the cooperation, it will be sold in the only store of Fashion eHome through the program. Wang Jingyi also wants to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with C brand owners, and maybe she can become the ambassador of this brand in the future. Then her status in the fashion circle will also rise and she will be of great help. When she arrived at the place, Wang Jingyi saw Su Yirui, who arrived earlier than her. Su Yirui only brought an assistant over, and Su Qinglu did not accompany her. Wang Jingyi is even more confident. In the process of recording the show these days, she also saw that Su Qinglu gave Su Yirui a lot of help. With Su Qinglu, Su Yirui's winning rate will be much higher. But today Su Yirui didn't know what to think, so she didn't bring Su Qinglu over. Wang Jingyi thought to herself, this is God's help to her, and today she will definitely be able to negotiate cooperation with C brand. Please wait here for a moment, our manager has something delayed, and we will come over later. A woman dressed as a secretary came over and took Su Yirui and Wang Jingyi to the lounge. Su Yirui and Wang Jingyi sat for a few minutes, and no one spoke. After all, neither of them dealt with each other. Wang Jingyi looked at the camera brother who had been following them, hesitated for a moment, but still took the initiative to talk to Su Yirui. Under the camera, Wang Jingyi didn't want the audience to feel that the two were not compatible, so as not to have any bad impact on her. Wang Jingyi, Sister Yirui, are you nervous? It's okay. Su Yirui replied lightly. Wang Jingyi talked about her understanding of the C brand on her own, which was like a treasure, talking about the brand concept and style of C, and even analyzed this year's new products. Su Yirui occasionally took a sentence, her attitude was still lukewarm, even if Wang Jingyi deliberately threw the words to Su Yirui still didn't react. This made Wang Jingyi a little embarrassed. She originally wanted to see Su Yirui embarrassed, but Su Yirui only used a cold eye to watch, and she cracked it, and even made her very passive. Looking at Su Yirui's cold appearance, Wang Jingyi secretly said in her heart, when you become my defeated general, let's see if you can maintain this appearance. After a while, the person in charge, Kelly, finally appeared, but she didn't come to the lounge. Her face was ugly, and there were several people with their heads bowed behind her. Although they spoke in English, their voices were not small. Su Yirui listened to a general idea and knew that something was wrong with the catwalk, and Kelly was losing her temper with the people below. The secretary carefully leaned over to tell Kelly that Su Yirui and Wang Jingyi were already waiting. Kelly's footsteps paused for 2 seconds, said to let them wait another 10 minutes, and then left. The secretary had no choice but to come over and apologize to Su Yirui and the others, send 2 cups of coffee, and asked Su Yirui and Wang Jingyi to wait a little longer. I don't know if this is the effect of the program team's arrangement. In short, Su Yirui and Wang Jingyi came to talk about cooperation this time, and it didn't go well at the beginning. It took about 15 minutes for the secretary to finally come over and tell them that they could meet. Su Yirui came early, so she went in first. Wang Jingyi is not worried. It is not good to go first. Su Yirui must not be fully prepared by her, not to mention, she still has the help of insiders. But just when she was waiting for Su Yirui to come out and go in by herself, Su Yirui and Kelly walked out together and announced that they had reached a cooperation. Wang Jingyi looked at them in disbelief, and even suspected that she had heard it wrong. Wang Jingyi's English proficiency is good, so she can't understand such simple English, but Kelly actually said that she had decided to cooperate with Su Yirui. What is the situation? Wang Jingyi took 2 steps forward, and said with a smile, I think you can look at my plan before making a decision. Kelly, no, I've decided to work with Miss Su, I like her. Wang Jingyi didn't know how Su Yirui did it. If it weren't for in front of everyone, she really wanted to grab Su Yirui and ask clearly. The next day, after Wang Jingyi inquired from many sources, she learned that Kelly agreed to cooperate with Su Yirui, and an important reason was that Su Yirui helped her solve a problem. That day, Kelly was furious in front of her subordinates because there was a problem with the catwalk venue and there was a temporary shortage of models. After Su Yirui went in, she directly told Kelly that she could help, and she helped her get the venue with a phone call, and even she could find models, and several models that Su Qinglu Studio had cooperated with all year round happened to be in the imperial capital now. Kelly was very happy. She took a fancy to Su Yirui's image and temperament and the new products launched by C this year, so she agreed to cooperate with her, and also agreed to let her personally wear the cooperation style with Fashion e-Home for publicity. I thought I was sure of it, but I didn't expect Su Yirui to snatch the opportunity to cooperate casually. Wang Jingyi was half angry, so she pinned her hopes on several other brands. Who knew that the cooperation opportunity of one of her most optimistic domestic fashion brands was also snatched away by Su Yirui? By the time she went to the other company to talk about cooperation, Su Yirui had already taken the lead and walked out talking and laughing with others. In the end, although Wang Jingyi still successfully talked about the 5 cooperative brands, the 2 she wanted the most at the beginning were all snatched away by Su Yirui. Since then, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Wang Jingyi is not pleasing to the eye. By the time of the 3rd issue of Fashion e-Home, it was reported on the internet that Wang Jingyi and Su Yirui were not compatible, and even 3 other families were grouped to exclude Su Yirui. After all, Su Yirui's family is dominant, and the other 3, except for Wang Jingyi, have really poor performance and sales, and after they and Wang Jingyi huddled together, they thought of many ways to attract customers and achieved some results. Su Yirui also had many problems here, and it happened to be the time for Su Yirui and V Yen to make an appointment to shoot a commercial. Su Yirui also negotiated with the program team before that she would take 4 days off to go abroad to shoot commercials, so the program team invited a flying guest to help Su Yirui and temporarily replaced Su Yirui as the store manager. At first, in order to keep it confidential, the program team did not tell Su Yirui who the flying guest was. It wasn't until Su Yirui arrived in France that she learned from Su Qinglu that the flying guest was actually Lin Yu. She and Lin Yu haven't seen each other for a long time, both of them are very busy with work, and they don't have time to chat, plus Su Yirui is in love, so they won't contact him. The last time I contacted him was when we played games together, and then I just liked it in the circle of friends and didn't say anything. Knowing that it was Lin Yu who helped, netizens were excited and crazy, and the CP fans who had been silent before became active again. Chapter 93 V Yen Company's branch in France is larger than the domestic one, and as soon as Su Yirui arrived in France, someone came to pick her up and took Su Yirui to the hotel that had been arranged a long time ago. For this shoot, not only did Su Yirui make a lot of preparations early, but V Yen Company also started planning the itinerary half a month in advance. On the first day of meeting, Chris, the person in charge of V Yen in France, came over with about 20 people from the makeup, photography, and props team, and the whole team was very professional, all of whom served Su Yirui. Chris is Italian, but he speaks a little Chinese and English, so it's not a problem to communicate. Seeing Su Yirui, Chris's expression was also very indifferent, and his tone of speech could only be barely polite. When he learned that the group had finalized Su Yirui to be the brand spokesperson, he was very unoptimistic. With the international popularity and reputation of V Yen jewelry, the spokesperson of V Yen must be first class in terms of image, temperament, or international influence. Su Yirui's name, he hadn't even heard of it. The president chose her as a spokesperson, and for what reason, made him doubt. Even if Su Yirui's appearance is indeed beautiful, it is nothing to be good-looking. There is never a shortage of beautiful women in this world. He also made up his mind that if there was any problem in the process of filming the commercial, if Su Yirui did not show that she was worthy of the identity of this spokesperson, she might not be able to sit firmly in this spokesperson's position. Anyway, the spokesperson has not yet been officially announced, and everything will have to wait until the commercial is filmed. Chris discussed with the stylist and chose the style of the first outfit based on Su Yirui's image and temperament. This stylist was hired by Chris and has styled many international actresses. The first outfit she chose for Su Yirui was a blue slip dress, which was simple in style, but made of relatively few materials, exposed a large area of her back, and the line of her back was breathtakingly beautiful. The slim design of the skirt exposes her extremely slender waist, and the design of the V-neck allows her to expose her delicate collarbones, and the length of the skirt reaches her knees. The makeup is also determined after the stylist and the makeup artist discussed. Light brown eyebrows, the line is outlined very slender, soft and sultry. The eye makeup has been worn for a long time. Su Yirui is a typical East Asian look, although the eyebrows and eyes are not deep, but her eyes are gorgeous and charming, different from Europeans and Americans, with a bit of indescribable laziness and charm. In order to highlight these eyes, the makeup artist put a lot of effort into eye makeup, and the blue eye makeup reveals a hint of innocence in the enchantment. Her lipstick is cow's blood color, sexy and cool, but not exaggerated at all. After the styling was done, even the picky Chris was satisfied. He personally took out the jewelry he was going to use for the commercial film today and handed it to the stylist. The stylist carefully took it and prepared to put it on Su Yirui. The first set of jewelry is a luxurious mermaid collection, this year's designer's new model, and it is also the daily style of V Yan's main high jewelry this year, inspired by the mysterious and noble mermaid, launched a new collection called Mermaid. The Mermaid collection is made up of 6 unique designs that are timeless and elegant. The characteristics of mermaids in the sea are expressed in another form. Sapphires, aquamarines, and diamonds are used in each piece of jewelry, and the 3 colors of gemstones create a moving symphony that is like a mermaid singing a beautiful song on the sea. After wearing the brilliant and gorgeous diamond necklace, Su Yirui's neck became more and more beautiful and dazzling, and her skin seemed to glow under the luster of diamonds, white and beautiful, shining with brilliance. Entering the studio, Su Yirui exudes a seductive charm under the camera. She swings her body according to the movements required by the photographer, and every detail is beautiful. In particular, there is a scene. Su Yirui is half kneeling, like a mermaid, her legs are together, her posture is beautiful, she is sideways, her head is lowered, she slowly looks forward, and raises her hand, as if swimming on the sea, towards the shore. Her cold eyes exude a fatal attraction. It's cold, but it's extremely beautiful, and there is a kind of determination to break through the water. Just like the pendant around her neck, it blooms with its intoxicating elegance. Su Yirui's performance under the camera surprised Chris very much. He looked at Su Yirui, his eyes were closely attracted to her. He seemed to understand the reason why the headquarters chose her as the spokesperson of V Yen jewelry. Under her background, V Yan's jewelry has indeed become more eye-catching. No, it should be said that with her, these jewels of V Yen seem to have found the most suitable owner. It was perfect. Today's shooting for Su Yirui is a very powerful photographer. V Yen has been working with him for a long time, and he personally directs every season's jewelry blockbusters. The blockbusters he shot in previous years are very fashionable and impressive. After filming all day, I only took 3 sets of clothes, and the Mermaid series alone was not finished, not to mention the remaining Candy series and Sky series. In order to hurry up, Su Yirui rushed over early the next morning. Today is the Sky series, which was originally scheduled to shoot a black and white blockbuster, but Chris changed his mind at the last minute. V Yen has a set of wedding jewelry blockbusters every year, and after the success of the black and white style in the past few years, the black and white style has become a major symbol of it, and there will be a black and white style theme every season. After watching Su Yirui shooting yesterday, he had an idea. He discussed with the photographer for a long time, and both of them were very excited, and even Italian and French were mixed, and Su Yirui couldn't understand them at all. After a while, Chris came over to tell her what he thought. He told it in English, and after Su Yirui understood, her eyes lit up. I think it's a great idea. Chris looked at her appreciatively, then do it. The non-stop filming for 3 consecutive days made Su Yirui tired enough to choke, but she had to return to Country A to continue recording the show, so she had to hurriedly pack up her things and take the plane back. Before leaving, Chris expressed his appreciation and love for Su Yirui for him, changing his indifferent attitude, and even the photographer asked Su Yirui for contact information and expressed his desire to cooperate with her in the future. Xia Xiaochen was saying all the way that when the photographer took pictures of Su Yirui, his eyes were like love, very romantic. Su Yirui didn't feel anything. When she was filming, she was undistracted, and she didn't think about anything else except being immersed in the role given to her by the photographer. However, Xia Xiaochen's words made her think of Yanfengyi, thinking that when Yanfengyi looked at her, it really made her legs weak and her heart beat faster. Speaking of which, the two haven't seen each other for a long time. Before getting on the plane, Su Yirui made a phone call to Yanfengyi, but no one answered, so Su Yirui had to send him a few messages, saying that she had returned to Country A and was about to board the plane, and it was estimated that she would not be able to contact Yanfengyi for a long time, so Yanfengyi didn't worry. She thought that only 2 minutes after the news was sent, as soon as Su Yirui got on the plane, Yanfengyi's call came. Sorry, I was in a meeting just now. Yanfengyi's voice was tired. It could be seen that he hadn't rested well for a long time, and Su Yirui rarely heard his voice so hoarse. I know, I think I'm busy enough. You're busier than me. Didn't you sleep last night? Su Yirui looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes before the plane took off. I slept for 3 hours. Yanfengyi thought for a while. Then you are really difficult enough. It is not easy to be the president, and it is not easy to inherit the family business. Su Yirui sighed half-jokingly. Fortunately, all I inherited was money. The hundreds of billions of inheritance inherited by Su Yirui are all money, stocks, real estate, etc., and special people are hired to manage them, and there are very few things that require Su Yirui to bother. I'm used to it. Yanfengyi didn't feel tired. He had been like this all these years. In the past, his life was only work, although he was happy, but he always lacked a lot of vitality, and now with Su Yirui, everything became more worth looking forward to. Whatever you do, you will think of her. Yanfengyi said, I will be back soon, wait for me. Su Yirui smiled, well, okay. At this time, the flight attendant came over and reminded Su Yirui that it was time to turn off her mobile phone. Hello, the plane is about to take off. Please turn off your mobile phone or adjust it to airplane mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. Su Yirui nodded, and then whispered to Yanfengyi, I'm going to hang up the phone, you come back to have dinner together. Yanfengyi, what else? Su Yirui, wait for you to come back and walk the dog together. I miss you. Yanfengyi's voice became more and more gentle and delicate. Su Yirui paused, me too. How much do you think? How to prove it? Yanfengyi asked. Su Yirui lowered her voice very low, I can't wait to throw you on the bed to prove how much I miss you now. Then listen to your convenience. Su Yirui, okay, bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, she heard Xia Xiaochen snickering next to her. What are you laughing at? Sister Yirui and Mr. Yan have a really good relationship. Xia Xiaochen's eyes were full of ridicule. On the night Su Yirui returned to Country A, her becoming the spokesperson of V Yan Country A was officially announced. This incident has set off a wave of discussion in the domestic fashion circle, and the brand V Yan is also well known in Country A, although it is a high-end jewelry brand, but the national degree is not low, but also because of the advertising investment of this brand. Even if most people can't afford it, there are many people who know about it. No one expected that V Yan would choose Su Yirui as the spokesperson, not a brand ambassador, but a spokesperson, which is not ordinary. And this endorsement was signed for 3 years. 3 years is not a short time. V Yan is a jewelry brand under the Yan Group, and it has been rumored that Su Yirui and the shareholders of the Yan Group have some kind of shady relationship. Netizens have left messages on V Yan's official website. Why is Su Yirui the spokesperson of V Yan? I have always liked V Yan's jewelry, I have been buying it for several years, and after changing to Su Yirui, I feel that this brand has become low, and I will never buy it again. I don't think Su Yirui is suitable to be the brand spokesperson of V Yan. V Yan has always been known for its noble and elegant style. Su Yirui's temperament is not in line. I strongly hope that the brand can replace Su Yirui. and there are many female stars in Country A who are more suitable than her. Su Yirui will only ruin V Yan's reputation and image for many years. She is full of black material, and her image is not good. Why did she choose her as a spokesperson? Such negative voices came one after another, and soon flooded the message area of the official website. However, V Yan's official not only did not reply, but also released a shocking news. The promotional advertisement for V Yan's latest jewelry collection starring Su Yirui will be announced at the spokesperson press conference a week later, and will also be broadcast in prime time during the Super Bowl halftime. This was V Yan's first ad in the Super Bowl, so he bought more than a minute of advertising space. When they see the word Super Bowl ads, some people don't understand what it means. But those who understand, their eyes widened instantly. You know, a 30-second Super Bowl ad is worth more than $5 million. And V Yan came for more than a minute, which is too rich. But this is an advertisement endorsed by Su Yirui, and Su Yirui really can't rest assured. Is it really worth it? It's too risky. Can Su Yirui really make V Yan return to his original cost? If the performance is too bad, wouldn't V Yan lose his wife and soldiers, and die at a loss? At the beginning, V Yan's loyal customers, who only left messages questioning Su Yirui's identity as the spokesperson, were going crazy, and netizens couldn't imagine that V Yan would do this. Chapter 94. There was a lot of noise on the internet about Su Yirui's endorsement of V Yan, and Su Yirui immediately threw herself into the filming of Fashion-y Home as soon as she returned to Country A. This time she came back from France, and due to the rush of time, she didn't go shopping, but she still asked the staff to buy a lot of gifts, and when she got them back, she gave them to several guests and studio staff who were filming together. Naturally, it includes Lin Yu, a flying guest who was invited by the program team to help Su Yirui. Lin Yu is still the same as when she saw it before, handsome and delicate. When a female customer came in, he stood next to him and did not take the initiative to speak. Others asked him. He replied honestly. These days Su Yirui also heard that after Lin Yu came, her regional sales became significantly less. The reason is that he is too straight and sincere, and his aesthetics are not very good. The style of clothes he chose was not liked by female customers. Either the style was strange or the color was too exaggerated. It's like a straight man picking lipstick for his girlfriend, either Barbie pink or flesh pink. It's suffocating, and only a few look normal. However, the boy's clothes he chose received a good response. Su Yirui came over with the gift, first went to another area to give to other guests, and then returned to her own area. Lin Yu was hanging clothes, tall and thin. He was wearing a red sweatshirt, black cargo pants, a hat, and a small bag on his back, but it was very fashionable. Su Yirui had never seen him dressed like this before, and he didn't recognize him from behind. After Lin Yu turned around, Su Yirui saw his face, and she said with some surprise, Lin Yu. Lin Yu's first words when he saw Su Yirui were, Sister Yirui. Long time no see, thank you for your help these days. Lin Yu smiled embarrassedly. His smile was shallow, and his dimples were also shallow. No, I didn't help anything. No, you can come to help. I heard that you have been exhausted for the past 2 days. Su Yirui took out a gift. This is the gift I bought for you. Lin Yu blinked, a pair of eyes like a deer, flickering and flashing with innocence. Thank you, Sister Yirui. No thanks, you open it and take a look. The gift was specially chosen by Su Yirui for Lin Yu, and it felt very suitable for him. Is a rabbit-shaped hat. When Lin Yu saw the gift, his expression was stunned. What is this? Su Yirui smiled and said, it's a hat. Lin Yu, it's pink. Yes, it's cute, it's suitable for you. Lin Yu's cheeks turned pink. Yes. Have it? You try. Lin Yu looked at her hesitantly, then at the camera, and slowly put on his hat. The pink and white rabbit ears stood on his head for a long time, and they would move when the strap was pulled, which was so cute. Lin Yu, is it really suitable? Su Yirui nodded, it's good looking. Lin Yu was dubious and said a little shyly, that's good. Not to mention, Lin Yu wears this hat, he really looks like a little white rabbit. Then today, why don't you wear a hat? Maybe customers will see you so cute and buy it as soon as you recommend it. Lin Yu thought of his worrying performance and was a little moved. Will it? Yes. Su Yirui felt that if she was a customer, she would definitely spend a lot of money if she had such a cute baby Lin Yu rabbit to serve her. Then I'll listen to Sister Yirui. Su Yirui saw that he was so well behaved, and really wanted to reach out and pinch his rabbit ears. Okay, look at your performance, start working, it's about to open. She hasn't come for several days, and the style of the store has changed a lot, and I have to say that Lin Yu's level of choosing clothes is worrying, and the level of matching clothes is not good. Su Yirui took a deep breath. It seemed that she was busy today. Su Yirui learned a lot from Su Qinglu. Before it was Su Qinglu who matched her clothes to style, she saw too much. She also had some of her own ideas. A few days ago practiced and found that the effect was not bad. Many customers liked her matching clothes, and they bought a whole set of them. Today is temporarily unable to restock, so she plans to reassemble all the clothes that Lin Yu picked, at least not red with green, red with yellow, casual sweatshirt with floral mermaid skirt, such a magical combination. I really don't know how Lin Yu made it. When she was in France, her eyes widened when she saw these matching photos. However, he matches the boys' clothes very well, with a sense of design, trendy and cool. This is Su Yirui's shortcoming, and she still has to learn from Lin Yu. Lin Yu, help me take off all the clothes worn by the female model. Su Yirui gave Lin Yu a task. Lin Yu stayed for several seconds before digesting Su Yirui's words. Me? Yes, I'll go to the warehouse to take a look. You can just take it off and put it aside. After Su Yirui finished speaking, she went to the warehouse, leaving Lin Yu alone messy in front of the camera. He looked at the female models at a loss, walking over but not knowing where to start. In the past 2 days, he asked the female staff to help put on and take off the clothes on the female model, although he matched the outfit, but he always felt a little embarrassed. However, if he asked him to tell Su Yirui that he was embarrassed to do it, he couldn't say it, so he had to bite the bullet and do it. His struggle was all recorded on camera. It's a little funny and a little cute. I saw Lin Yu walking up to the fake model, adjusting the model's hand upwards, then pulling the clothes on the model's body and pulling it up, and took it off very easily. He closed his eyes and whispered, "I'm sorry." Then he accelerated his movements, quickly tore off the skirt on the model's body, and kept saying sorry. After taking off one, the other was concocted in the same way, but his face became more and more red. When Su Yirui came out, Lin Yu was facing away from her, holding the fake model, and carefully took it out of the window, muttering, "It'll be fine soon, right away." Su Yirui said suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Lin Yu froze and slowly turned around. "It's nothing, it's just this one, I've taken off the rest." Su Yirui turned her head and saw several fake models standing side by side next to her, and sneered, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Seeing Su Yirui smiling, Lin Yu became more and more embarrassed, his eyelids drooped, and he didn't dare to look directly at Su Yirui for a long time. Su Yirui changed all the clothes on the female model. She found some clothes with simple colors and special styles in the warehouse, picked and chosen, and rematched them, and the style of the area changed back to the original appearance, but the overall design sense was stronger and more diversified. Seeing these changes, Lin Yu's eyes widened. Sister Yirui is so powerful. Okay, get ready to open. Today is your last day here, let's break through the performance together. Su Yirui cheered Lin Yu up. Lin Yu nodded and whispered, Su Yirui frowned, "So quiet, I don't have any confidence at all." Lin Yu quickly raised his volume and said loudly, "I'll do my best." Seeing his well-behaved and obedient appearance, Su Yirui was very pleased. But as soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, a customer came in. Seeing Lin Yu wearing a hat with rabbit ears, several girls held back their screams, stood at the door and kept stomping their feet, very excited, wanted to take a photo with Lin Yu, but were embarrassed to speak. In the end, they bought a lot of things, and when they paid the bill, they whispered to Lin Yu if they could take a group photo. Lin Yu looked at Su Yirui. Su Yirui didn't know why he looked at herself, but she had to say, "If you think you can, it's okay." Lin Yu said, "Okay." The girls looked at Su Yirui, then at Lin Yu, their eyes changed, and one of the girls proposed, "Sister Su, can we be together?" Su Yirui, "Me? Well, I like you very much, I watched Dreamless Realm, it's super good looking." "Okay." Su Yirui looked at Lin Yu blushing as soon as she came, and she really didn't realize that she liked herself too. After taking a few group photos, several girls said thank you several times and then left satisfied. It's almost time for lunch break, but after all, it's a business to open a store, and you can only take turns eating. When Su Yirui was not there 2 days ago, Lin Yu took advantage of the fact that no one was eating some bread quickly, and today Su Yirui was there, so let him go to the back lounge to sit and eat first, and wait for him to finish eating before coming for her. Lin Yu wanted to say that Su Yirui would go first, but there happened to be another guest, 3 girls and a boy. Su Yirui shook her head and winked to urge him to go quickly. Lin Yu had to nod and leave. I'll be back soon. Su Yirui smiled, okay, it's okay. After Ling Yu left, Su Yirui took 2 steps forward to greet the guests. But this time it can be different. The customers who came before were all here to buy things, and this time the customers who came in felt that the people who came in were not good as soon as they came in. 3 girls and 1 boy looked around the things in the store, their faces full of disgust and dissatisfaction. Why are these things? I see on the internet that there are not many limited luxury goods. A tall girl with short hair said lightly. Su Yirui's originally smiling face changed color. I watched the first episode of the show, and there were a lot of good things. The girl in the pale yellow skirt standing next to the short-haired girl said. The previous luxury goods were all brought back by Su Yirui from abroad, most of which have been sold, and this time she just came back, originally going to bring the other part left before, but the time was too rushed, just arrived in the imperial capital last night, today to record the show, she hasn't had time to let people transport it over, so there are only brand items in the store now, and the only few big-name products left are only common styles, not limited editions. At this time, 2 more customers happened to come in. Su Yirui was about to say hello, but she heard the short-haired girl ask, "Are all things here?" Su Yirui didn't care whether she was recording the show or not, and said coldly, yes. Her coldness was clearly felt by the other party. The short-haired girl sneered, why, will Su Yirui have no money to buy goods? Inherited so much inheritance, I'll spend it? The customer who had just come in heard Wang Qilu's words and looked at Su Yirui in surprise. Su Yirui frowned, and when she heard this, she took a closer look at the face of the short-haired girl and found that it was a little familiar. She thought of a person, but the person in front of her was too different from the person she remembered. The nose, eyes, and face are all different in contours. Are you Wang Qilu? Wang Qilu raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Yirui proudly. Su Yirui can remember her also because a long time ago, the original owner had a quarrel with her, and the two had a lot of conflicts, but then Wang Qilu got into trouble and was forced to go abroad by her family. Looking at her like this now, it is estimated that her whole face has moved, making her look like a Korean female star. But don't say it, the whole thing is pretty good looking. Wang Qilu mocked, as soon as I came back, I kept hearing your name, and now I'm mixing well. The yen endorsements are all for you? Did you pay for it? The Yen family gives you face like this? How many billions have been spent? Or who did you catch up with the Yen family? The Wang family and the Yen family have always been at odds. The two families have a competitive relationship in many aspects. Originally the Wang family is stronger than the Yen family, but since Yan Fengyi accepted the Yen group, the Wang family has become inferior to the Yen family. Wang Qilu was also sent abroad because he caused trouble and revealed company secrets, causing the Wang family to lose to the Yen family at the bidding meeting and lose more than 1 billion yuan. Su Yirui said coldly, did I spend money to buy it? Does it have anything to do with you? You have to feel that you can buy it, and you can buy it. It's none of my business, I just think the Yen is blind, and if he chooses you, the brand will be ruined. Don't choose me, choose you? Main promotion of artificial beauty? I am afraid that customers will doubt the authenticity of the jewelry at that time. Su Yirui smiled elegantly. Chapter 95. Wang Qilu was angry at Su Yirui's artificial beauty, and her face changed and she was about to go crazy. What do you mean? Su Yirui looked at her face, what do you think? Su Yirui's smiling appearance made Wang Qilu even more angry. It has been a year since Wang Qilu's plastic surgery, and now she is recovering well, and she is also very satisfied with her current face, but I don't know why, she felt guilty when Su Yirui looked at her with this kind of eyes. As soon as she returned to country A, she heard that Su Yirui had hooked up with Yan Fengyi, and the two were dating, and Yan Fengyi also took her to attend Yan Wan's engagement banquet, which showed that she valued her. Wang Qilu thought of Yan Fengyi, and her heart was very uncomfortable. She leaked the secrets of her company for Yan Fengyi, but Yan Fengyi didn't look at her at all, and she had been thinking about Yan Fengyi for a long time after she went abroad. When she came back this time and learned that Yan Fengyi had a partner, she was shocked, but what made her even more unbelievable was that Yan Fengyi's girlfriend turned out to be Su Yirui, whom she once despised the most. She said sarcastically, don't think I don't know, what did you rely on to get the endorsement? You know it's normal. Su Yirui's face did not change, of course, because my image and temperament are completely in line with what the Yen needs. Of course, you can also say that I am beautiful. Wang Qilu's eyes widened in surprise, and then looked at Su Yirui with an expression that you actually said. She said sarcastically, I want to see how good the sales can be after V Yen finds you as a spokesperson, and then I won't even be able to earn back the cost of advertising investment. You don't have to worry about whether the sales are good or not, Miss Wang still has to worry about herself. Su Yirui said lightly. Wang Qilu, I don't have to bother, it's not a waste of my money anyway, but I see that the evaluation of you on the internet doesn't seem to be very good. I'm waiting to see your jokes. It's not me who said, you've been in the entertainment industry for so long, and your image is too bad, right? Why can't you even make a vase? Otherwise, you spend money to buy more water troops, and ask a few marketing accounts to help you whitewash it. Su Yirui, no, I still prefer to do charity. I think it's more useful for me to donate money to you. Wang Qilu frowned, not understanding what Su Yirui meant. Do I need you to donate money to me? I think it's useful. If you don't have enough money, how can it be like this? I'll donate 200,000 yuan to you, you can take it and make it again, make it look a little better and then come out. You. Wang Qilu was furious and rushed over to hit Su Yirui, but was pulled by the people around her. Lulu, don't be impulsive, there are cameras here. Isn't 200,000 not enough? Also, the whole face has to be redone, then give you 500,000, and you don't have to pay it back. Anyway, I'm not short of money, do charity. As soon as Su Yirui's words fell, the other two customers who had just come in laughed out loud. And Lin Yu also happened to come out of the warehouse, saw this scene, and heard Su Yirui's words. It was the first time he saw Su Yirui's side, but instead of hating it, he felt that Su Yirui was so powerful that he could scare others into speechless words in a few words. Wang Qilu was so angry that she vomited blood. Whoever wants your money, you are sick. She didn't have the idea of buying anything anymore, and glanced at the others angrily. There is nothing decent here, don't buy it, let's go. The two later customers couldn't get used to Wang Qilu's unattractive appearance, and one of the girls stood up and said, if you can't afford it, you think things are bad, I think the things here are very good and tasteful. Yes. The girl's companion also echoed, obviously they are all very good looking, and they are well matched, but you say they are not good looking, so what are you doing? I think you know that you are recording a show, and you deliberately want to attract attention and become famous, right? I want to be famous? Wang Qilu hadn't been said like this yet, and her face became very ugly. Which of your eyes saw that I wanted to be famous? Both eyes have seen it, and if you don't buy anything, you will be forced to leave, who knows if you can afford it. Wang Qilu's face turned blue. She had never been told that she couldn't afford to buy anything when she was so old. Wang Qilu's companion saw that Wang Qilu was unhappy, and stood up and said, don't you look down on it and don't let people not buy it? If you don't buy it, don't buy it, stand here and talk a lot, make it look like you are some kind of expert. What is not eyeballs? Could it be that the program team asked you to comment? Wang Qilu looked at everyone with a sneer, joke, I can't afford it, everything here is wrapped up for me, I want it all. These words were loud, and the two customers were also bluffed, and they looked at each other and didn't speak. What? Don't talk? Okay, I'll wrap the things for me, I'll let someone pick them up, that's it. Wang Qilu was about to leave after speaking. Su Yirui stopped her, wait. Wang Qilu, what else do you want? Su Yirui, it's not good, but I don't want to sell you all the things here, you just leave. You open the door to do business, you say you don't sell it? Wang Qilu was still unwilling, she dropped her words, but Su Yirui didn't sell. Yes, I said I wouldn't sell it. The atmosphere became tense, Wang Qilu stood still, and after a while, she glanced at the camera and walked out with a cold face. Before she could walk out of the store, she heard Su Yirui say loudly, I will pay for everything in the store today, and every customer who comes in can choose 2 pieces. Wang Qilu stopped and stood with a blue face for a while before being pulled away by her friends. That night, Fashion eHome and Su Yirui were on the hot search. At the beginning, a fashion blogger posted on Weibo, saying that she was super lucky, and she happened to draw to go shopping at the Fashion eHome today. She deliberately went to Su Yirui's area, who knew that Su Yirui paid out of her own pocket, and all customers could choose 2 products for free when they entered the store. She chose a sweatshirt and a coat, all of which were famous brands, and the selling price of the 2 things on the official website exceeded 5,000 yuan, which was simply a profit. This blogger has hundreds of thousands of followers on Weibo, and after the Weibo was posted, many people didn't believe it, thinking that even if Su Yirui was generous, she couldn't be so willful. Will the program team agree to her sending it like this? Is it really her own pocket, or is it the hype of the program team? After this incident became a hot search, more than a dozen people posted on Weibo, saying that they got 2 products for free from Su Yirui today. But even so, netizens feel that it is just the hype of the program team, and in order to increase the popularity and playback volume, they deliberately give away things. It is estimated that it was not given by Su Yirui, it was paid by the program team, or those things were given by sponsors, not bought by Su Yirui at all. Neither the program team nor Su Yirui posted an explanation on Weibo, and there are more and more such statements, and some people even say that Su Yirui claimed that she paid out of her own pocket and wanted to make a rich and beautiful persona. Night Rose, there are no other tricks except for giving things? Xiao Xinxin loves to eat fish, no matter what, it's true to give things? Why such a conspiracy theory? The fiery Sari Lang Lang, I don't believe that Su Yirui paid for it herself, and she didn't like it when she spent money, there is no reason at all, she came to shoot the show, not to do charity. A small begonia, I also think it's not Su Yirui's gift, it's a deliberate gimmick by the program team, and I also suspect that these customers are invited by the program team. Every Friday Fashion eHome is updated at 8 o'clock, and there are several times more people guarding the new update than before the show started. I have to say that the hot search in the first 2 days does have an impact, although everyone doesn't believe it, but they also want to see what the situation is. As a result, before the broadcast, there was a big V with millions of fans on Weibo, saying that he had received a submission, and broke the news that Su Yirui was actually from a wealthy family, and she was properly white and beautiful, and inherited a large inheritance. In order to prove that he was not lying, the netizen who submitted also came up with a lot of evidence, including a photo, which was taken by Su Yirui when she was recording Fashion eHome. In the photo, there are Su Yirui and Wang Jilu, and the two are for tat, even if you only look at the photo. The netizen who broke the news not only introduced Wang Jilu's identity, but also pointed out that Su Yirui is obviously very familiar with Wang Jilu. Who is Wang Jilu? Su Yirui can be in a circle with her, and she must be very rich. The whistleblower requested anonymity, and the Big V did not disclose his information. But this Weibo has attracted a lot of attention, and it didn't take long for the topic of Su Yirui's birth from a wealthy family to swish on the hot search. Although the Weibo that broke the news said that there are noses and eyes, few people believe that Su Yirui is really from a wealthy family. Especially those black fans, they have ridiculed under Weibo, if Su Yirui is from a wealthy family, then I am a descendant of the royal family. Hype is hype, if you have to give yourself a wealthy persona, it's really funny, this anonymous contributor won't be Su Yirui herself, right? Su Yirui is at most an upstart, these days, can a millionaire be called a wealthy family? I really don't like the little thing she gave me. The real giants must at least be like Wang Jingyi, right? She and Su Yirui also recorded Fashion eHome, and I think her temperament is a wealthy girl. Yes, Wang Jingyi knows that her father is a rich man in Hong Kong, and her mother is the eldest wife of the main house, and she has long been picked up, not only from a famous family, but also from a prestigious school, hundreds of times better than Su Yirui. If Su Yirui is a wealthy family, then the threshold of the wealthy family is really low. Seeing that Fashion eHome is about to be updated, the number of online viewers exceeded 10 times that of the first night. Netizens have posted on Weibo with the topic hashtag Su Yirui was born into a wealthy family hashtag. Let's see how Su Yirui, a wealthy nouveau riche, gives things. Tomorrow my barbecue restaurant will drink beer for free, and I am also a wealthy family. My elementary school classmate's father invited the whole class to a 5-star hotel for dinner, and it seems that my elementary school classmates are also wealthy hahaha. At this time, Su Yirui was lying in the beauty salon doing essential oil spa, and she was enjoying the massage of the young lady in the beauty salon while scrolling Weibo. There was a faint aroma in the room, she was pressed all over comfortably, and she thought it was really funny to see those remarks on the internet. WeChat messages kept bouncing, and Xia Xiaochen kept complaining to her, saying that those netizens were blind and didn't know who broke the news. Xia Xiaochen, Sister Yirui, you have to slap them in the face and make them talk nonsense if they don't know anything. Su Yirui replied, accurate. She hooked her lips and picked a few people to reply under her Weibo. Haisu I am here again, if Su Yirui is a wealthy family, then I will be a princess hehe. Su Yirui replied to Haisu I am here again, anyone who asks himself in advance if he is worthy or not. Jingyi's little sweetheart, I can still pretend to be a wealthy family these days, I laughed, I don't have the life of a princess to pretend to be a princess, and I am not afraid of slapping my face. Is Su Yirui a wealthy family? A real wealthy family should be low-key, luxurious but not ostentatious, and not exposed. The wealthy family in my mind is a fairy like Wang Jingyi. Su Yirui replied to Jingi's little sweetheart, "I'm sorry, you are just limited by poverty to your imagination." After replying, Su Yirui directly posted a Weibo, "I'm sorry, the wealthy family is just my back garden." She happened to be stuck on Weibo at 8 o'clock, and Fashion eHome was also updated. But she was not interested in watching it. After posting on Weibo, she put her phone aside, quietly enjoyed the spa, and got a manicure by the way after doing the spa, and 2 hours later, she picked up her phone again. At this time, her Weibo already had tens of thousands of comments. Several articles on the hot search are related to her. Chapter 96 Netizens watched the latest issue of Fashion eHome and said it was cool. The scene of Su Yirui slapping Wang Qilu in the face stunned the audience, and that sentence of artificial beauty was directly on the hot search, and even many netizens picked up Wang Qilu's previous photos and analyzed which parts of Wang Qilu's face moved. Comparing the photos of Su Yirui's debut with now, I have to admit that Su Yirui's face can really stand the test. No wonder she used to have the title of the first face in the entertainment industry, and now her progress in the entertainment industry is also obvious to all. The label of the vase was torn off by her, but now it is labeled as a wealthy white and beautiful family. After watching the new issue of Fashion eHome, netizens believe that Su Yirui should be really a wealthy family, but how rich is she? How to evaluate the so-called wealthy family? How much inheritance did she inherit? This incident has become a hot topic of discussion. There are many posts on the internet that discuss how rich Su Yirui's family is and what Su Yirui's origin is. But this kind of post was deleted by the platform for violating the law within a few minutes of being posted. In this way, everyone feels that Su Yirui is mysterious and has a lot of background. However, there are still many reasonable customers who feel that all this is just Su Yirui's hype. After Su Yirui established the studio, there was no big backer. If you want to be unconfused, there is only hype, and the Fashion eHome program is also for the sake of ratings to cooperate with Su Yirui's hype. After all, the broadcast volume has gone up, and advertising investors are also satisfied. As soon as this statement came out, it was agreed by most people. But until the end of the recording of the Fashion eHome program, no one still found out Su Yirui's real net worth. V Yan spokesperson press conference was held as scheduled in the imperial capital. Although I bought the Super Bowl advertisement, the Super Bowl will be held half a month later, and the domestic spokesperson press conference will be the first to see the endorsement advertisement. The press conference started to be promoted as early as half a month ago, but with Su Yirui, a frequent visitor, even if it is not promoted, it has already attracted a lot of attention. However, V Yan's official release said that at the press conference, there will also be a charity auction, and those who can participate in the press conference are all leaders from all walks of life. Before the press conference started, people from all walks of life tried their best to get an invitation to the press conference and wanted to come to the scene. V Yan also officially announced that the press conference will be broadcast live on the day of the conference, and you can see the process of the press conference by logging into V Yan's official website. In this way, even the melanating masses on the internet are looking forward to the arrival of the press conference, and some are looking forward to seeing whether Su Yirui is worthy of being the spokesperson of V Yan. The launch event was held on Saturday afternoon. Situ Yan ran back to the house after eating, closed the door, took out her mobile phone, and logged into V Yan's official website. She has been stressed about her studies lately and only has time to play on weekends. These days, Su Yirui has been scolded very the internet, and those keyboard warriors say it is ugly, saying that she is not worthy of being the spokesperson of V Yan at all, and I don't know how to get the endorsement. Situ Yan felt that Su Yirui was obviously very suitable for the brand of V Yan. She received a basic necklace of V Yan last year, and her family also liked this brand very much, and she was happy after knowing that Su Yirui was going to endorse V Yan. But those black fans said this about her. Situ Yan believes that this press conference will definitely prove that Su Yirui is not only worthy of V Yan, but also can slap those stinky keyboard warriors in the face. The press conference started at 2 o'clock. But the live broadcast was already open at 1:45. Situ Yan registered as a member yesterday and entered the live broadcast directly after logging in. She saw that the venue of the press conference was very luxurious and beautifully decorated, and the whole venue was mainly white and purple, focusing on a noble and elegant feeling. She stared at the screen and waited for a while, and finally heard the sound of music and the host inviting Su Yirui to appear. Situ Yan didn't blink until Su Yirui walked out. The camera fell on her. Everything lost its luster, as if only Su Yirui's existence could be seen. Su Yirui was wearing a white dress, the whole person exuded a holy and dazzling light, breathtakingly beautiful, everyone present subconsciously held their breath, even the people watching the live broadcast in front of the screen widened their eyes in unison. The jewelry did not take away the light from her body, but it still attracted everyone's attention, and everyone couldn't help but observe the jewelry she wore when they saw her. At the beginning of the press conference, the reporter began to ask questions to the person in charge of Yan Country A sitting next to Su Yirui. Yan spokespersons are all international superstars, why did they hire a newcomer this time? For a big brand like Yan, Su Yirui doesn't seem to be suitable. I heard that Su Yirui and the top management of the Yan Group have close contacts, is this true? There are rumors that the endorsement was bought by Su Yirui. May I ask Yan if there is any explanation for this statement? The barrage of questions did not stump the person in charge, but made all the people who asked the question speechless even sharper. Ms. Su Yirui's temperament image and the concept adhered to by Yan jewelry are perfectly matched. She can agree to endorse Yan jewelry is the luck of our brand. I believe that with her joining, Yan will get better and better, and then please look at the big screen. This is going to play a commercial. Everyone present sat down and looked up at the big screen. I saw an elegant celebrity who had traveled from decades ago appeared on the screen. She was covered with a white veil, vaguely revealing half of her face, which was imaginative. The extremely cold side face is cold and moving, full of fairy spirit. The moment she lifted the veil, she seemed to have the magic to stop time. Everyone watching this commercial has the feeling of being shot through the heart by Cupid's arrow of Eros. Yan looked at the screen in a daze. It's so beautiful, and the jewelry she wears is so beautiful. You can comment under the live broadcast on the official website, and the comments are like a swarm at the moment. Is that Yan's new model? It's good looking. There is one thing to say, Su Yirui is really suitable. Ah, I'm dead, Su Yirui is really beautiful. The shock brought by the commercial was unexpected by everyone was convinced, and they could no longer say a word that Su Yirui was not worthy of Yan. At the beginning of the press conference, the sales channel of the official website was also opened, but all of them were only pre-sale qualifications. If you want to buy, you still have to go to the store, but even so, the sales volume of an hour's pre-sale qualification has exceeded a month's sales. Moreover, the sales of major stores on the same day also exceeded the highest of the year. Yan looked at the price. She couldn't afford fine jewelry, but ordinary daily models, she could use her pocket money to buy too. Even if she didn't wear them, she could give them to her mother and sister. Anyway, she had to support her goddess. After the commercial was played, the charity auction began. The jewelry worn by Su Yirui was also an auction lot, and the host invited Su Yirui to the stage to show the jewelry on her body. Everyone in the audience applauded, and no one questioned why Su Yirui was able to get the spokesperson of Yan. The 3 pieces of jewelry on her body attracted enthusiastic bidding from the people present, and finally they were all auctioned off at a high price, namely a haute couture jewelry necklace worth 10 million, a pigeon egg worth 5 million, and diamond earrings worth 2 million. After the press conference, Su Yirui met Yan Fingyi, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, backstage. The two saw it from a distance, and although they only nodded faintly, they both understood each other's thoughts. Su Yirui went to change her clothes first, and then left the venue accompanied by Xia Xiaochen and went back to the hotel first. Thinking that Yan Fingyi would not be free until the evening, she sent a message to Yan Fingyi, and was about to take a shower and rest, when the doorbell rang. Su Yirui thought it was Xia Xiaochen. She took off her clothes halfway, so she had to put on a bathrobe and open the door. Who knew that as soon as the door opened, it was Yan Fingyi standing outside the door. She was wearing her hair, and inside her bathrobe was an apricot-colored sundress, which looked like she wasn't wearing it inside, revealing only her slender legs and beautiful collarbones. Yan Fingyi took a breath. Why are you here so quickly? Is there anything wrong over there? Su Yirui tugged at his collar, let him in, and then closed the door. I want to come see you early. Su Yirui raised the corner of her mouth and reached out to grab his tie. Oh? I haven't seen you for more than half a month, and I thought about seeing me early. Yan Fingyi's eyes deepened and he looked at her fixedly. Su Yirui's face was hot from his scorching gaze. Why don't you speak? You are beautiful today. Yan Fingyi's voice was very magnetic. Su Yirui, Mr. Yan's mouth is so sweet today. Yan Fingyi smiled. Su Yirui pulled down his tie and pulled it towards herself. Why don't you let me taste it? Yan Fingyi lowered her head and bit her lip. As you wish. Chapter 97. After a long deep kiss, Su Yirui's breathing was a little chaotic. She lay in Yan Fingyi's arms with confused eyes, and heard Yanfeng whisper in her ear, "How does it feel after tasting it?" Su Yirui raised her eyebrows and reached out to hook his chin, very satisfied. Yanfeng smiled and said, "Then do you want to do it again?" Su Yirui shook her head, put her index finger on his lips, and said seriously, "No, any more will be tired." Yanfeng. Seeing Yanfeng's expression crack instantly, Su Yirui didn't hold back, and laughed ha ha ha. "Tired of it?" Yanfeng asked. "Humph, no matter how satisfied you are, you can't eat more. What should I do if I get tired of eating too much?" Yanfeng, I have no conscience, I won't get tired of you. That's not because I'm beautiful and sweet-mouthed. Su Yirui hugged Yanfeng's waist. Yanfeng's waist was very thin, and it felt very comfortable to hold it. "What about me? I'm just an old man?" Yanfeng asked. Su Yirui's eyes looked up, looking a little cunning. "I didn't say that." Yanfeng pinched her cheek, "But that's what you think in your heart, you really have no conscience." Su Yirui, no, Yan is always old and strong, and she is still a little fresh meat. Yanfeng, your mouth is used to talking nonsense. After Yanfeng finished speaking, he lowered his head and bit her lips hard. "It's very painful." Su Yirui beat him. "I know it's good when it hurts, do you dare to say it's tired?" Su Yirui pretended to think. Yanfeng frowned, "Do you still want to think about it for so long?" Su Yirui hurriedly said, "Ha ha ha, I won't get tired of it at all, I won't get tired of eating it, give me another bite." Su Yirui made a hungry wolf pounce on a sheep, overwhelming Yanfeng, and was about to gnaw on his face. Yanfeng was startled and blocked her with his hand. The two made a fuss for a while, then hugged each other and kissed again. Kissing and kissing, the belt of Su Yirui's bathrobe was accidentally torn loose, and the bathrobe almost slipped off, revealing her sexy shoulders. The two stopped at the same time. Only then did Su Yirui realize that she was only wearing underwear under her bathrobe. Yanfeng looked away very gentlemanly. Su Yirui pulled the bathrobe and refastened the strap. Yanfeng looked at Su Yirui with a flushed face, a little difficult to control. If he had been before, he would never have thought that he would be like a hairy boy in his 30s, and he would be so naive and impulsive when it comes to love. The two have been together for a while, and the longer the time, the more he feels that the two are in sync, whether it is personality or way of getting along. They are very comfortable. Yanfeng suddenly had the idea of being with the girl in front of him for a lifetime. Although the thought was fleeting, it made him very concerned. "But if you don't prepare anything at this time, it's not a good time to propose." Yanfeng looked at Su Yirui's eyes, too focused and affectionate, but she was obviously thinking about something else. This is the first time that Yanfeng has been distracted in front of Su Yirui, and Su Yirui feels a little novel. Su Yirui asked, "What are you doing? What are you thinking?" Yanfeng, secret. Su Yirui glared at him, made an okay gesture, and shrugged, "Okay." At this time, Yanfeng's mobile phone rang. It was You On Me calling. It was probably the company's business. Yanfeng looked at Su Yirui slightly apologetically. "You On Me's call, I'll answer it." "You On Me, is it your secretary?" Su Yirui remembered her and was quite impressed by her. Yanfeng, Su Yirui, "Okay, you go, I happen to be going to take a bath." She blinked, her appearance was a little cute. Yanfeng liked her like this the most, and reached out and pinched her nose, and said gently, "Be good, go." Su Yirui kissed him on the face, "Go quickly." Su Yirui came out of the shower. Yanfeng was still busy with work. He replied to the email to the computer, and Su Yirui sat next to him playing with his mobile phone. Just after a game, she received an email. The university that was the original owner was going to hold a centennial celebration and invited her to participate. The original owner graduated from a prestigious school in the imperial capital, studied chemistry, and later entered the entertainment industry and wasted everything he had learned. When the original owner was scolded for autism in the entertainment industry, she also regretted why she didn't apply what she learned and do some work related to her major, but for the sake of Guxingyi, she still persevered. In the original plot, the original owner not only accepted the invitation of his alma mater, but also donated a lot of money, and later on the day he participated in the school anniversary activities. There were too many reporters who got the news and flocked to them, which led to some problems in the school celebration activities. Su Yirui thought for a while and decided not to participate in the school anniversary, and it would be good to donate more money and let the alma mater build a few more buildings. It can also be regarded as a wish fulfilled for the original owner. She got up and made a phone call and arranged for someone to donate 5 million to her alma mater. When she finished calling, Yan Fingyi happened to be busy. Yan Fingyi closed the notebook and asked her, "Do you want to eat something later?" Su Yirui, eat you. Yan Fingyi is used to Su Yirui always like this. At first he took it seriously. As soon as Su Yirui said, he leaned over. But as long as he took it seriously, Su Yirui would say to tease him, so now he didn't react when he heard it. "I'm serious with you, be serious." Su Yirui held back a smile. Okay, I want to think about it. Yan Fingyi, Why don't you go eat hot pot? I haven't eaten it for a long time. Yan Fingyi nodded. There is an old Beijing hot pot that tastes good, then you prepare it, and I will take you there. Su Yirui, is it so early? Yan Fingyi, it's not too early. Su Yirui looked at the time. It was indeed not early, it was almost 6 o'clock. There was a traffic jam at this time, and when she arrived at the place, she waited for a seat, and it was estimated that she would not be able to eat until 7 o'clock. Okay, I'll get ready. Su Yirui changed her clothes, said something to Xia Xiaochen, and then went out with Yan Fingyi. Yan Fingyi drove. The road was not congested, and he arrived at the shop, he said, in half an hour. This store is a bit remote, but the decoration is very high-end, which shows that Yan Fingyi has been here before. Su Yirui asked, "Do you come often?" Yan Fingyi helped her open the door. "No, I have accompanied customers to eat twice." Su Yirui nodded and walked in, seeing that it seemed to be full. The waiter greeted him and said, "Do you have a reservation? If not, you need to wait, and the two of you can take the number first." Yan Fingyi, I booked a place half an hour ago, my surname is Yan. The waiter hurriedly said, "Mr. Yan, the manager told me, please leave you a private room." The two followed the waiter inside. There were many people in the store, even if Su Yirui was wearing a mask, but there were still people who looked at them frequently. I have to say that Yan Fingyi is more eye-catching than ordinary stars. After all, handsome guys of his level are not common, with a good temperament, and they know that they are either rich or expensive when they look at the clothes, not to mention the watch he wears on his hand, and those who know the goods know that this watch is worth at least 7 figures. However, the road to the enemy was narrow, and Su Yirui did not expect to meet Wang Jingyi here. It has been a few days since the recording of the show, and she stayed in the Emperor because she wanted to attend the press conference, but Wang Jingyi didn't know why she was still in the imperial capital, and maybe she had other schedules. Wang Jingyi sat in the hall, did not sit in the box. She also wanted to sit in the box, but when she booked, she was told that it was booked, so she could only book a seat in the hall. She had just arrived, and she came with a friend. Her friend was from Beijing, knowing that she had never eaten the copper pot hot pot in old Beijing, so she specially brought her to try it. The two had just finished ordering. Wang Jingyi was about to go to the bathroom, and together they saw Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi next to Su Yirui. Although Su Yirui was wearing a mask, Wang Jingyi still recognized Su Yirui at a glance. She paid a lot of attention to Su Yirui these days. Even if she didn't want to pay attention, it was inevitable that she would always hear her name. The two recorded the same program, and they were also said to be from wealthy families, and recently major marketing accounts have compared the two, and even the fans of the two like to step on each other. What's more, the just concluded Yen press conference was hung on the hot search for a day, and Wang Jingyi and her friend were still watching the video of the press conference before coming here. The two commented on Su Yirui from head to toe, and said bad things about her. Since she first met Su Yirui, Wang Jingyi has hated Su Yirui. Later, when she knew that she and Yan Fingyi were dating, her perception of Su Yirui was even worse. She didn't like it before, but now she not only doesn't like it, but it's also a little sour, and she has to secretly tell herself that there is nothing sour. Wang Jingyi pulled out a smiling face to greet Su Yirui. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet it here. Su Yirui said lightly, it's a coincidence. She didn't plan to introduce Yan Fingyi to Wang Jingyi. After all, she and Wang Jingyi were not friends, so there was no need for that. Wang Jingyi looked at Yan Fingyi, and then her smile reached the bottom of her eyes. Mr. Yan is also here. Does Mr. Yan remember me? We met once at Sister Yan's engagement banquet last time, and we spoke that day. Yan Fingyi, sorry, I don't have an impression. Wang Jingyi said awkwardly, well, my father's company has cooperated with your company. Yan Fingyi looked at Su Yirui, and saw that she was not very happy and looked unhappy, so she interrupted Wang Jingyi's words, I'm sorry, we're going in for dinner. Wang Jingyi's expression froze. Wang Jingyi returned to her table, and her friend also saw her and Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi talking just now, so she asked her, that one was Su Yirui just now, who is the one next to her? So handsome. Wang Jingyi really didn't want to tell her friends that Yan Fingyi was Su Yirui's boyfriend and the president of Yan's group. Anyway, this friend is a model, so she shouldn't be from that circle, since she doesn't know Yanfengyi, then she doesn't say it, and she doesn't know that she is hiding it. It should be her friend, I don't know. Could it be her boyfriend? The friend said with some gossip. Maybe. Didn't they all say that Su Yirui likes little fresh meat? The one just now doesn't look like little fresh meat, he looks quite rich, I think he is wearing a haute couture suit, and his temperament is also good. Wang Jingyi hummed absent-mindedly. You say, could it be that Su Yirui took care of him and then spent money to make him like this? Hearing her friend's guess, Wang Jingyi's expression was a little subtle. Probably not. If Yanfengyi heard this kind of speculation, he would probably vomit blood. That's not necessarily, who doesn't have, in this world. Hey, but if it's true, that man is so handsome, if he wants to be me, I am willing to take care of him. By the way, I saw a photo before, a photo of Su Yirui dating a little milk dog, and the man seems to be the person in that photo. Wang Jingyi didn't know about this, and wondered, really? What photo? You wait for me to find it for you, I saved it before. If that's true, it's a stone hammer, and he was still dressed like a college student in the previous photo. Chapter 98. Oh, I can't find it, maybe I deleted it, I'll look through the recent deletion to see if I can find it. Wang Jingyi said, forget it, let's eat first. Wang Jingyi knew Yanfengyi's identity, so she was not as active as her, and even if she found the photo, it didn't mean anything. Okay, but later, let's leave later, I still want to see them again, that handsome guy is really eye-catching, I don't know when I will see him next time if I miss this time. Her friend is really a nymphomaniac, and Wang Jingyi can't stand it a little, but why didn't she like Yanfengyi's face in her heart? There were indeed too few men like this. In order to wait for Su Yirui and Yanfengyi, the two of them invariably slowed down their eating speed and ordered a few more vegetables. About an hour later, Su Yirui and Yanfengyi came out. Wang Jingyi was also afraid that they would come over to say hello or something, and they would be helpless later, how to round the scene. Who knew that when she left, Su Yirui didn't look at her at all, and Yanfengyi only focused on Su Yirui alone along the way. Wang Jingyi watched the two leave, her expression becoming more and more solemn. She was silent for a moment, stood up and said, okay, let's go. A few days later, Wang Jingyi posted a Weibo post with screenshots of her graduation thesis and transcript. Sharp-eyed fans saw that Wang Jingyi's school turned out to be a famous foreign school, and they praised Wang Jingyi for not only being a rich beauty but also a top student. Wang Jingyi saw that the response from fans seemed to be very good, so she called her agent. As soon as the two discussed, they felt that they could create a scholarly character for Wang Jingyi. There are very few top students in the entertainment industry, and there are even fewer people who are rich or a top scholar at home, which is very easy to attract fans. So the agent bought a hot search while the iron was hot, and that night, the topic of Wang Jingyi's top student was on the hot search on Weibo. The comment area is full of praise. Su Yirui has the habit of scrolling Weibo at night, and she happened to see this Weibo, so she clicked in to read it. I didn't expect to see such a comment on the hot comment. Xiaoyi's little sweetheart, my Xiaoyi is awesome, who said that Xiaoyi is not as good as Su Yirui before, not to mention anything else, at least IQ and education beat Su Yirui. There are tens of thousands of likes on this kind of comment. Su Yirui wondered if she was really a factory girl who had never gone to college in the eyes of others. The original owner did not disclose her academic qualifications and university majors in the interview before, because she felt that she graduated from such a good school, and studied such a major, but did not apply what she had learned. She did not recognize herself in her heart, and when she was in school, she got the qualification of a postgraduate school, and the teacher was also very optimistic about her, but she resolutely entered the entertainment industry for Gu Xingyi. She didn't want to say these things, so she chose to escape. When others asked about her school, she also talked about him, causing many people to say that she had never gone to college at all, so she couldn't say why. It seems necessary to clarify. Su Yirui sent a message to Wang Meng and asked her to explain it to the people in the studio to deal with it. Who knew that after the studio disclosed Su Yirui's academic qualifications, the wind direction was not bad at first, but after 2 days, more and more people stepped on her. Obviously someone led the rhythm, in order to praise Wang Jingyi and tout her academic character. Wang Jingyi didn't expect this to happen, but when she saw that the internet was praising her and scolding Su Yirui, Wang Jingyi was in a really good mood. She swiped the comments on her Weibo for a while, and then went to look at Su Yirui's Weibo. Su Yirui only posted a Weibo recently, which is an advertisement for VN. However, Wang Jingyi got the news that Su Yirui had recently taken on a movie. The director is not well known. It is Su Yirui's studio that took the initiative to contact her and wanted to invite her to act, and when she heard that Su Yirui was very satisfied with the script, she also pushed down a TV series for this. This rumor spread in the circle, and it was said that it was hype, but Wang Jingyi felt that it was probably true. However, it was a good thing for her that Su Yirui to push away that TV series, and Su Yirui pushed it off with her front foot, and this opportunity fell on her head. Although this role is not wanted by Su Yirui, but seeing the cast of actors and the background of the producer, Wang Jingyi felt that there was nothing to mind. It was she who got the bargain. Su Yirui's brain drew a low-cost movie like this, and when it was released, maybe no one paid attention to it at all. Unlike this TV series, which has a large investment and a strong lineup, it is already scheduled to be popular before filming starts. Wang Jingyi thought about it, her expression flew up unconsciously. She clicked on Su Yirui's Weibo comments, skipped those comments praising Su Yirui's appearance, and went to see the latest comments, and sure enough, I saw a lot of people who said that her education was watery. A few days ago, Su Yirui's studio publicly said that Su Yirui graduated from a key university and had excellent grades in school, which attracted doubts from the majority of netizens, and took out that Su Yirui avoided answering when the host asked her about her college life in the interview, and determined that Su Yirui had not gone to college, and maybe she was just a high school graduate. Even the wealthy family has no actual evidence, so let the studio come up with some stone hammers. The studio has not responded to this for the time being. Although Wang Jingyi knows Su Yirui's origin, it is not too big to watch the excitement, but hopes that netizens will make as much trouble as possible, and the power of public opinion can ruin an artist's acting career, even if it is true. At the same time, Su Yirui received a call from her alma mater, which was from the person in charge of the school celebration, and when she donated a few days ago, the studio left a phone number, and the school asked for Su Yirui's phone number. The person in charge first thanked Su Yirui for her donation on the phone, and then asked Su Yirui if she could participate in the school celebration. After learning that Su Yirui still couldn't go, the person in charge asked her if she needed to disclose the donation information. Su Yirui thought of the recent gossip on Weibo, so she agreed to make it public. Before calling Su Yirui, he discussed with the leaders of the school how to help Su Yirui solve this matter. After all, Su Yirui donated 5 million, and she is an excellent student who graduated from the school, and of course the school can help. After obtaining Su Yirui's consent, the school asked the students who managed the school's official Weibo to post a Weibo, and ate Su Yirui's Weibo account. The gist is that Su Yirui did graduate from Imperial Capital University and was an outstanding student of the school, and this school anniversary also sent an invitation to Su Yirui. The school officials have spoken, those who questioned it had nothing to say. This hardcore slap in the face came quickly, and those fans who scolded Su Yirui for being uneducated and not as good as Wang Jingyi wilted, and they were still jumping and shouting under Su Yirui's Weibo, and they all disappeared all of a sudden. I thought this matter would subside. But when Su Yirui was reading Weibo at night, Wang Jingyi's fans jumped out again. A fan of Wang Jingyi liked Su Yirui and posted a lot of screenshots, several of which were screenshots of Wang Jingyi's transcript and thesis awards. Wang Jingyi's paper was published in an internationally renowned magazine, and she also won a scholarship award from the school. These screenshots are all from a Weibo account. The name of that trumpet is Jenny W. This trumpet did not update Weibo last year, but he posted a lot of academic things before, as well as his awards and achievements in school. There are only dozens of fans, and I don't know how this fan found this trumpet. Wang Jingyi is the real top student. What is it to graduate from the Imperial Capital University, compared with a god of learning like Wang Jingyi? Can she only be beaten? Su Yirui followed the fans' guidance and went to see the trumpet. Her name is Jenny W., which is indeed very similar to Wang Jingyi's name, and this Weibo also posted several photos that Wang Jingyi had posted. Looking at it this way, Wang Jingyi is really a top student. Su Yirui carefully read all the Weibo posts posted by this trumpet, but she found something wrong. She thought for a while, and suddenly smiled. She was really stupid. Wouldn't it be better to find someone to check Wang Jingyi directly? Fans can't find it. Is she still afraid that she won't find out? By the way, she also asked people to investigate the true identity behind this trumpet. Chapter 99. Su Yirui was very efficient in finding people, and sent all the information the next day. After reading the information, Su Yirui laughed sarcastically. This Wang Jingyi is a bit interesting, and even her academic qualifications are falsified. If she doesn't provoke her, it's okay, and if she fakes it, she really has no temper. Su Yirui sent the information to Wang Meng and sent her a message. What to do, you should know, right? Wang Mei replied after a while. It was estimated that she went to see the information, and she was also shocked that Wang Jingyi's high education was fake. She replied, "My aunt, where did you get these from, can you believe it?" Su Yirui, "Of course, I found someone to check, and there will be no mistake." Wang Mei, "Okay, I'll do it right away." The information Su Yirui gave her is very complete. Wang Mei only needs to expose this matter, and then find a few marketing accounts to forward it. Just wait for the matter to be exposed. Wang Jingyi is not far from Liang. Wang Meng asked Xia Xiaochen to register a small account to break the news to a Weibo Big V with millions of fans, saying that she was Wang Jingyi's high school classmate, and the Wang Jingyi she knew was actually a scumbag, and she was not at school for 3 days when she was in school, and she often skipped class to go out to play, and it was impossible for her grades to be so good. These things are all in the information given by Su Yirui, and they are not nonsense. Xia Xiaochen's revelations did not attract attention at first, but it didn't matter, and then, Wang Meng found a marketing account, gave him a written article, and gave him money to send it out. This article was written by a talented person in Su Yirui's studio, and it was written with clear organization and sharp words. The article not only questioned Wang Jingyi's academic qualifications, but also listed 8 pieces of evidence to prove his claims. In this way, this article, in a short period of time, has caused a lot of repercussions. When many people were skeptical, things began to enter her plan. Xia Xiaochen's previous revelations also played a role. The Big V didn't take the revelations to heart at first, but at this time he began to pay attention, found Xia Xiaochen, and asked her if she would like to publicly identify Wang Jingyi's poor academic performance in high school and whether she loved to study. Xia Xiaochen refused to publicly identify her, but threw out some evidence, saying that there was a girl in their class in high school who was a top student, with a name similar to Wang Jingyi, and was also admitted to the school where Wang Jingyi claimed to be studying in college, which was a bit too coincidental. In fact, as soon as Xia Xiaochen's words came out, the Big V felt that he had seen through the truth. Indeed, everything is about to come out, and it is only one step away from the door. At this point, Wang Meng didn't need to do anything. In less than a day, a person on the internet who claimed to be studying at that university broke the news that there were very few Chinese in the school. She basically knew everything, but she had never seen Wang Jingyi, and she had asked other Chinese in the school, but no one said that she knew Wang Jingyi, but recognized a girl named Jenny Wang, who was also from Hong Kong, country A, and was the same age as Wang Jingyi. In this way, Wang Jingyi's counterfeiting of academic qualifications is almost a real hammer. What's even more exciting is that when the matter was in an uproar, the official platform of the foreign university also responded, of course, on the foreign website, saying that the school did not have Wang Jingyi, and that Jenny Wang also dropped out of school last year due to physical reasons. A few days later, Wang Jingyi locked herself at home. She hadn't slept well for 3 days in a row, her dark circles were as deep as a zombie, and she didn't have skin care, her skin looked very dull, and she had a few pimples, and she couldn't look directly at herself at all. Her favorite thing to do in the past was to open Weibo to read fans' comments and her own super words, and she was in a good mood after reading it, but now she doesn't even dare to open Weibo. With overwhelming scolding on the internet and accusations from fans, she felt like she couldn't breathe just by looking at it. At first, Wang Jingyi really thought it was foolproof, so she pretended to graduate from a prestigious school. Because that classmate has passed away, and the pictures she sent have been processed, and I can't see it at all, besides, who will check it? However, now that things are like this, she doesn't know what to do. She didn't know why she was suddenly discovered, and there were so many real hammers that she couldn't explain it at all. The agent was also forcing her, and after this incident came out, all the endorsements she was talking about were cold. The agent also said that the role she got a few days ago may also replace her. The successive blows made Wang Jingyi not know what to do. The agent gave her advice to apologize publicly immediately, and then hid for a few months, and when the limelight passed and everyone stopped paying attention to the matter, she appeared in other ways and gradually appeared in front of the public and was recognized again. However, she is not a fool. In this circle, new people come and go, her reputation stinks, and she disappears for a few months, and when she comes back, who will pay attention to her, who will buy it? However, if not, what else can be done? Fortunately, her family can still help her, she has money, she can invest in movies by herself, and speak with strength when the time comes. Just like in previous years, several stars were riddled with scandals, but there were works, and the stains were slowly washed away. After Wang Jingyi calmed down, she gritted her teeth and picked up her mobile phone, ready to edit Weibo to apologize. In just over 100 words, she wrote for more than half an hour, and after finally sending it out, she wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but thinking that she didn't know how the fans would react after it was sent, her heart rose again. At this time, she saw Su Yirui's name and appeared on the hot search. Her eyes sank and she clicked in. It turned out that the official Weibo of Imperial Capital University posted a few pictures. The first picture is a letter of thanks written by the school to Su Yirui, thanking Su Yirui not only for donating 5 million, but also donating hundreds of thousands of books and a lot of experimental equipment, and the next few pictures are Su Yirui's transcripts during her time in school, and the excellent results are staggering. Sure enough, her name appeared in the comments. What can't you do, the first place in eating melons, didn't you compare Wang Jingyi with Su Yirui before? A liar pretends to be a scumbag, and a real top student is too low-key. He has never taken the initiative to say that his grades are good before, but he is said to be uneducated. Poseidon's son, Wang Jingyi's fans came out and were beaten. Didn't they step on Su Yirui? Now I know that people are the real top students. Your master is just a liar. I heard that the classmate who was sucked by her blood died of cancer. No wonder I stole other people's pictures, thinking that people would be afraid when they died. Wang Jingyi's face was pale, her fingers trembled slightly, and her phone almost slipped out of her hand. At this time, her phone rang suddenly. It was a call from her mother. Wang Jingyi's nose suddenly soured. At this time, home is her harbor. Even if she suffers and grievances outside, she can still go home, and her family will help her. Yes, she can ask her parents for help. Wang Jingyi held back her tears and answered the phone. But she called out to her mother, and before she could say the rest of the words, she heard an eager voice on the other end of the phone. You come back quickly, your father is furious, the company's stock price has fallen a lot, your 2 younger brothers, now they want to take advantage of the fire to rob. You come back and admit your mistake to your father, otherwise he said he would kick you out of the Wan family, just as if you didn't have a daughter. Wang Jingyi was stunned, and just as she was about to speak, she heard her father say angrily, "What are you doing when you come back? Let her not show her face outside." She didn't listen, and now she still makes such a scandal. Do you come back and make me angry? Let her never come back, embarrassing. Wang Jingyi's apology Weibo did not forgive her, but scolded more. Even the fans who tried to wash the floor for her were scolded. Many news media posted articles criticizing her for this fraudulent behavior, and Su Yirui became a positive teaching material, and Su Yirui's fans who were holding their breath before raised their eyebrows. Su Yirui held a lottery to give away lipsticks the next day, and 500 hot-selling lipsticks were sent without blinking. Su Yirui has also become the #1 idol among fans by fans. There was no follow-up to this matter, and Su Yirui did not hear the news of Wang Jingyi later, only that she had returned to Hong Kong. Su Yirui also began to get busy, and Suze finally agreed to let her participate in the last moon, but made a request, saying that her image and temperament did not match. So Su Yirui practiced yoga hard for a month, and she was already very thin. She weighed 10 pounds lighter, her body fat percentage was very low, and her body line was almost perfect. Others said that they felt sorry for her for losing so much weight when they saw it, but Su Yirui herself felt that it was nothing. In the last days, her muscles were even better than now, and she looked very thin, but she had a lot of strength and her body was also very healthy, just dressing to look thin. Yan Fingyi did not support her weight loss at first, and persuaded her every time she saw her, but she had made up her mind, and Yan Fingyi could only support her, asking her to wait for her to finish filming the movie. She must make up for it, raise it, and eat all the meat back. Su Yirui joked that he wanted him to make it for her, but Yan Fingyi agreed without thinking, and after a few days, he sorted out 2 recipes for her. One is the slimming and nutritious meal I am eating now, and the other is the weight gain food recipe that I will eat after filming the movie. Su Yirui has been eating salad every day recently, and the meat only eats chicken breast and beef, and she has long been tired of eating, and after seeing the recipe, her eyes lit up. She is a real foodie, and Yan Fingyi's move really hits the weakness. Su Yirui said excitedly, when the time comes, give the recipe to the chef at home, and arrange it all. Yan Fingyi glanced at her. I wrote a recipe, why did I just take it away and give it to your chef to do? You wrote it? Su Yirui was surprised. Yan Fingyi nodded. It's so powerful, who would believe it? Mr. Yan, a business genius, can even write recipes, so the dishes on it are? Yan Fingyi said, I consulted several chefs I met in France before to tailor it for you. Su Yirui was a little moved. Then will you do it too? Yan Fingyi, Su Yirui threw herself into his arms. That's great. Yan Fingyi said, you didn't say let me make it for you to eat. Su Yirui blinked, she just said casually at the time, she didn't expect Yan Fingyi to take it seriously, and she made so many preparations. I think you're too busy to have time. Do it for you, there will be time. Yan Fingyi said lightly. Su Yirui, then how troublesome it is for you to run at both ends, and it's still early, it is estimated that it will take 3 months to finish filming. Yan Fingyi was silent for a while, and suddenly said, if you have no conscience, it will be a few months after leaving. Su Yirui. What should I do? I can't bear to let you go. Su Yirui looked at him with some embarrassment. Yan Fingyi has become a little clingy recently. Su Yirui discovered that no matter how old a man is, he will become more and more naive when he falls in love. Even Yan Fingyi is not exempt from the vulgarity. Su Yirui also mastered a set of coping methods without a teacher. She hugged Yan Fingyi tightly and said softly, then I'll accompany you when I come back. Yan Fingyi raised his eyebrows, how to accompany you? Su Yirui, you have the final say, you can do whatever you want, lie down and let Mr. Yan arrange it. Yan Fingyi. Su Yirui shrank her neck, as if she accidentally said the words of tigers and wolves again. I thought Yan Fingyi would say that she was open-mouthed, but who knew that Yan Fingyi nodded, well, okay. Su Yirui? Are you serious? Ahem. Then how do you want to arrange for me? Su Yirui swallowed her saliva and looked at Yan Fingyi. That's what you said, let you accompany me well. Su Yirui felt that she couldn't face up to the word accompaniment. Chapter 100. Maybe you'll be busier than me by then. Su Yirui looked around and said to him. Yan Fingyi looked at her, no matter how busy you are, you will have time. Su Yirui didn't believe it, really? Yan head office doesn't care, cook for me every day? Yan Fingyi's serious appearance didn't seem to be casual. Su Yirui was a little surprised, smiled, and said, that's still not necessary. Why? Su Yirui felt that Yan Fingyi seemed to be too serious, and it stands to reason that Su Yirui should be very happy, but if Yan Fingyi really did this, she felt pressured. So she thought about it, and still said, I just don't think it's necessary, you're so busy, how can you cook for me every day, I thought you were joking. Yan Fingyi, I can also come to cook for you when I am busy, and I will do what I promised, let alone for you. Su Yirui was a little uncomfortable by Yan Fingyi's affection, her face began to heat up, and she didn't know how to answer for a while. Okay, it's getting late, it's time for me to go back. Yan Fingyi reached out and touched her hair. Su Yirui stood up, then I'll see you off. Yan Fingyi naturally took her hand. Su Yirui suddenly discovered at this time that it seemed that Yan Fingyi took the initiative every time she held hands. Thinking about it this way, Yan Fingyi is quite girlish, and she seems to be a little obsessed with holding hands. Su Yirui suddenly asked, I feel like you like to hold my hand very much. Yan Fingyi was stunned for a moment, his expression was a little unnatural, well, it's very easy to lead. Su Yirui's hands are thin and soft, they feel great, and her skin is tender, and it is like a pleasure to hold it in her hand, so Yan Fingyi will take it whenever she has the opportunity. Su Yirui felt that his palms were hot, and his heart suddenly accelerated uncontrollably, and she looked up at Yan Fingyi. Yan Fingyi's scorching gaze contained strong feelings, which directly hit people's hearts, as if Su Yirui was wrapped in tenderness in an instant. If a person loves someone, then his mind must not be hidden. Su Yirui felt that this sentence was perfectly displayed in Yan Fingyi. No matter how cold and serious Yan Fingyi used to be, he loved her now, and she could feel it all the time. This kind of love that doesn't need to worry, doesn't worry about gains and losses, and has a sense of security, seems to be really good. She can also do her own thing with peace of mind. Su Yirui finally felt that falling in love with someone older than falling in love with her little milk dog brother was better. Small milk dogs will be insecure, clingy, and ask for more than they do, while older dogs will be more understanding, considerate and accommodating. In the past, it was Su Yirui who came to spoil her brother, but now it was Yan Fingyi who came to coax her, accompany her, and choose to sacrifice herself in order to make her better. Obviously he was also very busy and tired. Su Yirui's heart suddenly became clearer. At this moment, she even felt that this man was the most suitable for her. In the past, she was obsessed with finding the little milk dog she liked more at the moment, but now it seems that some of her ideas are really a bit too one-sided. If I had insisted on it at that time, I might have missed Yan Fingyi. Maybe she will also live a good life and be free and comfortable. But she won't have the peace and warmth of now. She smiled faintly, and her eyes became softer and softer. Let's go. Yan Fingyi squeezed her hand. Okay. After Su Yirui lost weight, as soon as she changed her clothes and put on makeup, it was exactly the feeling Suze wanted, and after this audition, Suze decided on Su Yirui on the spot. Suze took a long time to prepare for this movie, and not long after Su Yirui signed the contract, she joined the group to film. The filming location this time is not far away, in the next city. But at this time, it happened to be the middle of summer in July, and she had to shoot under the scorching sun every day on a hot day. Fortunately, Su Yirui had good physical fitness, and other actors couldn't stand it, but she didn't complain at all, which made the director and other actors look at Su Yirui with admiration. When some reporters and media came to visit the set, Suze spared no effort to praise Su Yirui, saying that fortunately he did not miss such an excellent actor as Su Yirui. Because The Most Moon is a low-budget movie, the early publicity is not strong, and the filming only held a simple startup ceremony, and it did not get much attention. However, even if Su Yirui has always been a topic star, but after joining the group for filming, she didn't break any more news. She has been staying in the crew, concentrating on reading the script, figuring out the role, and taking time to call Yan Fingyi, so she has no mind to pay attention to other news from the outside world. Therefore, she didn't know that Bai Suyu had become the queen of topics during this time, and scandals continued. First of all, Shenlu publicly showed his love, and then the news came out that the rich second generation spent a lot of money to chase Bai Suyu. Bai Suyu became the heroine of netizens for a while, and her previous scandal at the film festival was also suppressed, and few people mentioned it. And the movie starring her is about to be released, the schedule is set, the investment in the movie is not small, and the publicity team also took this opportunity to hype Bai Suyu, and also bought several hot searches. But Su Yirui, who had been filming in the crew, didn't know about this matter at all, until she overheard the staff chatting gossip when she was about to go to rest after filming her scene. Bai Suyu is going to marry into a wealthy family, right? Recently, it has been said that Shenlu planned a marriage proposal, and the news has been exposed. I also heard that it was exposed by employees working in the mall, and Shenlu planned the marriage proposal of the century, which was in Zhuhuang Square. Do you think Bai Suyu will agree? Who knows, but I think it should. Shenlu is handsome and rich, how good it is to marry him. Haven't the two been rumored to be dating for a long time? But some people say that Bai Suyu made the news for hype, and the movie she starred in is not about to be released. Maybe she wants to make some heat out. There is also this possibility, but it doesn't mean that the above review has not passed, so the schedule of the movie has been changed. After returning to the lounge, Xia Xiaochen asked Su Yirui, Sister Yirui? Did you hear those people's words just now? Do you know a little inside story? I don't know. Su Yirui shook her head. I just heard about it. Xia Xiaochen looked at her with a surprised face. Sister Yirui, you don't even know? Should I know? Su Yirui really hadn't paid attention to her for a long time. Since the last film festival, Su Yirui thought she would keep a low profile for a while, but it didn't take long for her to become a hot topic. But also, they are the heroine, and with the help of the male protagonist and the male supporting actor, they can always come out. Xia Xiaochen, of course, this matter has been on Weibo for 2 days, and you two are not very good at dealing with it. Su Yirui said, I haven't opened Weibo recently. I know, you have been filming during the day recently, reading scripts at night, and going to accompany Boss Yen when you are free. How can you be free? Xia Xiaochen laughed slyly. Su Yirui just smiled and said nothing. However, Sister Yirui, why do you think Shen always likes Bai Suyu? I feel that she is not very good looking, and she doesn't look very good. Su Yirui smiled, I agree with you on this issue, and I have also damaged him. Xia Xiaochen, really? What do you say? I said that his taste is different from ordinary people and his vision is not good. Su Yirui didn't say that her sister Su Qinglu used to like Shenlu. This is all over, and Su Qinglu and Luo Yu are in a good situation now, and they don't think about Shenlu at all. It's good, unlike in the original plot, Su Qinglu did a lot of stupid things for Shenlu. Now it's good to let Shenlu and Bai Suyu get together. Xia Xiaochen looked at Su Yirui with the eyes of a warrior. Sister Yirui is powerful, but if you want to say that you have good taste and good vision, you still have to belong to the Yen boss. Su Yirui glanced at her, your flattering skills are well cultivated. Xia Xiaochen smiled and said, this is from the heart. Okay, you're doing well these days, I'll ask Sister Meng to give you a salary increase. Wow, really? Xia Xiaochen hugged Su Yirui's arm tightly. Sister Yirui, you are really the best boss. Su Yirui smiled faintly, it's true. Shenlu answered several calls in an hour. The last call was from his uncle, and after hanging up the phone, his face was ugly. He was indeed preparing for the marriage proposal, but he didn't set a time at all, because the family hadn't negotiated it yet, but why it suddenly became known to everyone. Shenlu had to suspect Bai Suyu's head. But thinking about it, he felt impossible. Bai Suyu would not do this, and if this was the case, He Chuiyue would not fail to tell him. The marriage proposal spread wildly, causing the elders in the family to call him one by one, especially his father, who lost his temper. Shenlu was a little powerless. His relationship with Bai Suyu was originally disagreed by his family, but after his efforts, there were signs of letting go. Now it's back to square one. Shenlu was really upset. There was a knock on the door. Shenlu said coldly, enter. The secretary pushed the door in. Mr. Shen, Miss Bai is here. Shenlu raised his eyebrows, nodded and said, let her in. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Bai Suyu appear at the door, and it seemed that he had already come in by himself. After Bai Suyu came in, the secretary withdrew and took the door. Shenlu said calmly, why are you here today? Didn't you participate in the event in S City? Just came back. Bai Suyu said. Shenlu looked at the time and said, have you eaten? Bai Suyu shook his head and secretly looked at Shenlu's expression. No, I ate some fruit on the plane. Shenlu stood up, then let's have a meal together, I have something to tell you. What's the matter, just say no now, I'm not hungry yet. Shenlu looked at her and was silent for a few seconds. That's fine. Bai Suyu actually guessed what Shenlu was going to say. Shenlu's marriage proposal did come out of her mouth, she did it on purpose. He Chuiyue also knew about it, and He Chuiyue asked her not to tell Shenlu. After the last film festival, she was ridiculed on the internet for a long time, although the public relations team did a good job later, and invited the water army and marketing account to turn the wind around, but it still had a great impact on her, and the popularity of passersby was ruined a lot. This time, the movie starring her is about to be released, and if you don't get something, the box office will definitely not be ideal. It was the first film she starred in, and it was very important to her. So she took the initiative to ask He Chuiyue to mention Shenlu's marriage proposal, but in fact, Shenlu only bought a ring and did not really propose. After being together for so long, she actually knows Shenlu quite well, not to mention anything else. Shenlu is really good to her, and he really loves her, so she uses Shenlu and doesn't think there is anything. After all, a large part of the reason why she was with Shenlu was because he was willing to help her. This time too, even if she did this, Shenlu couldn't blame her for anything. Now the internet is saying that I want to propose to you, do you know about this? Well, I don't know who came out of the fake news, but it's not bad for me, brother. He also said don't care, I ignored it. Bai Suyu's expression was natural, and his tone was normal. Shenlu said, do you think it's fake? Well, is it true that it's not fake? Shenlu hesitated for a moment, why can't it be true? Bai Suyu hesitated for a few seconds and said, I just think you should discuss it with me. Shenlu was originally a little skeptical, but now he completely believed Bai Suyu and said, it's also possible that I want to surprise you. Bai Suyu smiled and didn't speak. Shenlu took the initiative to take her hand. Okay, if I really propose, I will definitely give you a satisfactory proposal of the century. Let's go to dinner. Bai Suyu smiled and nodded. The two took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Shenlu touched his suit pocket and found that he didn't have the key, so he asked Bai Suyu to wait here for a while, and he went up to get a key and came down. Bai Suyu nodded, okay, you go, I'll wait for you here. Shenlu turned his head and just entered the elevator when he remembered that he had put the key in his pants pocket in the morning and didn't take it out. He shook his head and smiled, then came out of the elevator and turned his head back. After getting out of the elevator, he walked a few steps and saw Bai Suyu. Bai Suyu was calling with his back to him. Shenlu walked over and didn't call her. When he walked behind Bai Suyu, he heard Bai Suyu say, don't worry, I'm not so stupid, Shenlu believes in me very much, it will be fine, and it will be sooner or later to propose. Chapter 101. Shenlu's face became ugly. If he didn't understand it like this, then he was no different from the mentally retarded. Bai Suyu's deception made him realize many things he had ignored or hadn't thought about before. It seems that he has never really understood Bai Suyu, and what he sees seems to be just the appearance he thinks. Shenlu stood for half a minute, and Bai Suyu finally realized that there was someone behind him. When she looked back and saw Shenlu, her expression changed slightly, but she still pretended to be calm. She wasn't sure how much Shenlu heard. "Didn't you say go get the key?" Bai Suyu said with a smile. Shenlu looked at her and suddenly wanted to laugh. Sure enough, he is a natural actor. He just thought her acting skills were good, but at this moment, he realized that Bai Suyu's acting skills were not only good. Shenlu's gaze made Bai Suyu very guilty. She couldn't guess Shenlu's current thoughts, she only felt hairy in her heart. This was also the first time Shenlu looked at her like this. "What's wrong?" Bai Suyu walked to Shenlu's side and gently took his arm. In the past, Bai Suyu could take the initiative to be intimate with him, and it was too late for him to be happy, but at this moment he felt boring. "It's nothing, I remember that I still have something to deal with, you can go eat by yourself." After saying that, Shenlu pulled his arm out of Bai Suyu's hand and left expressionlessly. Bai Suyu froze in place, not knowing how to react for a while. A few days later, a reporter from Xinhai Com posted an article, saying that he interviewed a friend of Shenlu and asked Shenlu if he really wanted to propose to Bai Suyu, but the other party said that he had asked Shenlu in person, and Shenlu said that there was no such thing, and he did not consider marriage for the time being. The reporter said that Shenlu's answer is thought-provoking. It seems that this matter is made out of nothing at all, and the relationship between him and Bai Suyu is not as good as the rumors, so how did the previous news come out? Not long after the news of the proposal broke out, Bai Suyu's new film also began to be promoted, and the connection during this period makes people have to suspect that the whole thing is Bai Suyu's self-directed and self-acted, self-hype. As soon as this article was published, it received a lot of likes and occupied the headlines of entertainment gossip, and many marketing accounts have forwarded it to join in the fun. And Shenlu has not clarified. As a result, the rumors have intensified, and it is even rumored on the internet that the reason for Shenlu and Bai Suyu's breakup is because Bai Suyu forced marriage, and the two have problems in terms of marriage position. One wants to get married, and the other does not want to get married. Bai Suyu threatened to break up if they didn't get married, so the relationship between the two is now very tense. It's all scribbling. Bai Suyu lost his temper after seeing the news on the internet. In the past few days, she has obviously less contact with Shenlu than before, and even when she took the initiative to find Shenlu, Shenlu's attitude was not as enthusiastic as before. The reason for this, Bai Suyu knows best. Shenlu must have heard something that day. But Shenlu didn't even give her a chance to explain. Bai Suyu opened WeChat and saw the message she sent to Shenlu half an hour ago. Shenlu hasn't replied yet. I don't know if he's busy or if he doesn't see it. The more Bai Suyu thought about it, the more upset he became, and hesitated whether to call Yirui to discuss countermeasures, and just received a WeChat message. It was a message from Yirui. Without clicking on it, she could see a few words that made her heart skip a beat. "I just received news that Nightfall has decided to change the file, and the specific release time has not been determined." Gear change? Why? Bai Suyu clicked on the dialog box and replied immediately, "Is the message accurate? Why was the change suddenly announced?" Yirui, "It shouldn't be wrong, the official will announce it in a few days, and I got the news in advance." Bai Suyu asked again, "Why? Is it because of me?" Bai Suyu felt a little weak in her heart, afraid that it was because of the recent incident between her and Shenlu that affected the release of the movie, although it was unlikely, but if this was the case, then she had to find a way to remedy it quickly. Yirui replied after a while, "No, you are thinking too much." Because of the theme problem, it was stuck by the relevant departments, and a foreign super IP movie was scheduled to be scheduled at the same time as Nightfall, so the producer decided to change the file. Bai Suyu's frowning brows slowly relaxed. But this incident is really not a good thing for her. From filming to completion, and then publicity, how much effort she has put into this movie starring her, only she knows. It is not easy to wait until the movie is about to be released. She is full of expectations for this. Who knows that she will suddenly change the file, and the schedule is far away. Her mood can be described as mixed. To put it nicely, it is called a file change, postponing the release, but in fact, the ugly thing is that the producer has no confidence in the movie and chooses to escape when it encounters a stronger opponent. After chatting with Yirui, Bai Suyu opened Weibo, clicked on the search, and the first search keyword was Su Yirui. She goes to see the latest news about Su Yirui almost every day. I don't know why, she cares about Su Yirui even more than anyone else. Since Su Yirui broke off relations with her, everything has changed. It seems that the current Su Yirui is not the person she knew at the beginning, and she is getting better and better, which makes her envious and jealous. Su Yirui's The Last Moon is now being filmed is about to be completed. By Su Yu has recently seen some Reuters photos on the internet. Just the photos, you can see that Su Yirui's role in this movie is very charming. It's not that she looks good, but that feeling that is completely different from herself. She has lost a lot of weight, and her body has a cold and withdrawn feeling, as if she has changed her life. Today, I searched for Su Yirui, and there were many new related news, as well as several reports on The Last Moon. Suze, the director of The Most Moon, said in an interview that Su Yirui amazed him and gave him many surprises during the filming process, and the whole crew admired Su Yirui's professionalism very much. Several scenes, all of which are more dangerous scenes, but Su Yirui is on the stage in person, originally said to use a stand-in, and then all of them were cancelled, but in the end Su Yirui's efforts were not in vain at all, because her role was too dazzling and outstanding, and even overwhelmed the female number one, so the director and screenwriter unanimously decided to add drama to Su Yirui. Because her role has changed better and better, she has become more and more effective, and the scene of The Most Moon has been changed again and again, and Su Yirui's final role is not much less than that of the female lead. The screenwriter even changed the ending for Su Yirui, although it was still a tragic ending, but the character was changed because of this, and after the finishing touch, the whole character was even more amazing. The director's statement made everyone very curious about Su Yirui's performance in the film, and they were even more looking forward to this film. Although this may just be hype, it can also be seen that Suze is very satisfied with Su Yirui, and Suze is also notoriously difficult to please in the circle. After reading this, Bai Suyu's heart began to feel uncomfortable. But this also made her more determined to work harder. Su Yirui's career is getting smoother and smoother, she must not be worse than her, she wants to make Su Yirui regret that he did to her at the beginning. Su Yirui also entered autumn after filming the last scene in The Last Moon, and the weather just cooled down, but after a summer, she lost a few pounds, and she lost 10 pounds in order to be more in line with the role before filming, and she also ate according to the recipe during the filming, practiced yoga non-stop, and took pictures on the day of the filming. She stood with everyone, looking particularly slender. She sent the photos of the finished drama to Yanfengyi. Yanfengyi saw it, immediately called, and the first sentence was, "Why are you so thin?" The next day, Su Yirui returned home. Yanfengyi was already waiting at her house. When she saw Su Yirui, although Yanfengyi was happy, she still said to her seriously with a straight face, not allowing her to lose weight for the role in the future. Su Yirui saw that he had such a serious attitude, and agreed very readily, thinking that if there was such a situation in the future anyway, he would tell Yanfengyi well, and it was estimated that he would agree. However, after filming this time, Su Yirui was indeed quite tired and took a break for more than half a month. Yanfengyi really did what she said, came over to make her a big meal every day, and in half a month, Su Yirui gained 5 pounds and her face was much rounder. In the past half month, Su Yirui has not been completely idle, she has read a few scripts at home. Since winning the award, there have been 40 or 50 people who have come to Su Yirui to film in the past 6 months, and dozens of books have been received, but the ones in Su Yirui's hands have been screened by Wang Meng and the work team first, and this time Wang Meng gave her 4 books, asking her to choose the one she was satisfied with. I originally planned to take a break for a while before filming, but Su Yirui also went to read the script because she was idle, but she didn't expect to see a very good one. The storyline is very attractive to her, and the heroine is also very well portrayed, and after watching it, she is still very unsatisfied. Su Yirui told Wang Meng that she intended to take on this drama on the same day and asked her to communicate with the other party about the audition. After determining the time of the audition, Su Yirui knew that Bai Suyu was also going to participate in the audition, and it was the same day as her. The day before the audition, Su Yirui asked Su Qinglu to go to the beauty salon for care. Su Qinglu's relationship with Luo Yu has become more and more determined recently, and a few days ago, Su Qinglu's mother went to her house to deliver things, and happened to bump into the two at home. Su Qinglu and Luo Yu have always kept the matter from her mother, and now they were hit, so they had to confess. After Su Yirui also knew about this, she specially asked Su Qinglu to come out and ask her how her was doing. "How is it? What is your mother's attitude?" When changing clothes, Su Yirui tilted her head to look at Su Qinglu. "I don't agree." Su Qinglu shrugged her shoulders, her attitude was a little helpless, but it could be seen that she was already mentally prepared. "Then what did brother Luo say?" Su Yirui was not surprised. Luo Yu is still in school, Su Qinglu is working, the age difference between the two is much larger, and it is normal for the elders not to be optimistic. Su Qinglu's face turned slightly red. He told my mother that he would marry me as soon as he graduated. Su Yirui sneered, Brother Luo is good. Su Qinglu pursed his lips and couldn't hide his smile. He is also a child's idea. Then you're not very happy. Su Yirui revealed her thoughts. It's okay. Su Qinglu was silent for a few seconds. Actually, I don't know. After being together for so long, I really don't have much confidence in the future. He is too young, and his personality is a little naive and clingy. Are you afraid that he is not responsible? Su Qinglu hesitated for a while, but nodded. Well, after all, no one can say anything about the future. I'm so much older than him. If you can be together, you can be together. If you can't break up, anyway, you still ate tender grass, so you treated it as a tender and delicious brother for nothing. Su Yirui said half-jokingly. Su Qinglu glanced at her. How can you talk like this? Why is it a prostitution? If it breaks up, your sister and I will also suffer. Where are you at a loss? Adults are willing. Anyway, it's still early before he graduates. Just tell your mother, you just fall in love. There's nothing to worry about. It's better than you waiting for Shenlu foolishly. Su Yirui's words were not rough, although they were not very pleasant, but they did make Su Qinglu's bored mood a lot better. Then what about you and Yanfengyi? Su Qinglu led the topic to her. Yanfengyi is not young. I found a small one, you found an old one. I'm still early, you're not early, right? Is he unmarried or? Su Yirui raised her eyelids. I haven't thought about it yet, it's good now. Then if he proposes to you, will you agree? Su Qinglu asked. Su Yirui, that's still not necessary. Now is the rise of my career, and I got married a little early. I don't think Yanfengyi has this mind. Chapter 102. Su Qinglu disagreed, saying, how do you know he doesn't want to? Maybe he is ready to propose to you. Su Yirui shook her head. You don't understand. You love brain. Yanfengyi and I are both career-oriented, and we are still very compatible at this point. At this time, someone came in, and the two of them kept their voices silent at the same time and did not continue the topic, and talked about Su Qinglu's work. I have to say that the more than 20,000 packages are really expensive, and as soon as the care is completed, the skin of the two immediately becomes smooth and translucent, as delicate and tender as milk pudding. After going back, Yanfengyi was already waiting for her to come back for dinner at her house. Tonight's dishes are as sumptuous as the previous days, all carefully prepared by Yanfengyi. Su Yirui was very satisfied with the meal, and after the meal, the two brought a few plates of cut fruit and sat in the pavilion outside to make fun of the dog. I don't know how to talk about Su Qinglu and Luoyu. Su Yirui smiled and said, Luoyu said that he would marry her as soon as he graduated, although it is not realistic, but I am very happy to see Qinglu. Maybe she will really get married in 2 years. Yanfengyi handed her a piece of watermelon and asked, are you afraid of being preempted by her sister? Su Yirui took the watermelon, took a bite. The juice of the iced watermelon was sweet and delicious, particularly refreshing and comfortable. Her eyes narrowed slightly, leaned back enjoyably, and after eating 2 bites, she said, of course not, but she did ask me today, have you ever thought about it? Yanfengyi paused. How did you tell her? I told her that we both put our careers first and never thought about getting married. Yanfengyi's expression was slightly gloomy, and he looked at Su Yirui, who was eating watermelon with a comfortable face, and did not speak. Su Yirui didn't notice Yanfengyi's strangeness, and after eating the watermelon, she took the watermelon peel to tease the dog. The puppy grew up quickly, only a few months have passed, and now it looks very big. Yanfengyi sat next to him, looking a little worried. Su Yirui played for a while, and when she looked back at him, she found that he was staring at her distractedly. What's wrong? Yanfengyi shook his head gently. It's nothing. Are you too tired? After work, come to me and cook food for me. Su Yirui looked at him with some concern. Why don't you go back and rest? I've gained a little weight these days, you don't have to come every day. Su Yirui cared about him, but Yanfengyi's expression not only did not ease, but became more solemn. Yanfengyi said, I'm not tired. Su Yirui didn't believe it much, thinking to herself, she was not young anymore, and she regarded herself as an Iron Man. She was a workaholic at work, and she came to be a cook after get off work. How could she not be tired? But she knew that men wanted face. Of course it was impossible to admit that she was tired, so she didn't expose him, and said thoughtfully, I'm not tired and don't have to come every day. I'm going to start working these days, so don't come. As soon as these words came out, Yanfengyi's eyes were a little subtle when he looked at Su Yirui. Su Yirui originally felt that she was very considerate of Yanfengyi, but she didn't seem very happy to see him, and her eyes were still a little sad. Su Yirui frowned, suspecting that she had read it wrong. I know. Yanfeng's tone was light, and he couldn't hear joy or anger. After Yanfeng left, Su Yirui went back to the room to continue reading the script, and she had to audition tomorrow. She wanted to read the lines again, but she was too engaged in reading it and forgot to send a message to Yanfeng. Yanfeng returned home, looked at his mobile phone. Nearly an hour had passed since he left Su Yirui's house, and Su Yirui had not sent a message. He sat quietly for a while, lost in thought, and couldn't figure out where he had given Su Yirui the illusion, thinking that he had never thought of marrying her. The next day's audition was scheduled in the Pershing office building. Xia Xiaochen received Su Yirui and drove directly there, and when he entered the elevator, he happened to meet the director of the movie. The director's surname is Zhang, and when he saw Su Yirui, his attitude was very friendly, and he took the initiative to chat with Su Yirui for a few words. Knowing that Su Yirui was very interested in the script, the director was even more satisfied with her eyes. After getting out of the elevator, Su Yirui was arranged to wait in the lounge, and it didn't take long for Bai Suyu to arrive. She and Bai Suyu haven't seen each other for some days. Bai Suyu has changed quite a lot. She should attach great importance to this interview, seeing that the makeup on her face is particularly exquisite, dressed more fashionably, dressed up more fashionably, dressed up as a big brand, and her gestures are quite charming. And Su Yirui came without makeup today, but it didn't look casual. She was wearing a simple white shirt and a black skirt, dressed capable, although she was without makeup, but her skin was very white, there were very few blemishes on her face, and she was very beautiful without makeup, and her unique facial features were enough to kill all the actresses present. Su Yirui glanced at Bai Suyu twice, and then looked away lightly. Bai Suyu was not as indifferent as Su Yirui. She didn't know earlier that Su Yirui also came to participate in this audition, and when she saw her, her face was a little surprised. The two did not say hello, and Bai Suyu sat down next to Su Yirui. The lounge was extremely quiet, and after about a few minutes, Bai Suyu stood up and told the assistant beside him that he wanted to go to the bathroom. After arriving at the bathroom, Bai Suyu took out his mobile phone to call He Chuiwei and asked him why Su Yirui came to participate in this audition. He Chuiwei didn't know the situation, so let her behave well, don't think about it, and hurriedly hung up the phone after saying that. Bai Suyu was a little depressed, but she had to go back to the lounge and wait for the audition, but while waiting, her attention was always involuntarily on Su Yirui, who was looking down at her phone and didn't know what she was looking at. Bai Suyu's mind was very chaotic, and she couldn't calm down for a long time, until someone came over and asked her to audition. A very young boy came, and he stood at the door and said loudly, "Teacher Bai, you can go over." Bai Suyu quickly stood up in response. After she left, Xia Xiaochen looked at the door and said, "Sister Yirui, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink water?" Su Yirui shook her head, "No need. I don't know when Bai Suyu will come out, why don't you drink a little?" Xia Xiaochen said. Su Yirui then said, "Okay, then you can give it to me." After drinking water, Su Yirui continued to read the script document on her mobile phone. 10 minutes later, Bai Suyu hadn't come back. Xia Xiaochen was a little anxious, but Su Yirui was very calm, put down her mobile phone and stretched, stood up and moved twice. "Let's go eat hot pot later." Su Yirui thought that she hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time, and she was very greedy when she thought about it. When Xia Xiaochen heard the word hot pot, her eyes immediately lit up, and she swallowed, okay, I want to eat it too." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard footsteps at the door. The two looked up and saw that it was the boy before. "Teacher Su, you can go over." "Okay." Su Yirui followed the boy to the door of the conference room, which was the place where the audition was located, and the boy knocked on the door, and heard a voice coming from inside. "Come in." The boy stretched out his hand and pushed open the door and asked Su Yirui to come in. At this time, the director and producer sat in a row. "Sit down." The director pointed to the chair in front of Su Yirui. As soon as Su Yirui sat down, the director said, "If you think you can start, you can choose a free play." Su Yirui nodded, closed her eyes and was silent for a while, and when she opened her eyes again, her expression and eyes had changed. "Hello, I am an employee of Fuan Insurance Company. My surname is Lin, my name is Lin Ran, you can call me Xiao Lin." Su Yirui's audition role is the heroine in the movie House of Shadows, Lin Ran. She is an employee of Fuan Insurance Company and is currently working on insurance compensation for customers at their homes. When she spoke, the corners of her eyes were raised, her eyebrows were dancing, she was very capable and rigorous, and with the clothes she was wearing today, she looked like the #1 employee in the insurance company every month. There was no one opposite her, but she was able to continue this rival scene by herself, and her performance was remarkable, which made the others in the room sit up and watch her performance seriously. Su Yirui said as she secretly looked around. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She almost stood up from her chair, but soon, she regained her composure again, just glanced at the person in front of her with suspicious eyes. She waited for a while and spoke again. "Excuse me, is your husband at home?" At this time, her expression seemed to be less than at the beginning, and she became a little cautious. At this moment, she seemed to hear some sound, stood up suddenly, looked back in the direction of the upper left, and said urgently, "What sound? Is there anyone upstairs?" After she finished speaking, she waited for a few seconds, and then trotted on the spot for a while, making a posture of walking the stairs. Obviously there was nothing in front of her, but she simulated it very vividly. It seemed like she was really walking on the stairs, and her pace was fast and then slow, and her expression was solemn. These details also make the scene realistic, and the people present are quickly brought into the play. When Su Yirui made a gesture of pushing the door, her face suddenly turned pale, as if she had seen a ghost. She took 2 steps back, fell to the ground, and couldn't move, and then she slowly turned her head, looked behind her, squeezed out 2 faint voices from her throat, raised her finger forward, as if she would faint in the next second. The horror on her face gave people goosebumps and made people empathize. The director shouted excitedly, "It's great. This performance is really amazing." Whether it is Su Yirui's tone or demeanor, it is exactly the same as Lin ran in the script. Even the body language is very in place. The director is really happy. I didn't expect Su Yirui to give him such a surprise. In fact, Baisuyu's performance is also very good. There is no problem. After Baisuyu's audition just now, they discussed, if there is no accident, they will settle on Baisuyu. However, after watching Su Yirui's performance, Baisuyu's performance seemed a little dull and tasteless. On the 3rd day after the audition, Su Yirui received a notice that she had been set to play the heroine Lin Ran of House of Shadows. And Baisuyu also got the news that she knew that she had lost the election, and the heroine decided on Su Yirui. Baisuyu was putting on makeup at the time, and if it weren't for the presence of outsiders, she would have been out of control. The director of House of Shadows is very good at shooting suspense mystery films, and has also made several films with a good reputation before. The investment in this film is not small. The director has been preparing for more than a year, and I heard that he is also aiming to win the award. After reading the script, Baisuyu decided that she was going to make this movie, and the director was also very satisfied with her eyes during the audition, who knew that in the end she was snatched away by Su Yirui. How could Baisuyu not be angry? She relies on Shinlu's company behind her, and Su Yirui is a broken studio. If the relationship between Su Yirui and Yan Fengyi has been exposed, it is good to think about grabbing resources, but now Su Yirui has not exposed any background, and she can still steal the role, which means that her skills are not as good as others. And what Baisuyu is most reluctant to admit and don't want to see is that she is not as good as Su Yirui. She didn't feel inferior to her before, and she doesn't feel it now. But the fact slapped her face again and again. How could she stand it? After Su Yirui signed the contract, she decided to join the group next month to start filming. She was the first heroine, and finally finalized. The other main roles had already been decided, and the supporting roles were also selected a few days after her audition, and she could shoot after the props group and costume group and the venue were fine. 2 days before the press conference, it was officially announced that Su Yirui would play Lin Ran, the heroine of House of Shadows. There has also been a heated discussion on the internet. Su Yirui has been preparing for filming recently, and rarely surfs the internet. Usually Weibo is taken care of by the studio staff, and today I just came back early, thinking of this, so I went to Weibo to take a look. Unexpectedly, a Weibo attracted her attention. The original work of the movie House of Shadows plagiarized the Japanese novel Nightmare. The author is a habitual offender. Many novels are suspected of fusing stocks, originally a little dark for Su Yirui. Now I see that she has taken over the plagiarism movie, and she has turned black again, and I will never watch the movie when it is released. Su Yirui frowned. The original plagiarism, she hadn't heard of this, and she hadn't said this when the script was given to her before. Su Yirui searched for related entries on the internet, and sure enough, she found a lot of similar remarks. She went to the Japanese novel Nightmare that netizens said to read. This novel is not long, only 100,000 words. She spent an hour reading it, and then she was sure that the core content is indeed very similar. Looking at the publication time of the two novels, House of Shadows was completed 3 years ago, and the Japanese novel Nightmare was published 10 years ago. Su Yirui's face was very ugly. It was past 12 o'clock in the morning, but she still called Wang Meng immediately. "When you gave me the script of House of Shadows, did you know that the original owner was suspected of plagiarism?" Su Yirui said straight to the point. Wang Meng paused and said, "I also saw such remarks on the internet. I asked Li Chen to check. He said that he did not copy, and he defended his rights and sued a few years ago, but the accusation failed, and the matter was over, so I gave the script to you." Su Yirui was silent for a moment. Wang Meng asked, "What's wrong?" Su Yirui said, "I went to compare the two novels. In my opinion, even if the accusation fails, it must have been copied. Many details are the same, and even the methods of solving the case and the way of reasoning are similar. It cannot be a coincidence. At this time it can only be said to be a matter of opinion." Wang Meng, "Then what are you going to do?" "I'm not going to shoot, you go deal with it." Wang Meng, "Don't shoot, the contract has been signed, and it has been officially announced, and if you don't shoot now, it will be a breach of contract, and the liquidated damages are not a small amount." Su Yirui said lightly, "You and the film party make the reason clear. You can pay as much as you should pay when the time comes. I have a lot of money. In short, I won't make this movie." Chapter 103. Wang Meng privately did not want Su Yirui to breach the contract. After all, the contract had been signed, and Su Yirui unilaterally breached the contract, not only to compensate for huge liquidated damages, but also to bear the anger of the producer. Seeing that the movie is about to start, it is not a simple matter to ask someone to change the heroine now, let alone. Since the Japanese writer has lost the lawsuit, even if Su Yirui takes over the filming, even if those netizens say a few words, it will not hinder anything. However, Wang Meng persuaded for a long time, but Su Yirui still insisted on her own views. She just said that although the Japanese writer lost the lawsuit, the core content of the original House of Shadows was obviously completely borrowed from others, and she did not shoot such a work, and it was not worthy of her like. How much Su Yirui liked the script after seeing it, and how disgusted she was now. At Su Yirui's insistence, Wang Meng contacted the director and had a showdown about Su Yirui's refusal to act. The director couldn't believe it at first, until he personally called Su Yirui on the phone. He understood that Su Yirui was resolutely not acting. After the director saw Su Yirui's audition, he had great expectations for Su Yirui, but Su Yirui temporarily refused to act, and the director's disappointment can be imagined. The director could not understand the reason for Su Yirui's refusal to act, and after persuasion was useless, the director threatened Su Yirui that if she insisted on going her own way, few directors would ask her to be the heroine in the future. The producer also put pressure on Su Yirui through various relationships. After all, the official has announced that Su Yirui is the heroine, and temporarily replacing the protagonist may have a bad impact on the movie. But Su Yirui didn't eat it and insisted on terminating the contract. In the end, the producer agreed to terminate the contract, but the condition was that Su Yirui could not publicly refuse to act, and everything would be explained by their official side, so as not to have a negative impact on the film. If Su Yirui does not agree, the producer will sue Su Yirui, which will not be beneficial to both parties. Su Yirui just didn't want to act, and didn't plan to make the fish die, so she agreed to this request. A few days later, the official posted on Weibo again to announce that Su Yirui could not play the heroine of House of Shadows due to scheduling reasons, and had terminated her contract with the crew, and voluntarily compensated for the compensation. As soon as this Weibo was posted, related topics immediately became hot searches. Some people familiar with the matter broke the news that the compensation for the termination of the contract was as high as several million, which was more than the salary of Su Yirui to take over the film. Su Yirui could not have considered her schedule before signing the contract, and she had not heard that Su Yirui had other work arrangements, and the schedule after that was obviously empty, so Su Yirui must have other inside stories if she no longer starred in House of Shadows. The internet is asking the real reason why Su Yirui quit the crew. Su Yirui's side did not come forward to explain according to the previous promise, who knew that Baisuyu's team released news to smear Su Yirui to hold Baisuyu. The crew did not deny it due to various considerations, and even the director chose to acquiesce when interviewed, and praised Baisuyu in front of reporters. When the reporter asked who the director was more satisfied with compared with Su Yirui and Baisuyu, the director's answer was very official, but it was obvious that he admired Baisuyu more, and felt that Baisuyu could interpret this role better. In contrast, he was very disappointed with Su Yirui. Su Yirui came out of Wang Meng's office, and there were 2 employees in the studio with their backs to her watching the opening ceremony of House of Shadows. Su Yirui happened to see the reporter asking the director a question, asking Su Yirui and Bai Suyu, who he was more optimistic about. She stood behind her and watched the entire interview, and Wang Meng then came out of the office, saw this scene, and scolded the 2 employees who were watching the video next to each other. At this time, the 2 employees saw Su Yirui standing behind them. They were startled and shouted awkwardly, "Mr. Su." Seeing Wang Meng reprimanding them, Su Yirui waved her hand and said it was okay. Wang Meng frowned and said, "Don't leave yet, I'll tell you something." Su Yirui nodded. At this time, the video was not turned off. The reporter turned the topic to Bai Suyu. The reporter asked Bai Suyu, there were rumors that she and Su Yirui used to be good friends, and now the two seem to have a bad relationship. Is there such a thing? One of the employees wanted to reach out and turn off the video window, but was stopped by Su Yirui. No need to turn it off. The employee was a little hesitant. Wang Meng looked at Su Yirui, but didn't say anything. Several people watched this interview together, and the atmosphere suddenly became particularly awkward. Wang Meng saw Bai Suyu pretending to recall how he and Su Yirui met and became friends, and said with a sad face that the relationship between the two is indeed not as good as before, and a lot of things have happened and there are many misunderstandings. Wang Meng was so angry that he couldn't hit anywhere. Bai Suyu, a scheming, is here to establish a kind and nostalgic persona. What to say, the two of them can't go back now. Su Yirui is too busy now, and the two rarely contact. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she was obviously misleading the public and making everyone think that Su Yirui was the kind of person who turned against her when she became popular. The most infuriating thing is that under the guidance of the entire crew, the truth of Su Yirui's refusal to act in House of Shadows turned out to be something shameful that Su Yirui had done, causing her to be kicked out of the crew by the director, and she had a handle in the crew, so she could only compensate for liquidated damages, and Bai Suyu was the heroine who was really valued by the director. The reporter finally summed up at the end of the interview, once a friend, now he has become an opponent again, but Su Yirui is completely inferior to Bai Suyu. Back in the office, Wang Meng was about to explode. Although Su Yirui seemed very calm, she was also quite angry. The interview video is now circulating on the internet, and Su Yirui can guess how those people will write Su Yirui with their toes. I will arrange for someone to send out the real reason for your refusal to act. I can't let them step on their heads and shit on them. I promised us not to come out to talk about the reason for terminating the contract. Who knew that they were so excessive? And this Bai Suyu, she picked up the role you don't want. I'm so sorry, I said some things in front of reporters. I really regarded myself as a green onion. Wang Meng slapped the table and said angrily. Seeing that Su Yirui didn't make a sound, Wang Meng asked, you still have to save face for them, you refuse to act because of plagiarism of the original work. Su Yirui said, how is it possible? I didn't want to tear my face when I promised at the beginning, but now they are shameless, why bother to save face for them? But this matter can't be rushed. Why, do you have any other plans? Wang Meng knew Su Yirui, and as soon as he heard this, he knew that she had an idea. I had someone go to Japan a few days ago to contact the author of Nightmare to talk about copyright, and today there will be results, and I have already found Roddy to be the director, and if the negotiations are completed, I will be ready to make a movie immediately. Wang Meng's eyes widened, and he didn't react for a while. Su Yirui actually planned to invest in filming Nightmare by herself. No wonder she came to the company these days. She kept saying that she was busy with something. It turned out that she was busy with this. What you mean is that you have to buy the film rights yourself and then invest in it yourself? Yes, if the other party agrees. Su Yirui's conditions are very favorable, and it stands to reason that the other party has no reason to refuse. Roddy has agreed? Wang Meng asked. Luo Di is a well-known director in Country A, and when she heard that Su Yirui wanted to invest in movies by herself, Yan Fingyi recommended Luo Di to her after reading the novel Nightmare. Yan Fingyi and Luo Di knew each other, so they quickly arranged a meeting between the two. After meeting, Su Yirui clarified her thoughts, and Luo Di said that she was very interested and that as long as she got the copyright, she could prepare to rewrite the script. Su Yirui nodded, well, now I'll wait for Japan's reply. Wang Meng, but House of Shadows is about to start filming, you are just preparing, and when the time comes, when you finish filming, it will be released for half a year. I don't care about this for now, in short, I prepare mine here, they shoot theirs. When I read the script of House of Shadows before, although I think the script is indeed very good, but there are always some places that are unreasonable, the plot twist is a bit stiff. After watching Nightmare, I understand why, It is because House of Shadows borrows the central stock of others, and the background created in the novel is somewhat in conflict. Japanese culture and domestic culture are very different, resulting in obvious bugs in the plot. After adapting it into a movie script, the bug was rounded, but as long as you think about it carefully, you still feel that it is wrong. But Nightmare does not have this shortcoming. I believe that the movie adapted from Nightmare must be more exciting than House of Shadows. Wang Meng saw her excited and expectant look, and also became happy. Since you are so confident, then do it. You must do it better than House of Shadows. If the two movies can be released at the same time, then the scene will be good looking, but unfortunately, it is impossible. After Wang Meng finished speaking, Su Yirui also smiled. No, maybe it's really possible. Wang Meng shook his head. Impossible. A film has nearly 20 links before it officially starts shooting. From the story to the script, from the script to obtaining investment, from getting investment to confirming the project. Although you can invest all by yourself, there is also the formulation of the budget, the formation of the crew, the subsequent main creative meeting to the overall planning, the establishment of the film audiovisual language, the costume, the scene, etc., and then to the casting, scene selection, storyboarding, the final confirmation of the field equipment, and finally, to the makeup, to the test shooting, and to obtain the filming license of the film. These processes take at least half a year, and after half a year, House of Shadows, the filming has long been over. Su Yirui just shrugged. Who knows, let's talk about it then. That night, Su Yirui received a reply from Japan, and the author of Nightmare agreed to cooperate, and Su Yirui immediately asked Xia Shaochen to book a ticket to Japan. The contract has been prepared for a long time, and she just needs to go over and sign it. Yan Fingyi happened to have a vacation, so she said she would go with her. After signing the contract, Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi spent 3 days in Japan. On the last day, Yan Fingyi happened to have some work to do, so Su Yirui went shopping alone, and I have to say that Japan is also a good place to shop. Su Yirui spent a day buying, and the final result was also very amazing. She bought dozens of large electrical appliances alone, and she also liked a few pieces of furniture with a sense of design, although it was inconvenient to bring it back, but Su Yirui liked it, so she bought them all and spent expensive logistics fees to pack them from Japan and send them back to country A. Of course, many snacks, masks and small pieces of cosmetics were also sent back. When Su Yirui filled in the address, she wrote the address of the studio. As a result, when she got off the plane, she received a series of deadly calls from Wang Meng, asking her to come to the studio quickly, saying that the studio was no longer able to stand, and it was all piled up by her couriers. When Su Yirui came to the studio, she saw a room full of express delivery, and she couldn't laugh or cry. She joked, "Why didn't I think our studio was so small before?" Everyone has been standing in the cracks for a long time, and they are a little helpless when they hear this. Su Yirui said, "Then I will simply not work today. Let's dismantle the express delivery together. It just so happens that most of them are gifts for you." Hearing this, the employees of the studio immediately looked surprised. "What are you doing? These dozen small boxes here are all gifts, the rest are furniture and appliances. I'll ask someone to move them away later." Su Yirui waved her hand, and everyone looked for scissors one after another, and took utility knives, and each person was assigned 3 express boxes, and soon all the boxes were opened. The box was colorful, stuffed with snacks, cosmetics, masks, and everyone shouted excitedly. Su Yirui bought all the best-selling models, which everyone liked. Su Yirui looked at the studio full of express boxes and said to Wang Meng, "It seems that it is time for us to change to a bigger company. After all, we are about to invest in making movies, and the studio is a bit small now." Wang Meng said, "This is still small, our company only has a few people. I think those companies that are several times larger than our studio are not as big as our company." Su Yirui said, "There will be more people in the future, not that there are several newcomers to show me today, but there will be more and more newcomers in the future, and they all need a separate room, and now they are almost not enough." Wang Meng had no choice but to say, "Okay, you are the boss, listen to you." After the express delivery was dismantled, everyone in the studio received many gifts, and everyone was happy, and when the people from the moving company came over to move away the large furniture and home appliances, the studio was immediately empty again. Although Su Yirui said that she didn't have to work today, everyone got the gift and returned to their workstations and started to work seriously. Just as Su Yirui was sorting things out in the office, Wang Meng came over. "Wang Meng, let me tell you a piece of news." "What's the news?" Su Yirui looked up. The Last Moon is finalized. It is scheduled for November 10th, and then you will follow the crew to do national publicity, and it is estimated that after the release of The Most Moon, the preparations for the start of filming of Nightmare are almost complete. That's a good thing, but I'm busy again. Su Yirui smiled. There is one more thing. Wang Meng said meaningfully, regarding Bai Suyu, you two are really destined, she. Su Yirui hurriedly interrupted her, don't say it, let me guess. Wang Meng put his hands on his chest, guess what? Did her movie finally be finalized, and she still collided with me? Oh my god, you can guess this right, you are a prophet, you are. Su Yirui, it's true. You're right, her movie is scheduled for November 11th, the time is very close, you have been compared on the internet this year, it is estimated that as soon as this news comes out, everyone is waiting to see it. There are still 2 months left, and we will know then. How is it? Although you are a supporting actress in The Most Moon, your role is not less than that of the heroine, do you have the confidence to win Bai Suyu this time? Su Yirui smiled, have I ever lost to her? Chapter 10 for the movie starring Bai Suyu is a romance film, called Love with Encounters, and it is also a good day to choose to release it on November 11th, and it can attract a large number of audiences under the name of Singles Day. The movie tells the story of two friends of the opposite sex, who became lovers by mistake, and after making some ridiculous things, the relationship between the two has changed a lot, and they finally came together several times. Love with Encounters has been scheduled once before, but due to various reasons, it has been withdrawn, postponed until now. The trailer has also been changed once. The trailer released this time is very interesting, whetting the audience's appetite, and even many people bought pre-sale movie tickets early after watching the trailer. And under the overwhelming sweeping publicity of Love as You Happen, 7 out of 10 people know that the movie is about to be released. In contrast, The Last Moon, which will be released almost at the same time, has much less momentum, not to mention that The Last Moon is a suspense film with a love skin, which is relatively niche in itself. But after the trailer was released, it still made a lot of splashes. Su Yirui's appearance in the trailer is very stunning, her beauty does not hide her acting skills at all. In the trailer, she does not come out much, but every frame catches the audience's attention. The trailer is cut okay, not as appetizing as Love with Encounters, but I have to say that Su Yirui is a great highlight in it. The day before the movie was released, it was screened in major theaters across the country, but the attendance rate was not high. And on November 11th, major theaters had very few films for The Last Moon, 10 for Love as You Happen, and only 3 for The Last Moon. Let's not talk about the subject matter restrictions, but it can be seen from this that all parties are not optimistic about the film The Last Moon. However, everything will not be known until after the release. Nor is there no precedent for a headwind comeback. For example, last year's Chinese New Year file, 6 big productions were released together, and in the end, the best-selling was indeed the least optimistic science fiction film at the beginning. Su Yirui is very confident in The Last Moon. At the press conference before the release, she also attended in full costume, wearing a beautiful and luxurious cheongsam, with a delicate figure, and when she stepped onto the stage, her body seemed to be with light, which instantly caught the attention of everyone present. The press conference was broadcast live, so the situation was broadcast to the cooperative live broadcast platform through the camera. As soon as Su Yirui appeared, the comment area was about to explode, and they were all brushing beautifully. Su Yirui has not appeared in public for a long time. Some time ago she has been making movies, and then took a break for a few months, and many people have not seen her for a long time. She has lost a lot of weight, but her complexion does not look haggard because she is too thin, but her temperament is more outstanding, and her facial features are more three-dimensional. It is not as beautiful as a real person, it is simply a well-carved portrait. Many people left messages asking what brand of cheongsam Su Yirui was wearing and which brand of stud earrings she wore on her ears. But these are all Su Yirui's private customized styles, and few people can recognize the brand. When it comes to the interview session, reporters and media always throw questions to Su Yirui. Reporter, is it true that you lost 10 pounds for this role? Su Yirui nodded, yes, in order to get closer to the image of the character, I made some efforts in the body. Reporter, I heard that you and Bai Suyu are at odds, is there such a thing? Su Yirui smiled faintly, I haven't been in touch for a long time, there is no discord, I hope everyone will pay more attention to the work. Reporter, what do you think about the movie starring you are released at the same time this time? Which of the 2 movies do you think will be more blockbuster? Su Yirui avoided the weight and said lightly, "This question is going to ask you. Tonight is the premiere of The Last Moon. You can buy tickets to watch. I believe that after watching it, you will also have an answer to this question." After answering a question, Su Yirui's answer was very professional, and she was not caught wrong, and Wang Meng was very satisfied standing in the audience. After the press conference, the pre-sale box office of The Last Moon increased significantly. Su Yirui's Cheongsam outfit is also on the hot search. Her stunning appearance at the press conference has received a lot of praise. Of course, there are also many voices of doubt, suspecting that she is just a vase in the film this time. No matter how well the trailer is cut, it is just a good-looking face. The premiere was at midnight, and Su Yirui herself bought a lot of 0 o'clock movie tickets, some of which were given to the studio employees, and some were given to Yuan Mi, and she asked her to take them and send them to the employees of Yan's group. When Su Yirui bought the tickets and found Yuan Mi, she learned that Yan Fingyi had already ordered her to buy 1/3 of the tickets for the major theaters at the premiere, as a movie to support Su Yirui, and to give some benefits to the company's employees. After learning about this, Su Yirui couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The tickets for the premiere of this S-City will not be all contracted by herself and Yan Fingyi. Fortunately, there is only S-City, and Yan Fingyi did not spend a lot of money to buy tickets from all over the country. However, if there is only S-City, the sales in other regions are too low. Wouldn't it seem that S-City is very abrupt? Things are already like this. Su Yirui didn't think much about it, so she had to wait for the premiere to see the response. She left 2 VIP hall tickets for herself and Yan Fingyi, preparing to go to the movies with Yan Fingyi in the evening. Yan Fingyi also agreed, and the two agreed in advance that they would have another costume game. This time, no one told anyone how to dress up, and whether they would surprise each other when they saw it. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, the major cinemas in S-City were still very lively. There are many people who come to the cinema to watch The Last Moon tonight. But the funny thing is that many people who came to buy tickets temporarily thought that no one bought movie tickets, so when they arrived at the cinema, they found that more than a dozen tickets had been sold the day before yesterday, and now there are only corners and the difference in the first row. As everyone knows, just yesterday and today, all the tickets were bought. It's so late, it's coming, and if you leave, it's inevitable that you'll be a little disappointed, so even if the seats are not good, some people still buy tickets. The movie was about to start, and there was a long line at the ticket gates. Before the entry time, everyone chatted while waiting. "I didn't want to come, seeing Su Yirui. I thought this movie must not be good looking, but the company actually gave away tickets for free. Tomorrow is the weekend, just come and take a look. Anyway, there is no other arrangement, you just happen to be free." "Oh, why don't you like Su Yirui so much? I think she's pretty good looking. Even if the movie isn't good looking, it's okay to look at the actor's face, pass the time, and the last time Dreamless Realm didn't have a good reputation." "I didn't watch Dreamless Realm, I didn't have any interest. You didn't know during that time, I was so busy that I didn't have time to surf the internet, let alone go to the movies." Two girls dressed as office workers are chatting on chairs in the waiting area of the cinema. One of the girls was wearing a white shirt and a long black skirt, with her face full of interest, while the other girl was wearing a khaki plaid suit skirt, looking very happy. The white shirt said, "I'm going to buy a bucket of popcorn, so as not to be too boring later, just think of it as a popcorn movie." The plaid skirt said, "Okay, you go." White shirt, "Are you going to buy anything?" Plaid skirt, "Just buy me a glass of water, thank you." After the white shirt left, the plaid skirt played with her mobile phone, and she was a little bored, so she looked up at her surroundings casually, and her eyes swept over the elevator and stopped. A couple caught her attention. The girl was wearing a delicate little dress, a white lace round hat on her head, and a small bag in the shape of a star like a doll, very cute. The boy is very tall, at least 1.85 meters tall, dressed in British style, a khaki plaid sweater with a shirt inside, Baroque shoes, a pair of gold wire glasses, and his hair is meticulously arranged. The two held hands intimately, and the boy kept looking down at the girl's eyes. What a couple who envied others. It's a pity that both of them are wearing masks and can't see their faces. However, the plaid skirt felt that the girl's face shape looked a little familiar, and the boy seemed to have seen it, and the body shape was a bit like someone she knew, but she couldn't remember who it was all of a sudden. Just as she was racking her brains to think, the white shirt came back. "Here you go, your water." The plaid skirt turned around when she heard the sound, and happened to see the movie promotional poster of The Last Moon. Su Yirui's face came into view, and she suddenly thought that the girl in the small dress just now looked very much like Su Yirui. And the man next to her, she must also know him. What's wrong with you? What are you doing? Let me tell you. I don't know what the company thinks this time. Why don't you send a ticket for love as you happen to send a movie ticket? Anyway, it's still a scene on Singles Day. I watched the trailer of Love with Encounters, but I want to see it. I heard that it was Secretary Yuan's vote, and it was also strange. Isn't Secretary Yuan doing things next to Mr. Yen now? How can he care about this? The white shirt chattered endlessly, and stuffed a few popcorn into his mouth. The look of the plaid skirt changed. She knew who that person looked like just now, like Mr. Yen. She had seen Mr. Yen before, and she was particularly impressed at that time. Mr. Yan's appearance was like beating a number of male stars in the entertainment industry, and she would never forget it after seeing it, and her figure was also top-notch. I seem to see Su Yirui just now, and Mr. Yen. What? The white shirt was shocked, and the popcorn in his hand almost spilled all over the ground. Where? You read that right? Plaid skirt, I saw them enter the VIP hall arm in arm. White shirt. The white shirt didn't know whether to suspect that something was wrong with her ears or that something was wrong with her colleagues' eyes. They can't get in without tickets to the VIP hall, and now they don't want to buy VIP tickets temporarily. The movie was about to start, and the two had to go to the ticket checkout first. Before sitting down, the white shirt was still asking if the plaid skirt was wrong. The plaid skirt originally felt very similar, but after being asked several times by the white shirt, I wasn't sure. I didn't see it clearly, and they were all wearing masks. The two lowered their voices and talked, but the movie started immediately, and in order not to disturb others, the two had to stop talking. As soon as the lights went out, the entire screening hall darkened, and as soon as the movie started, it was on a high school campus. After school, several girls were walking on the road, and the relationship between several people seemed to be very good, talking and laughing, full of youthful vitality. Among them is the heroine of the film, Su Yirui. Su Yirui chose the role well, with a hint of reserve and purity, a sweet smile, beautiful facial features, very comfortable to look at, and must be a very popular existence in school. Suddenly, their conversation became much quieter. The camera slowly shifted to a slender back in front of him. It was a girl in a school uniform, very thin, tall, walking very quickly. Her long black hair was blown up by the wind, a little flowing, but looking at the shoes she was wearing, it could be seen that her family background was not good. The soles were very thin, and the school uniform was also very old, and it was washed white. Nyashwanger. I don't know who shouted. The slender figure stopped, she hesitated for a second, and continued to walk forward. It seems that she doesn't want to know who is calling her at all. Hearing this name, everyone knows that this is Nyashwanger, played by Su Yirui. Seeing that she didn't turn around, everyone couldn't help but look forward to her looking back. Looking at Su Yirui's makeup photos and posters are very beautiful. I don't know what it is actually like in the film. At this moment, a stone crossed from midair and hit the back of Nyashwanger's head, and even a bang could be heard. You can imagine how painful it is. This not only hit Nyashwanger's head in the film, but also made the audience's hearts tighten. What is the situation? The moment Nyashwanger slowly turned around, everyone in the screening hall couldn't help but hold their breath. Time seems to have been slowed down. Everyone saw the big screen and gave Nyashwanger's face a close-up. It was an extremely beautiful, exquisite, but very indifferent face. There was no emotion in her eyes just swept around the crowd behind her, and then took it back. I have to say that such a picture brings a strong sense of impact. It is much deeper than the feeling when I saw the pure and lovely Su Yirui. Soon the next picture explained the reason why Nyashwanger was thrown stones. Contrary to Su Yirui, she is a being hated by many people at school, and even many people form small groups to bully her, both men and women, and it is common to throw stones at her on the road like this. She also had no friends at school. So just now she heard someone calling her, and she didn't look back, because she knew that nothing good would happen. Originally, everyone thought that this movie had nothing to look forward to, but it was just a movie under the guise of suspense, but in fact it was disease-free, all relying on the actors to sell their faces. Who knows, the first few minutes captured the curiosity of all the audience. At the beginning, Nyashwanger's indifference and Su Yirui's liveliness and cuteness were very vividly shown. The director's shooting technique was also very good, and the picture still had a Japanese feeling, which was very beautiful, but very cold, and had a special sense of luxury. And Nyashwanger's dark and kind side is slowly showing in front of everyone. Her contradictory personality is more controversial and attractive than the innocent Su Yirui. I have to say that Su Yirui interpreted this character very specially. Beyond everyone's imagination. The plot of the movie is a bit bloody, but it inexplicably makes people want to watch it. It is not surprising that Su Yirui and Nya Shuang'er fell in love with the male protagonist Lu Ming at the same time, but what is curious is that since this movie is a suspenseful mystery film, something unexpected must have happened. With such doubts, the timeline comes 10 years later. After watching it for a while, everyone showed a sudden appearance, and the wonderful part of the film officially began. Everyone couldn't help but sit up straight and looked at it seriously. The film uses flashbacks and interpolations to synchronize several timelines, but it is not abrupt at all and will not make people play, but it will make people have more and more questions in their hearts. One of the timelines is a secret room murder case in an upscale community in the city center, where no suspicious fingerprints can be found at the scene, and there is no useful evidence. The only clue is a post-it note with a sentence written on it. Another timeline is that 10 years later, Nya Shuang'er became an executive of a multinational company, and Su Yirui returned from studying abroad to apply for a job at Nya Shuang'er's company and became her subordinate. Su Yirui used to be the goddess of the school, and Nya Shuang'er was the target of bullying. Now, Nya Shuang'er has become Su Yirai's immediate boss, and Su Yirui wants to look at Nya Shuang'er's face to do things. For some reason, the audience actually had a sense of exhilaration of feng shui taking turns at this time. But in fact, after seeing Su Yirui come back, Nya Shuang'er was not as calm and indifferent as she appeared on the surface. She was actually very painful. She haunted her self-esteem for 10 years because Su Yirui hurt her self-esteem back then, and she hated Su Yirui and was jealous of her. The male protagonist Lu Ming is also in this city. He and Su Yirui were together back then, and now they meet again, and the old relationship between the two is rekindled, which is a big blow to Nya Shuang'er, who has always loved Lu Ming deeply. Seeing this, everyone can guess that the previous deceased was Su Yirui, and the murderer was probably Nya Shuang'er. But even if you know this, there are many new doubts. How Nya Shuang'er killed Su Yirui, and how she disguised herself as a secret room to kill people. She still had a perfect alibi that day. As the plot progresses, the audience's minds are all pulled by the film. The white shirt originally thought that she would want to leave the table after watching it for a while, but she didn't expect that the movie was about to end, and she still devoted herself to the film, not even having the mind to chat with the same time. She now wants to know what the ending will be. Until she saw that Nya Shuang'er had not been found by the police to find evidence of her murder, but because of Lu Ming's sadness, she couldn't stand the torment in her heart and chose to jump into the sea to end her life. Her mood was very complicated. She left a suicide note detailing her murder and donated all her inheritance to Hope Primary School. At the end of the film, the moon hangs in the sky and is also reflected on the sea, lonely and cold. Lu Ming took the suicide note and looked at the endless sea on the beach where Nya Shuang'er committed suicide. The director did not give Lu Ming extra shots, but more to the sea, and when the picture was about to disappear, Nya Shuang'er's voice sounded. The sound of the sea. It seems to be a cry. The lights in the screening hall came on, but many people did not get up and leave. Everyone seems to be still immersed in the emotions in the film, and they can't let go for a long time. It wasn't until the ending song was finished that the crowd slowly dispersed. I don't know who made a low choking sound, and someone said, "I forgot to eat the popcorn I bought, do you want to take it away?" Forget it, don't take it, I don't want to eat it, I have no appetite. Hey! I didn't expect Su Yirui's acting skills to be so good. Chapter 105. I want to watch it again. The white shirt sighed. The plaid skirt nodded and said, I also think a little, support it, let's buy 2 more tickets, anyway, tomorrow our 2 single dogs have nothing to do, let's watch it again. The white shirt reversed his previous dislike and said very positively, okay, today's movie ticket is free, and I still owe Su Yirui a ticket. The plaid skirt thought for a while and decided, it seems that many people on the internet are not optimistic about The Last Moon, I want to go back and write an aftermath to give the movie some popularity. The white shirt supported, yes, you have a lot of fans on the Bean Sprout ticket, if you update the movie review, you may be able to drive some people to watch. Bean Sprout Ticket is a mobile app that provides a wealth of information on current and upcoming movies, including trailers, high-definition posters and stills, plot introductions, and netizen comments. Many netizens will post their impressions on it, and they will also discuss the plot of the movie. Plaid Skirt is a movie lover, so she often publishes movie reviews on the Bean Sprout Ticket, and over time some fans will go to see her film reviews, and then choose whether to watch this movie or not. It was late when the plaid skirt came home, more than 2 o'clock in the morning, according to her previous biological clock. She should have been sleepy at this time, but she was still very energetic today. She has been thinking about the plot of The Last Moon. Many details are more thought-provoking the more she thinks about it, especially the end of the movie, which is very well filmed. She still remembers the picture of Nya Shuang'er walking to the sea, and the music, which is really amazing. She was full of thoughts for a while, immediately turned on the computer, and quickly typed on the keyboard. But after a while, a generous film review came out. She sent it to the Sprout Ticket with anticipation, and it was soon commented on. Heaven and earth are passers-by. No, it's like this movie review is bought with money. There is one thing to say, the writing is really good. Fragmented Nian Xiao Princess. I think Su Yirui spent money to buy it, but it's too fake, fools will believe it. Buy reviews just after the premiere is played. Is it too urgent? Is it because the pre-sale box office is too bad? Pikachu loves to discharge the truth upstairs. Maybe I want to rely on this false praise to attract some passers-by. Anyway, I won't believe it. I have already bought tickets for Love with Encounters, and I plan to watch it tomorrow. I want to eat iced watermelon. I have been following TZ for a long time, and I have always felt that TZ's film reviews are very pertinent, and my preferences are similar to mine. But after reading the film review this time, I really doubt whether it was written for money as everyone said, but I still believe in TZ. I plan to buy tickets tomorrow to see it. The name of the plaid skirt is Song T, so her nickname on the Bean Sprout Ticket is TZ. Seeing these comments, Song T was not angry. She even thought, you will know when you watch the movie. So she didn't explain, just replied in the comment area, whether the movie is good or not. I said it alone. In short, I will watch it again. At least I think it's really good looking. Su Yirui's acting skills are really explosive, amazing to me. Then, Song T took a photo of today's movie ticket, and also put a screenshot of the pre-sale movie ticket order for tomorrow that she had just bought, proving that she really knew how to watch it, and whether others believed it or not was none of her business. After turning off the computer, Song T was ready to wash up and sleep, and after lying down in bed, she habitually opened WeChat to read the news and swipe the circle of friends. I just saw a colleague from a certain department in the circle of friends posting a photo, saying that he went out to do business today, saw Mr. Yen, and took a back photo. In the photo, a tall man is holding a bag in his hand, which should contain clothes. Song T was stunned for a moment, zoomed in on the photo and looked at it for a while, and was sure that the plaid of the dress was the same as the man she saw today. Could it be that she was right? That person was really Mr. Yen, but that woman, was it Su Yirui? Song T felt that he had discovered some shocking secret, and he was sleepy for a moment. She thought about it all night, and dark circles came out, and her intuition told her that it was exactly what she thought, but she couldn't be sure, which made it difficult. As a result, early the next morning, she received a call from the white shirt, saying that a paparazzi had photographed Su Yirui and a strange man appearing in the mall at the same time last night, and the upper floor of the mall was the cinema where they were watching movies. Song T opened Weibo and saw that the topic of Su Yirui and a mysterious man's late-night date had been on the hot search. Just when the movie was first released, many people said that it was hype, self-directed and self-acted, so no one believed that Su Yirui was really in a relationship. But after seeing the two people she saw yesterday in the picture taken by the paparazzi, Song Ti's eyes stared for a long time. It's really Mr. Yen and Su Yirui. After Bai Suyu got the news, she was very happy, thinking that the movie she starred in was a box office hit. The corners of her mouth kept rising, and what made her even happier was that she won Su Yirui. She smiled and opened the Bean Sprout Ticket app, wanting to see the online review of Love with Encounters. The movie has been released for a day, and the box office is so good, it stands to reason that there should be a lot of reviews on the internet. She can't wait to see netizens compare Love As You Happen and The Last Moon together to see how everyone evaluates her and Su Yirui's acting skills. On the Bean Sprout Ticket, Love with Encounters is at the top of the popular list. Bai Suyu smiled slightly, clicked in, and went directly to the film review area. But after looking at it for a while, the smile on her face slowly dissipated. How can it be completely different from what she imagined? I thought most of them would be 5 stars and 4 stars, but who knew that there would be 3.5 stars and 4 stars? She shook her head. This is just a random evaluation given by netizens. She rarely went to see the Bean Sprout Ticket before, and at this time she couldn't help but doubt the standard of netizen ratings on the Bean Sprout Ticket. It's better to go to the long-term review area, which is relatively professional. Bai Suyu continued to look down. Sure enough, the long review area is full of film reviews left by professional film critics and people who often write film reviews. Bai Suyu saw some very pertinent comments and suggestions. Soon, she also saw someone compare Love with the Way and The Last Moon together. Who knows, this person actually said that he liked The Last Moon more, and said that whether it was from the idea of the story or the performance of the actors, The Last Moon did a better job, and compared with The Last Moon, Love with Encounters seems boring. Bai Suyu's face turned cold. She looked through some other comments and found that there were not a few people who said such things. As long as the two movies are mentioned, they all say that The Last Moon is better. Bai Suyu was a little angry. I heard that Su Yirui spent money to buy reviews before, but it turned out to be true, and she bought so much. It's too shameless, even if you praise yourself, you still have to step on her. Bai Suyu was angry, thinking that she had suffered a loss without money, and Su Yirui was rich and could do whatever she wanted. She gritted her teeth, opened Weibo, and switched the large account to the Weibo small account, wanting to send something to vent her dissatisfaction with Su Yirui. After sending it, her anger subsided a little. She habitually searched for her name to see what news was related, and after watching it for a while, she found that many people were discussing her performance in Love with Encounters, and of course she praised her more. So she went to search for Su Yirui's name again. Sure enough, the movie is being released, and most of the names are being discussed at this time. What she didn't expect was that many people said that Su Yirui's performance in the film was amazing, she acted very well, and she had to go to the movie 2 or 3 times. The Princess in William's Castle, how much I hated Su Yirui before, how much I love her now, it's so beautiful, she is too good looking in The Last Moon, I like it so much. Girl in yellow plaid skirt, to be honest, I went with a provocative heart before going to the movies, but the result was so fragrant. I can't find anything to be dark at all, but there are many, many things worth praising. P.S. Su Yirui is great. Love you for not 2 or 3 days, Su Yirui is amazing. I didn't expect her to be able to play such a role. Lu Zhuan fan, I heard that she spent money to buy praise before, now it seems that they are all rumors, those praise are not exaggerated at all. Okay, if I want to praise it, it is 10 times more exaggerated than them. The Last Moon is really good looking, everyone will show it to me. After reading this, Bai Suyu didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment, he thought he had won, but the fact slapped him in the face again and again. She didn't believe it. But she couldn't help but believe it. She can't even compare to Su Yirui in acting, so what else can she compare with her? She lost to Su Yirui in the previous auditions, she felt that Su Yirui was strong behind her and brought money into the group, she lost to Su Yirui, and she was not convinced. But now, the movie has been filmed and released, and so many netizens also feel that Su Yirui is better than her. Then what else does she have to say? Bai Suyu was silent for a long time, threw his phone aside, and didn't want to look at it anymore. After a long time, she could only tell herself that at least the box office of Love with the Encounter was much better than The Last Moon. Although the evaluation of netizens is better, the box office is real, she underestimated Su Yirui before, but she can work harder, she will definitely be able to catch up with Su Yirui. Thinking about it this way, Bai Suyu's mood finally got better. Her WeChat has been ringing for a long time, she hasn't been looking at it just now, and then new news has arrived. It was a message from her assistant. Seeing the assistant mention Su Yirui, Bai Suyu's expression became slightly ugly, and she clicked on the picture sent by the assistant. It's a screenshot of Weibo. Wave Entertainment, recently, some media photographed Su Yirui dating a mysterious man, the two appeared in the cinema together, Su Yirui held the man's hand, the man's eyes were always on Su Yirui, and helped Su Yirui tidy up her hair, the two looked at each other and smiled, very warm and intimate, suspected of being in a relationship exposed. Wave Entertainment asked Su Yirui's staff to verify this, but the other party did not reply yet. It is reported that Su Yirui has publicly stated earlier that she likes her younger brother, and it seems that this is also Su Yirui's favorite younger brother. This Weibo also attached several GIFs, all of which were secretly photographed of the intimate interaction between Su Yirui and the mysterious man. Bai Suyu recognized it at a glance, and it was Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi who were photographed. At this time, seeing the intimate photos of the two, Bai Suyu couldn't help but think of Shenlu. Recently, her relationship with Shenlu is a little delicate, Shenlu seems to have changed a lot, and she is not as considerate and caring for her as before, and she doesn't know what went wrong. However, it cannot be said that Shenlu is not good to her. This time her new movie is released, Shenlu has packed a lot of movie tickets in various places, as a gift for her, wishing her a box office hit. In fact, she should do something to bring the relationship between the two back to the beginning, otherwise she would always be a little uneasy. Bai Suyu had already realized that without Shenlu's help, she would not have had everything she had so quickly. She now has the best agent, the best resources, and the realization of her dream is just around the corner, so she wants to hurry up with Shenlu. It just so happened that she asked Shenlu to have dinner together in the evening, and she had been busy filming recently, and she hadn't spoken to Shenlu for a long time, so she just took this opportunity to consolidate the relationship between the two. Bai Suyu picked a light blue skirt from the closet, plain and fresh, which is Shenlu's favorite style. After being with Shenlu for so long, she had already figured out Shenlu's preferences. She used to disdain to please Shenlu, but now, she has to change a little. After changing clothes, Bai Suyu dressed up carefully, and then took his bag to the place where he made an appointment with Shenlu. Who knew that when he arrived at the place, he didn't see Shenluren. She called Shenlu and found out that Shenlu had forgotten about meeting her today and went to an important banquet. Perhaps because of Bai Suyu's pigeons, Shenlu invited Bai Suyu to attend the banquet and sent a driver to pick her up. Bai Suyu thought for a while and went. It wasn't the first time she had attended a banquet with Shenlu, and it would be beneficial and harmless for her to go to such occasions more. When she arrived at the place, she found out that this banquet was actually a family gathering of the Shen family. The invited people are all in-laws of the Shen family or have very close contacts, so the Gu family and the Yan family are also among the invitees. Not only Gu Xingyi, but also Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi came. Bai Suyu's eyes couldn't help but forget that Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi were floating. Bai Suyu thought to himself, speaking of which, they have been together for a long time, but Yan Fingyi has never made her relationship with Su Yirui public, just like the people of the Yan family and the Shen family said before. Yan Fingyi is just playing with Su Yirui. Unlike her and Shenlu, who made their relationship public early, even if the Shen family did not agree, as long as Shenlu insisted, her hope of marrying into the Shen family was still very high. Chapter 106. There were also many people at the banquet who had the same idea as Bai Suyu. Su Yirui and a mysterious man dating are on the hot search, and everyone has seen it. Netizens didn't know that it was the president of Yan Group, but everyone who came to the banquet knew Yan Fingyi, and of course they recognized it at a glance. The relationship between Yan Fingyi and Su Yirui is no longer a secret in this circle, but no one will say it outside. There are many reasons, but the most important thing is that the Yan family will definitely not want the outside world to know about it. But I didn't expect that the photos of the two dating were spread. At this juncture, the news of Su Yirui was exposed, and the internet said that it was the hype of Su Yirui's self-directed enacting for the box office of the movie. How can a movie be exposed in the next second as soon as it is released? Isn't this hype? The comment area is all satirizing Su Yirui's hype, and the hot comments even have 20,000 likes. It seems that because the box office of The Last Moon was too poor, the producer and Su Yirui were anxious to jointly create this kind of fake news. After a few days, Su Yirui came forward to respond and clarify, and the matter was over. But in this way, not only did the movie earn a wave of popularity, but the producer also saved publicity costs. Even Su Yirui's fans didn't believe it, and even joked that this was Su Yirui's new brother. Some people also remembered that Su Yirui was photographed dating a college student before, and compared the two people, and found that the boy in the previous photo was very similar to the person in this photo, and the height and appearance were similar. But soon, someone came out to break the news that Su Yirui really had a boyfriend, and the photo was also real, and the man in the photo was not small, but the whistleblower did not disclose the identity of the man. Nowadays, the internet is looking for the identity of Su Yirui's mysterious boyfriend. Su Yirui also saw the news on the internet, and now they are all saying that she directed and acted, and she didn't bother to explain. After all, what is the use of explaining? And taking a step back, it did save a lot of publicity costs for the movie. Wang Meng said that after the producer asked about the situation, after knowing that the matter was not arranged by her, she didn't have to come forward. The reputation of The Last Moon is indeed good. On the third day of its release, the box office will catch up with Love as You Encounter, and the major theaters will arrange The Last Moon as Love with Encounters, so it is entirely possible to catch up with Love as You Encounter. But when Su Yirui saw Yan Fingyi, she still told Yan Fingyi about it. Yan Fingyi was not surprised, he should have known it for a long time. Yuan Mi's trumpet entered the company's gossip chat group, saw the employees' speculation about the photos of Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi on the internet, and knew that Yan Fingyi's identity would be exposed sooner or later, and asked Yan Fingyi if he needed to do anything. Yan Fingyi said that he didn't care that his relationship with Su Yirui was discovered, and he never made it public because he was concerned about Su Yirui, afraid that Su Yirui would not want to, and the public relationship was likely to affect her career. Since Su Yirui took the initiative to mention this matter, Yan Fingyi simply pushed the boat and asked Su Yirui if she wanted to directly disclose the relationship between the two. In fact, when she was first with Yan Fingyi, Su Yirui also thought about whether to make it public, but considering that after making it public, the private lives of the two may be affected, Yan Fingyi has always been low-key, and will also be disturbed by the media, and fans don't know what they will do, so they give up this idea. But now the time we have been together is not short, and there is just such an opportunity. Yan Feng should be mentioned. Su Yirui thought about it and said that she could consider it, but she had to discuss it with the people in the studio first and choose a good time to make it public. After Yan Fingyi got a satisfactory answer, he was in a particularly good mood, his face was always full of excitement, and others saw him so abnormal, and thought that the Yan Group had negotiated some big business recently. Meng Lan is the editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur, and she also got an invitation to the dinner today, which is still due to the relationship between her father and Shen Lu's father, who are good friends. She has always wanted to interview Yan Fingyi, and this time she finally found an opportunity to meet Yan Fingyi, and she naturally will not miss it. Just as Su Qinglu came, Su Yirui went to the door to greet her. Yan Fingyi had no one else around, and Meng Lan, who had been observing Yan Fingyi from the side, hurried over to talk to Yan Fingyi. "Hello Mr. Yan, I have long admired the name. The first time we met, I am Meng Lan, this is my business card." Meng Lan handed over his business card. Yan Fingyi smiled lightly and nodded, took the business card and glanced at it. "Hello. Meng Lan, I heard that Yan's group is going to cooperate with Wampung Group to establish a game company recently. Does Yan always want to develop games by himself?" Yan Fingyi said, "There is this plan." Meng Lan seized this topic and chatted with Yan Fingyi for a few words. She had interviewed the CEO of a game company before and had some understanding of this aspect. Seeing that Yan Fingyi had a good attitude, Meng Lan also said his true purpose: "Our magazine would like to invite you to do an exclusive interview with you. I don't know if Yan always has time." Yan Fingyi had heard this kind of words before, but this time was no exception. He was about to refuse, but he heard Meng Lan say another word. It was this sentence that made him change his mind. "By the way, I just saw Mr. Yan's girlfriend, and the two are a good match." Yan Fingyi swallowed the words to his mouth, and replied with a smile, "It just so happened that I also went to see her movie recently. It's very good. Have you seen it, Mr. Yan?" Yan Fingyi, "I've seen it, it's very good." Seeing that Yan Fingyi's tone when talking about Su Yirui became particularly gentle, Meng Lan began to praise Su Yirui with understanding. Sure enough, after a few praises, Yan Fingyi's attitude towards her seemed to have changed a little. At this time, Su Yirui and Su Qinglu came over. Meng Lan took the initiative to say hello to Su Yirui, expressed her love for her movie, and even talked about her feelings after watching it. Su Yirui listened to what she said and was in a good mood, so she smiled and chatted with her. Meng Lan once again proposed to interview Yan Fingyi. "Mr. Yan, when is it convenient for you to watch the interview?" At this time, Yan Fingyi did not refuse, gave her Yuan Mi's contact information, and asked her to make an appointment with Yuan Mi. Yan Shu looked at Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi from a distance, and said with a mocking face, "Su Yirui is also funny. I suspect that the paparazzi who were secretly photographed were also found by herself, thinking that she could make her relationship with her uncle public, which is really crazy." Standing next to Yan Shu was Gu Qiaoxin, and she cooperated. "Su Yirui is hyping up with your uncle at this time, maybe it's not far from the two of them breaking up." Yan Shu laughed, "That's not right, who doesn't know my uncle's personality? He hates this kind of thing the most, he has never been interviewed by the media before, and he is very low-key. But now the internet is not big enough, if it is bigger again, I will definitely break up with her." Xing Yuan said with a serious feeling, "You say, is the person who broke the news also Su Yirui herself? Otherwise, everyone thought that this mysterious man was found by Su Yirui. How could someone suddenly come out and say that there was indeed a person, and the origin was not small?" Gu Qiaoxin suddenly realized, nodded, and said, "Don't say it, it's really possible." Yan Shu, "Then she's too scheming, my uncle actually likes her, I really don't know that I was blindfolded by lard. If it weren't for the scheming, how could Mr. Yan have taken a fancy to her? He must have extraordinary means, and my brother doesn't know what's wrong, and his attitude towards her has changed 360 degrees, and he used to hide when he saw her." Gu Qiaoxin said. Yes, Gu Xingyi also publicly helped her speak before. So she is scheming, and she has no father or mother since she was a child, but she is not simple. Several people were talking when they suddenly felt a cold gaze fall on them. Yanshu first noticed something was wrong and looked back. I actually saw Yan Fingyi standing behind them. Yan Fingyi's face was ugly, he looked at them coldly, and did not talk to them, and directly asked someone to call Gu Qiaoxin and Xin Yuan's father, and asked Gu's father and Shin's father to discipline their daughters well in a very unceremonious tone, and not to talk about the elders behind their backs. Since I am your elder, then my girlfriend, should I also be respected by you? I remember saying this once on the cruise ship last time. If you are still like this, then you don't need the banquet of the Yan family in the future. Gu's father and Shin's father's faces turned blue, and they immediately taught Gu Qiaoxin and Xin Yuan a lesson. Gu Xingyi and Shenlu saw it, hurriedly came over, and after understanding the situation, Shenlu helped say a couple of words, but Yan Fingyi also scolded Shenlu, and his tone was very harsh. Shenlu helped his girlfriend do something against Su Yirui, and he also knew something, so he took this opportunity to beat him. Shenlu was scolded so much that he didn't dare to say a word, and stood aside, a little embarrassed. In the end, Gu's father and Shin's father took their daughter away, and Yan Shu was also sent back to the Yan family by Yan Fingyi, so that she would not go out this month and reflect on it at home. Even so, Yan Fingyi's face was still ugly, and later Su Yirui came over and said a few words, which made Yan Fingyi's face soften a little. Watching Yan Fingyi and Su Yirui leave, Gu Xingyi seemed a little disheartened. His eyes followed Su Yirui closely. Shenlu stood next to him and pushed him. Don't look, people are far away. Gu Xingyi came back to his senses and looked down at the ground, looking worried. Seeing my uncle like this, he really cares about Su Yirui, so don't think about it anymore. Shenlu persuaded seriously. Gu Xingyi said, you say, if I had understood my heart earlier, wouldn't it have become what it is now? Shenlu paused, perhaps, some things are precious after they are lost? People, they are all cheap bones. After saying that, he glanced at Bai Suyu, who was standing not far away and chatting with other people, and sometimes, you get some people, and you will find that it is not what you think. A few days later, the box office of The Last Moon overtook in a straight line, directly crushing Love with Encounters to death. Then the box office skyrocketed, exceeding 700 million in just 1 week, and it has been almost 10 days since its release, and the stamina is still very strong. This box office is very amazing for the theme of The Last Moon, and Love As You Happen, which has better momentum in the early stage, only has a box office of 300 million. After watching the two-step film, major film critics and media gave comments that they were all more optimistic about The Last Moon. Looking at the theater's scheduling, the difference is simply too big compared to when the movie was first released. Even if everyone is still saying that Su Yirui relies on hype to bring box office, her strength and acting skills are obvious to all, and follow-up news about this movie still continues to appear on the internet. And her mysterious boyfriend has always attracted much attention. It wasn't until the 12th day of the movie that Su Yirui finally publicly admitted on Weibo that she did have a boyfriend, and the two had been dating for a while and had a stable relationship. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it caused an uproar on the internet, and netizens were very excited and asked each other about the identity of the other party. But Su Yirui did not say Yan Fingyi's identity, only said that she was not an insider, and hoped that everyone would give her some private space. But there are still some revelations that exposed Yan Fingyi's identity. But Yan Fingyi has never appeared in public before, nor has he been interviewed. Everyone only knows that he is the president of Yan Group, Shenlu's uncle, and he doesn't know anything else about age and appearance. If you don't sleep, you will have to thank you, Su Yirui and the president of Yan's Group? How old is the president of Yan's Group? For such a big company as the Yan Group, the president should be in his 50s. The love story of the big devil and green tea, however, it won't be the person I photographed last time, right? Meowed, if Su Yirui is so rich, how could she find an old man? Crispy pot, maybe Su Yirui's money is given by the president? Don't stay up late anymore. I heard that the president of Yan Group is Shenlu's uncle, and Shenlu is Su Yirui's former boss. It seems that Su Yirui is through the boss to reach the thigh, and she has established her own door, which is amazing. What a story of holding her thighs and making a fortune. I see, Su Yirui is not a wealthy family at all, but is close to a wealthy family. Chapter 107. On the third day after the Yan family dinner, Su Yirui was going to attend a charity dinner held by the fashion magazine Mosa. Although Su Yirui has not received many endorsements this year, but because of her ability to bring goods, the major brands have given her a lot of things. she specially uses the 4 rooms of the villa to stack these things, but after accumulating, she is about to be unable to let go, not to mention the things she bought with her own money. So this time to participate in the charity dinner, Su Yirui specially asked several assistants in the studio to come over and help her sort out the items to be donated. First of all, I had to make a list of her things here. This is a big project. The 3 of them sorted it out for 2 days, and the list alone was as long as a roll of toilet paper. After finally packing up, I packed several large boxes of items and prepared to donate them. Su Yirui gave each of these 3 assistants a set of Noblewoman's brand skincare products, which were more expensive than their 2 months' salary, and the 3 of them suddenly felt that the hard work had not been in vain these days. After letting the assistant go back, Wang Meng called and discussed the donation with her. These things are small items, worthless, although it is not a shame to take them out to donate, but you still have to take out 2 more valuable items, let's say less millions, otherwise after tonight, the media will not know how to write about her. Wang Meng said that Su Yirui had already considered it. She was going to donate a few pieces of jewelry she had bought in VN before, and those jewels were also bought at random when she bought them, and she bought a whole layer at that time, but it was inevitable that a few pieces were not very liked, and they were not very suitable for her, and she couldn't find the clothes to match several times, so she put them in the cabinet. I have prepared a few pieces of V Yan's limited edition jewelry, all worth about 7 or 800,000. Yes, this is fine. Wang Meng suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, there are the dresses you wore to participate in the event a few times ago, haven't they all been shelved? Put them in the dust, it's better to donate them. Yes, those clothes are really useless, but they are quite expensive. Su Yirui felt that this proposal was really good. Then it's settled, let Xia Shaochen pack her clothes and jewelry later, and she will go to the charity dinner with you in the evening. Su Yirui, okay. Wang Meng, this charity dinner is quite big, domestic stars have been invited, and even many directors, producers, and fashionistas. The most important thing is to use the form of live broadcast, and there are many reporters and media on the scene. You have to pay attention to your demeanor, you take out such precious jewelry, and the donation link will definitely attract much attention. Well, I know, don't worry. Jewelry worth millions and a unique designer dress, it's really a bit painful. You can take it easy at night, don't take the money for money, and donate the fleet and school casually. Wang Meng was really a little worried that Su Yirui was too arrogant, and she spent a lot of money, and no amount of money was enough for her to make. However, thinking of Yan Fingyi, it seems that there is no need to worry about this. The charity dinner held by Mosa was held in S City. The venue was very gorgeous and beautifully decorated, and before the dinner started, the entrance outside the venue was full of luxury cars, and in the cheers and screams of fans, you can see stars getting out of the car one after another. Su Yirui came not early or late. With her fame, she didn't need to walk into the venue from the outside, but had a special VIP channel to enter the venue first. When she got out of the car, she also heard fans calling her name. As soon as she turned around, she happened to see Shen Lu and Bai Suyu walking towards her from not far away, holding hands, and it seemed that they had just arrived. The dress Su Yirui wore today was custom-made as early as 3 months ago, very heavy worked, the bandeau white dress, the chest is an irregular petal shape, it looks very layered, the front piece is made of fish bones, thin and special. The hem of the skirt has 4 layers, the outermost layer is exquisite embroidered fabric, and the second layer is the most popular butterfly hollow design this year, full of girlishness, and the looming butterfly is very romantic. The color of the dress is glossy pearl white, and under the light, it seems to blend in with her snow-white skin, and her whole body exudes light. Although her hair was not coiled but draped behind her, she braided her hair in a complex braid and fixed it at the back of her head with a white silk bow. Just looking at her was like being in a mysterious forest wonderland. Even Bai Suyu and Shen Lu couldn't help but slow down when they saw Su Yirui. Su Yirui retracted her gaze, turned around and entered slowly, and the shouts of the fans behind her gradually disappeared. The charity dinner was followed by an auction, which was the highlight of the night. Everyone is waiting to see what kind of lot everyone will come up with tonight. There will be several good things worth collecting every year, and most of the people present are not short of money, so there will always be a competition for a lot. Su Yirui didn't plan to shoot anything today, she donated so many valuable things, and she was already one of the most generous female stars tonight, but she couldn't leave until the dinner was over, and it was a live broadcast, so she and Xia Shaochen found a seat and sat down. Who knew that after sitting for a long time, someone came over and said that another place had been arranged for her, and led her to the middle position of the forward shot. which was sitting next to the big names, and Su Yirui sat here, which inevitably looked a little abrupt. Later, I found out that it was because the editor-in-chief of Mosa had a little relationship with the Yen family, so he deliberately placed her in the center, but it is unknown whether it was good intentions or other ideas. But since the position has been arranged, she will sit steadily. After a while, Shenlu and Bai Suyu also came. Sit next to Su Yirui. At this moment, many people's eyes drifted over here. Bai Suyu and Shenlu said a few words, and Shenlu sat next to Su Yirui, and Bai Suyu and Su Yirui were separated by Shenlu and did not sit next to each other. I don't know if the cameraman did it intentionally or unintentionally, but the camera of the live broadcast always moved to Su Yirui's side. The camera of the live broadcast is with filters for beauty, so Su Yirui's beauty in the live broadcast has a layer of whitening and slimming face filters, which is particularly fairy-like after being photographed. So the audience watching the live broadcast will exclaim how beautiful it is every time they see Su Yirui. With a frown and a smile, every screenshot of every action can be used as wallpaper, so beautiful that she can't pick out a single flaw. Not long after the live broadcast started, it was on the hot search on Weibo, and then Su Yirui's prosperous beauty was also on the hot search, and many viewers came directly from the hot search, and the number of people watching online rose steadily. The person in charge of the live broadcast saw the situation and reacted to the person in charge of the banquet, so the cameraman gave Su Yirui more lenses. He was also ready to lean over and give Su Yirui a closer direct shot. Just as the cameraman approached, Shenlu suddenly turned his head and talked to Su Yirui. Didn't my uncle come with you today? I heard that he has been in country recently. Su Yirui said lightly, why does he have to accompany me? Shenlu, you are not my aunt, you were in pairs before, I thought you would be together this time. The conversation between the two happened to be recorded by the microphone, and all 13 million viewers in the live broadcast room heard it. There was no movement at the dinner scene, and no one else heard it, not even Su Yirui and Shenlu. It's just that the live broadcast room exploded. Previously, it was rumored on the internet that Su Yirui and the president of Yan's group were in love, but it has not been confirmed, and there is no actual evidence. Shenlu's little aunt, isn't it just a direct hammer? It's too exciting. The number of people in the live broadcast room rushed to 20 million, and as soon as Su Yirui was about to speak, someone ran over to stop her and asked the cameraman to walk away. At this time, Su Yirui knew what had happened just now. She asked Xia Xiaochen to look at Weibo, and the first hot search Su Yirui saw this hot search, and her expression was a little subtle. Click on the hot search, and the hot search between them is all talking about Su Yirui's sugar daddy, and the president of Yan's group is estimated to be an old man. Shenlu's uncle must be at least 50 or 60 years old, Su Yirui is only in his 20s, if it weren't for money, it would really be true love. But who would believe that it is true love? I love tomatoes, I really didn't expect that you can eat Su Yirui, an old man in his 50s or 60s? Seaweed and meat floss go well together, normal, understandable, he is the president of Yan's group, even if he is 50 or 60 years old, his family wealth is hundreds of billions, otherwise you think that Su Yirui can spend so much money, and there is no one behind it. I hate mosquitoes the most, I actually like Su Yirui quite a bit, I watched 2 of her movies this year, but I didn't expect her to be this kind of person, disappointed. In the summer, I have to eat ice cream, people Su Yirui is willing, you can't eat grapes and say that the grapes are sour, what's wrong with 50 or 60 years old, maybe my uncle will be stronger, but how do I remember that Su Yirui said before that she likes her young brother? This is really a slap in the face, it seems that the younger brother who has no money is still not fragrant, even if he is an old man. As long as he is rich, it is also fragrant. Xiong's little sweetheart, I can be Su Yirui's father at the age of 50 or 60, not for money, is it because he doesn't take a bath when he is old after such a thing? Su Yirui had no intention of continuing to participate in the dinner, and she had no intention of auctioning the auction, and she sat quietly and finished the entire dinner. And everyone's attention was not at the dinner, and even a vote was launched online. Would you rather be with a young and handsome boy who has no money, or would you rather find an old man in his 50s or 60s but very rich? In just 1 hour, the number of people who participated in the vote reached 700,000. Yan Fingyi also got the news quickly. Seeing that everyone on the internet said that he was an old man in his 50s or 60s, he fell into deep thought. At this time, Su Yirui called. Su Yirui's voice was a little soft, are you busy? Yan Fingyi, no. Su Yirui paused, I don't know if Yan Fingyi knew what was going on, after all, He was sometimes busy and didn't pay attention to the news on the internet at all. Then what are you doing now? Yanfeng smiled and said, look at Weibo. Su Yirui. Well, for sure. Su Yirui, then what do you think? Yanfeng, the idea is that I am so old all of a sudden, and I am a little sad. Chapter 108. Su Yirui is a big girl. Su Yirui has unspoken rules, and Su Yirui is the owner of the financier. This topic has been compiled into various stories by major media and marketing accounts, and almost everyone thinks that Su Yirui is with the president of Yan's group for money. The interview with Yanfeng in the entrepreneur column is finally about to begin. Meng Lan was excited and didn't sleep well for 2 days, and as soon as Su Yirui's incident at the charity dinner came out, the entire editorial department was boiling, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The relationship between Su Yirui and Yanfeng has just been on the hot search, and their editorial department will interview Yanfeng next, and it is also a live broadcast of the program. Not to mention their column group, the entire TV station has worked hard for today's interview. When Yanfeng came, the whole company was on high alert, for fear of trouble. They also released the news early. The financial channel will soon broadcast an exclusive interview with the president of Yan's group, which will be broadcast live, and will ask questions on the spot, and will not leave at 7 o'clock in the evening. As soon as this news was released, it was hung on the hot search for a day. If it weren't for Su Yirui, the majority of netizens might not have any curiosity about the president of Yan's group, and they wouldn't pay too much attention, but since he is Su Yirui's boyfriend, then this melon must be eaten. This is the big melon of the year. What's more, Yanfeng doesn't know, and it's really shocking to understand. Age is a mystery, resume is a mystery, but after he took over, the assets of the Yan group were 10 times that of before. How did such a business genius get with Su Yirui? Is he really an old man who is greedy for beauty? With such curiosity, netizens stayed on the financial channel before 7 o'clock. I don't watch the TV series I'm chasing, and I don't watch the variety shows that go to dinner, just wait for the financial channel to broadcast the program. This is the first time in history that so many people are guarding the financial channel. Before the live broadcast started, Meng Lan was still preparing in the dressing room, and the assistant ran in and said, Sister Meng, Mr. Yan is here. Meng Lan immediately looked like a great enemy, looked in the mirror. Her makeup in the mirror was exquisite and decent. She showed a smile, and then got up, ready to greet Yanfeng. Sister Meng, I just heard that Mr. Yan is very young and handsome, not old at all. Meng Lan smiled. He is quite handsome, he is only in his early 30s, where are he old? But doesn't everyone on the internet say that he is 50 or 60? Can you believe the words of those keyboard warriors on the internet? Meng Lan shook his head. Yanfeng only took you on me alone, and when the two walked into the broadcast room, everyone was looking at him. In fact, when he walked into the TV station, almost everyone was shocked. This is Yanfeng? What about the old man who said good, 50 or 60 years old? Didn't you say that it was Shenlu's uncle? This is fake. Mr. Yan, please come here. After Meng Lan saw Yanfeng, he was also in a trance for a while, and today's Yanfeng looks really handsome. The hairstyle is also particularly young, not the hairstyle of a mature man I have seen before, but like a student who has just graduated. Does this swallow always make it like this on purpose? Yanfeng saw the doubts in Meng Lan's eyes, but he ignored them directly. The interview starts on time at 7 o'clock, you go here first to put on a little makeup for you. Yanfeng frowned, no need. Apply a little, and your complexion will look better when the time comes. Meng Lan persuaded that basically men will reject makeup when they are interviewed for the first time. But I didn't expect Yanfeng to just hesitate for a moment and agree. When Yanfeng came out of the dressing room, all the ladies present were dumbfounded. This makeup artist didn't do anything. Yanfeng's skin foundation was already good, and she didn't know how to make him look better again, so she simply did a little contouring to make his facial features look more three-dimensional, otherwise the camera would look fat, and most people would be a little uglier than themselves on TV. At this time, Yanfeng was like a superstar who relied on her appearance to eat, and she went to the wrong shed, and the financial channel had never had such a handsome guest. His one look can make people dizzy, it's really good looking. I don't know what kind of beauty critical hit he and Su Yirui are standing with. At 6:55, Yanfeng and Meng Lan were both seated, and the interview was about to begin. Meng Lan was very nervous and kept drinking water. She could expect what kind of exclamation the audience would let out when the camera turned to Yanfeng's face at the beginning of the live broadcast later. At this time, Luo Mimi was also waiting to watch the live broadcast. After watching Su Yirui's works this year, although she admits in her heart that Su Yirui's acting skills have improved a lot, but she still doesn't like Su Yirui. This time she knew that Su Yirui's boyfriend was going to come to the financial channel to record a show, so she waited to see how ugly the old man was, and then went to the internet to laugh at Su Yirui. As soon as 7 o'clock arrived, the logo of the financial channel on the TV gradually rotated. First I heard the host's voice, and then the camera zoomed in, and I saw two people sitting on the sofa in front of me. Luo Mimi ignored Meng Lan directly, and her eyes fell on the man first. After 5 seconds of dead silence, Luo Mimi stood up abruptly, stared at the screen and shouted, "I'm through? Who is this? The wrong show." Meng Lan introduced, "Welcome today's guest, Yan Fingyi, president of Yan's group. I am honored to invite you to accept our interview, and everyone is very much looking forward to your coming." Hearing the 3 words Yan Fingyi, Luo Mimi's eyes were about to bulra, and she said in disbelief, "This best handsome guy is Yan Fingyi? Damn, can you believe it?" Not only Luo Mimi, but everyone watching the show made the most passionate sound in their lives. If the financial channel can also send barrages, I am afraid that the screen is full of "Do you dare to believe it? Are you teasing me? This is 50 or 60 years old?" After an hour and a half of interviews, including the advertising time in the middle, the 8:40 program came to an end, and as soon as Yan Fingyi left, she heard someone shouting, "It's a record," and the number of broadcasts in the same period has broken the record of the whole station. Overnight, Su Yirui's fans went crazy. Originally, she was very disappointed with Su Yirui, thinking that she had found an old man for money, but she didn't expect her boyfriend to be ridiculously handsome, not to mention his net worth of hundreds of billions. Su Yirui's black fans were also crazy, originally thinking that they could mock Su Yirui, but who knows, after watching the show, there is no other mood except jealousy and envy. Yan Fingyi has become the first place on the network where girls want to marry men the most. Everyone is saying that Su Yirui is simply too lucky, she may have saved the galaxy in her last life. No. It is to save the whole universe, the chosen one. Su Yirui hasn't posted on Weibo for several days, and the last Weibo was the one who announced the relationship. Originally, there were already 400,000 likes and 80,000 comments these days, and the next day it doubled. Go to the latest reviews, all of them are neat convoys, lemon, 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 lemon. There is one hot search of the day. The first hot comment is, "I saw Su Yirui's boyfriend." Before Yan Fingyi showed her face, Bai Suyu's fans were the most cheerful. At that time, they kept laughing at Su Yirui for finding Shenlu's uncle, who was old or something, and Bai Suyu and Shenlu were the match between heaven and earth, and Su Yirui couldn't compare with Bai Suyu at all. Now, as soon as Yan Fingyi's interview came out, Bai Suyu's fans seemed to have their mouths sealed with duct tape, and they didn't say a word. Then Su Yirui's fans will not let go of this opportunity, just laugh at Bai Suyu, and in the future, when they see Su Yirui, they have to call their aunt, and they must remember to respect their elders. Su Yirui's fans went to satirize Bai Suyu again, obviously dating Shenlu, then they must know Yan Fingyi's age, and let their fans connotate Su Yirui to date the old man, obviously a scheming, usually pretending to be a noble look, but in fact it is white cut black. Such a statement has also been praised by many passers-by. Indeed, Bai Suyu cannot know Yan Fingyi's age. Bai Suyu was almost angry when she saw such a comment. How did she know that a person like Yan Fingyi would be interviewed by the media? Even Shenlu didn't believe it. But at this point, she couldn't come forward to speak, and she now had something more worth worrying about. Just on the day Yan Fingyi was interviewed, she found out that she was pregnant. The child is only more than a month old. Her period has always been very accurate before, but this time she didn't come. She went to buy a pregnancy test, but she didn't expect to really win the lottery. Bai Suyu did not tell Shenlu immediately, but thought for a long time before making a decision. Because whether or not to have this child is actually very critical to her acting career. In the original plot, she didn't want this child, but this time, she chose to stay. I have to say that a large part of the reason is that Shenlu's attitude towards her has changed, and Su Yirui is getting better and better, which makes her feel very uneasy. Maybe marrying Shenlu and getting stable resources and security is more important than pursuing titles and reputations that may not necessarily be obtained. Her mentality has changed dramatically. If Su Yirui knew that she had made such a choice, she would know that Bai Suyu was no longer the heroine full of aura, full of confidence, and pride. Bai Suyu found an opportunity and inadvertently exposed her pregnancy in front of Shenlu. Shenlu was also surprised, but after hesitation, he still chose to propose like Bai Suyu and let her give birth to the child. The Shin family was also relieved because Bai Suyu was pregnant. After all, Shenlu had no one around him all these years, and finally fell in love with one, and she had to be her. And now that she was pregnant again, Shenlu's mother wanted to hold her grandson, so she was the first to change her mouth and stand up to support. After half a month of preparation, Shenlu designed a marriage proposal that cost more than 5 million yuan when Bai Suyu participated in the event, publicly gave away a pigeon egg diamond ring, and bought her a house in the most expensive community in S City. Bai Suyu was moved to tears and accepted the proposal on the spot. This marriage proposal of the century caused a sensation in the entertainment industry. And Bai Suyu's fans also seem to have found the field, and they have the confidence to laugh at Su Yirui. Shenlu is so good to her, sincerely, throwing a lot of money, and Su Yirui is dating Yan Fingyi, so what? Yan Fingyi can't marry her at all, she will be dumped sooner or later. At that time, Bai Suyu was the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, and Su Yirui had no status. When Su Yirui saw these comments, she smiled. Chapter 109. When Su Yirui saw these comments, she couldn't help but laugh. She has everything, she has money and a career, what does she want to do? Could it be that these black fans are still alive in ancient times? It's the 21st century now, okay, could it be that she still has to envy Bai Suyu, a daughter flower who relies on clinging to men? Su Yirui shook her head and turned off her phone directly. But these days are not without good news. The Last Moon was shortlisted for the Golden Crane Award for Best Picture, and she was also nominated for Best Supporting Actress, and it is very likely to win the award. In addition, the preparatory work for Nightmare has been almost done, and it is about to start filming, and the filming location is selected in City G. Su Yirui plans to play the heroine herself, but the male protagonist has not been decided and has not found a suitable candidate, but 2 auditions have been arranged in the past few days, and if you choose well, you can start filming at any time. It happened that there were 2 days of free time, and there was nothing to do, so Su Yirui took her aunt and the chef to G City, and Xia Xiaochen, as her life assistant, also followed. She has a manor covering an area of 50 acres in G City, which is very suitable for vacation and rest, and she has never been there before, but because the filming location of Nightmare was chosen in G City, she remembered to go over and take a look. Speaking of which, this manor not only covers a large area, but also backed by green mountains and facing the Qing River, built halfway up the mountain, the scenery is particularly good, or the feng shui master has seen it. In the afternoon, I arrived in G City, went to the filming location first, and returned to the manor at 5 o'clock. There are 4 Chinese-style single-courtyard villas in the manor, and Su Yirui lives in the largest one in the middle. The chef went to cook first, and during this period, Su Yirui was idle and opened a live broadcast. She hasn't started a live broadcast for a long time, but this time it was broadcast, and in less than 10 minutes, there were hundreds of thousands of views. This is the first time that Su Yirui's boyfriend identity has been made public, and netizens originally had a lot of questions about Yan Fingyi, but when they saw the luxurious villa behind Su Yirui, the topic shifted. This is obviously not the house Su Yirui lived in before, this is a new house? Or did you live in Yan Fingyi's house? Netizens asked questions. Netizen, is Ruirui living with her boyfriend? Su Yirui smiled and said, of course not, this is my own manor, in G City. Soon some netizens went to search for this style of villa manor in G City, but they really found it. The picture is very similar to the villa behind Su Yirui, but there is no detailed introduction on the internet, only said that it is private real estate, and the pictures are few, but the estimate is at least hundreds of millions. Subsequently, at the request of fans, Su Yirui took them to visit the private swimming pool in the manor, the winery-level private wine cellar, and the interior of the villa. The decoration of the villa is also in the Chinese style. There are even algae wells and pavilions in the yard, mahogany tie-shirt chairs in the living room, pear wood-colored relief tables in the study, palace lamps, and brocade silk quilts in the bedroom, all of which reveal antique charm, which is amazing. Looking at the Chinese-style swimming pool, it is like an artificial lake in the palace, not only with small bridges and flowing water, rockery tea pavilions, bluestone paths, and bamboo forests. Such houses are really enviable. Netizen, it's so beautiful here, isn't it? If you can live here, it will definitely be comfortable. Su Yirui sighed, it's just that the house is a little small. Netizens, is this still small? Netizens in the live broadcast room swiped the screen very quickly, and they all said that they also wanted such a small house, and asked Su Yirui if she didn't feel bored living alone, and she could come over to help her do laundry and cook. At this time, a cold voice suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room, if you think it's too small, accompany me to live in that castle in Europe. I saw Su Yirui also pause for a moment, and subconsciously turned around. Why are you here? If you come, I'll come. Yan Fengyi's voice softened a lot, with a hint of a smile. You always run around, you don't think about me, but I remember you. Su Yirui glared at him, half smiled and half angrily. What are you talking about? How can I run around? The comments in the live broadcast room seemed to have become voice, and the screen was full of awe. Is it Boss Yan? Is Boss Yan chasing his wife? What a pet, this voice is too sober, and it is not the same as the last interview I saw. Mr. Yan. It's Mr. Yan. There are even fans who shouted their brother-in-law. Su Yirui was interrupted by Yan Fengyi, and suddenly forgot that she was still live broadcasting, until Xia Xiaochen ran over to remind. Su Yirui quickly picked up her mobile phone and said, today's live broadcast is here, everyone's goodbye. I will give you a Weibo lottery to give you small gifts later. Then the live broadcast ended. However, after Su Yirui went on the air, in less than half an hour, this matter was on the hot search. For a time, the relationship between Su Yirui and Yan Fengyi was almost paid attention to by the whole network. One is a popular traffic flower in the entertainment industry, the other is a business giant, and both of them are from wealthy families. Yan Fengyi's appearance can be ranked in the forefront of the entertainment industry, let alone in the business world. Many love variety shows want to invite Su Yirui and Yan Fengyi to the show, and one of them has a good reputation for Love Full Score, which exploded within 2 episodes of the broadcast. Wang Meng supported Su Yirui to participate, but Su Yirui was not very willing at first, who knew that Yan Fengyi agreed as soon as she heard it. Su Yirui was unwilling to consider Yan Fengyi, but Yan Fengyi herself did not object, so she had nothing to say. Full Score in Love is a star love reality show produced by Lemon Satellite TV, which puts 3 celebrity couples in 3 love huts to live, records their love bits and pieces, and restores the most real and original reflection and state of celebrities in the relationship, which is also the biggest attraction of the show, which can truly present various details and small things of celebrity love for the audience, sweet and real. The audience sometimes looks like they are watching a romantic idol drama, and sometimes they seem to be watching a funny life drama. On the day of the recording of the show, Su Yirui and Yan Fengyi were present together. The two will be interviewed in the video studio now, and talk about the process of the two people getting acquainted and falling in love in the 2 studios, and the host will also test the understanding of the 2 of them about each other, which is also the audience's favorite link. Every time a new lover comes, there will be this link, and it can also be seen from here that this show is completely unscripted, because most of the celebrity lovers say many different details, very funny, and very sweet. Yan Fengyi and Su Yirui simply painted a makeup in the dressing room and were about to go to the studio to start recording the show. Yan Fengyi finished it first. He touched Su Yirui's head before leaving, and said softly, then I'll go over first. Well, okay. Su Yirui smiled and nodded. After Yan Fengyi left, the makeup artist said with an envious face, Teacher Su's boyfriend is really handsome and pampered. The scene of Yan Fengyi touching his head just now was also photographed by the little assistant standing in the corner, and the photo was secretly sent. This little assistant is also a gossip blogger himself, because he is a worker in the circle. He often breaks some news, and there are quite a lot of fans on Weibo. This time she just posted a photo, and there were a lot of comments right below. Nongfu Spring Sweetness, Mom asked me why I was kneeling to eat lemons. Pikachu loves to discharge, I'm sour, what kind of fairy boyfriend is this? The president is full of power. Mosquitoes don't bite me, today is also a lemon essence girl. These 2 are a good match. After the interview, Su Yirui and Yan Fengyi began to officially live in the love cottage arranged by the program team. They have not lived together before, this is also the first time they have lived together. The house is a 2-bedroom and 2-living room apartment, 1 bedroom per person, except for the toilet. Every corner of the house is equipped with cameras, recording every move of the 2 in an all-round way. Su Yirui has recorded several variety shows, so she is quite used to it, but Yan Fengyi will inevitably be a little unnatural when she sees the camera. But he has never had any expression on his face, so he can't see his thoughts and emotions in front of the camera at all. Only when facing Su Yirui, his gaze would suddenly soften. After the program was recorded, in order to build momentum, the program team released a lot of materials on the internet, and a little bit of tidbits can make fans excited, and they are hot searched every day. Until the day the feature film was broadcast, the popularity was unmatched by other variety shows. Yan Fengyi and Su Yirui, a couple, were completely out of the circle, and even people who didn't pay much attention to entertainment gossip knew about their relationship. As a loyal fan of Su Yirui, Situyen has been paying attention to Su Yirui in the past 2 years, so it is impossible for her to miss this show, and she began to refresh the interface of Love Full Score early, waiting for the update. Finally, at more than 7 o'clock, she swiped the update, but she didn't expect the program team to be so conscientious that it was updated half an hour early. She shouted in surprise that it was great, and quickly clicked on the play. Situyen couldn't wait to skip the opening credits, skip the communication sessions of several hosts, and went directly to the part about Su Yirui and Yanfengyi. At 7 o'clock in the morning, an alarm clock rang in Yanfengyi's room. As soon as the picture turned, Yanfengyi lifted the quilt and got up from the bed. Yanfengyi is wearing a set of gray cotton pajamas, with a plain color and simple style, but the quality and value of the pajamas can also be seen from the details. Situyen was opening the barrage, and when she swept her eyes, she saw someone recognizing the brand of the pajamas on Yanfengyi's body, and also pointed out the price. Situyen didn't care much about this, and her eyes quickly followed Yanfengyi out of the bedroom. I saw Yanfengyi wash up and then went to the kitchen. When he washed his face just now, the barrage was about to dominate the screen, and they were all licking his prosperous beauty. Those eyes, those mouths, and those noses are simply sinning, and even wearing such plain pajamas can wear a sense of asceticism and laziness and nobility, and no one else can wear them. Situyen thought about it and turned off the barrage, which really affected the viewing. She continued to read. I thought Yanfengyi was going to the kitchen to find food, but I didn't expect to make breakfast. He took out a lot of ingredients from the refrigerator, arranged them one by one, handled them, and soon made several foods with color and fragrance: oat milk porridge, fried dumplings, fried dough sticks, which looked very appetizing. Situyen was very surprised. She didn't expect Yanfengyi to cook, to make it look good. Seeing his skillful technique, it can be seen that he often cooks, and there is even a president who can cook these days. After arranging the food, Yanfengyi went to knock on the door of Su Yirui's bedroom. After hearing a response inside, he opened the door. Get up for breakfast. Yanfengyi's voice was like the first touch of sunshine in the early spring morning, soft and warm. The camera turned to Su Yirui. She had woken up, and quickly got up from the bed, without grinding at all, which was different from what everyone imagined. Did you make breakfast? Su Yirui smelled the aroma. Well, wash up and eat. Okay, what to eat? Su Yirui walked quickly towards him. Yanfengyi naturally gave her a touch, and her doting eyes were addictive. It's this picture, it's so beautiful. Situyen couldn't help but replay it and read it twice. She opened the barrage and saw a barrage: Ozil, help, I'm sour. This episode of the show is a full hour, but the scene of Su Yirui and Yanfengyi is only more than 20 minutes, because it has to be distributed to other couple guests. However, the audience who came to Su Yirui and Yanfengyi still saw the end, because there was still interview content behind. The program team kept it to the end, also because the content of the interview was very exciting and interesting. The microphone was facing Yanfengyi, and the director asked Yanfengyi to talk about his relationship with Su Yirui at the end, and if there was anything he wanted to say to everyone. Yanfengyi did not have an unnecessary expression, always smiling gently. He looked at the camera and said, in fact, this relationship was my initiative at the beginning, and the Yirui I took the initiative to pursue was always disliked for being old, so I was very worried that she would be separated from me one day with a dissatisfaction. I hope that the majority of netizens will be tolerant of him and don't put pressure on her. She is one of the best girls I have ever seen. After watching the show, Su Yirui's black fans were messy. Before, they also said that it was Su Yirui who climbed high branches, and got to know Yanfengyi through the relationship of the original boss Shenlu, and hooked up with Yanfengyi, and now Yanfengyi's words are simply a slap in the face. Who would have thought that Yanfengyi would be so humble? After the show was broadcast, Yanfengyi's words were on the hot search, and this interview video also went viral on the internet. Chapter 110. A month later, Su Yirui went to Cannes to participate in the film festival, and at this time of year, actors and directors from all over the world come here to participate in the annual French Film Festival. At this time, many domestic stars are like Su Yirui, preparing to fly to Cannes with their works. At the airport, Su Yirui also met several first-line actors and several well-known directors. Even Bai Suyu was among them. She wore a trendy t-shirt today, and her pants were gray slacks, which looked very simple. Her pregnancy has not yet been exposed, because she has to take an international flight. She is dressed loose and comfortable after all. There is no problem in dressing her. Earlier a reporter broke the news that Shenlu proposed because she was pregnant, but neither party admitted it. The House of Shadows she starred in was completed a few days ago, so she just had time to fly to Cannes to participate in the film festival with the crew of Love As You Happen. The domestic box office of Love As You Happen was crushed by The Last Moon, but it did not prevent them from going to Cannes to participate in the film festival. After all, this event has extraordinary significance for filmmakers, and no one will miss it. Bai Suyu doesn't expect his film to win awards, but as long as he can strengthen a few big directors at this grand event, it can be regarded as a worthwhile trip, not to mention, as long as he can take a few more photos on the red carpet and send them back to country A, he can also help himself become popular. But Shen Lu was very opposed to Bai Suyu coming to Cannes. After all, she was pregnant and not suitable for taking a long-distance flight, but Bai Suyu insisted on coming, and he couldn't screw it, so he asked her to bring a few more people to accompany her to take care of her. A few days before the film festival, the films participating in the film festival will be screened, and a large number of films will be eliminated, and the last 2 days will be left with high-quality products. Love with Encounters was out in the first round, and there was no splash at all, which made Bai Suyu a little surprised and disappointed. She thought she could stay behind, but such a grand film festival, there are too many powerful movies, and her film, which is not rated as high quality in country A, how can it be noticed here? In contrast, The Last Moon is more splashy than Love As It Happens, and has been recommended by several well-known directors, and when it is played in the theater, there are quite a lot of audiences, and the response is also very good, and many international judges are very impressed with it, and even when they see Su Yirui, they can recognize her. The Last Moon was left until the last round before it was brushed down, and the news spread to country A, which was exciting enough. Su Yirui has been very busy in Cannes these days, and there are many domestic and foreign media visits every day, and the advertising video she shot for the V Yen brand before also caused a small sensation in France. V Yen jewelry is very famous in France, and her relationship with Yen Fingyi has also attracted the attention of some French media. The day of the opening ceremony of the film festival is the most lively time in Cannes. Every year, actresses who walk the red carpet at the opening ceremony of the French Film Festival can attract the attention of the world, so many female stars will rack their brains in order to get more attention, and the dresses they wear are also very exaggerated and eye-catching, and some are even particularly revealing. Su Yirui's dress is a long skirt with a milky white back that was custom-made a few months ago, revealing her perfect back. Her body curves are very charming, unforgettable at first sight, and as soon as she came out, she attracted a lot of attention. In recent years, the threshold for the red carpet ceremony at the French Film Festival has become lower and lower, and even internet celebrities who have no works and no popularity can come to rub the red carpet, so this year in order to avoid this situation, the threshold has been raised a lot, and stars who have no works or have not been invited are not allowed to walk the red carpet, and there are restrictions on the time they can stay on the red carpet. After Su Yirui walked on the red carpet, every time she took a step forward, there were many photographers pointing at her and pressing the camera in her hand. Her beauty amazed the audience, so much so that many filmmakers who didn't know her were asking people around her who she was. And Bai Suyu behind her, but there is no such treatment. She was squeezed into a corner by the crowd for some reason. Even if she took the initiative to attract the camera, waved and nodded at the photographer, no one pointed the camera at her. Her smile seemed a little stiff, and after standing for a while, someone came over to urge her. No one took pictures just now, and when someone came to urge her, some domestic media immediately pointed their cameras at her. Bai Suyu's expression was embarrassed, so he had to walk forward with a smile. She wore a very gorgeous floor-length dress, and it was not very convenient to walk, and she was in a bad mood, and she accidentally stepped on her skirt after walking a few steps, and almost fell, but fortunately, someone around her helped her, and her body shook and stabilized so that she would not make a fool of herself. However, at this time, her stomach suddenly hurt faintly. Bai Suyu felt bad. She didn't rest well for filming a few days ago, and she didn't sleep well in the past 2 days. Today I'm afraid that she was angry, which was not good for the child in her belly. She hesitated, so she decided to go back to the hotel early to rest. She walked forward quickly, but saw Su Yirui walking in front of her, generous and graceful. She was dissatisfied, but it was not easy to attack. At this time, the sound of clear music suddenly came not far away. A group of bands walked towards the red carpet, and at the front was one of France's most famous male singers, who sang his famous work, "Would You Marry Me?" with a magnetic and gentle voice. Everyone was surprised. What is the situation? Is it a new part of the festival schedule? Just when everyone was confused, a group of children holding flowers poured out of the crowd. All of them were very cute, and they ran to Su Yirui at the end of the red carpet with flowers. Petals fell from Su Yirui's head. Su Yirui was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, and at this moment, it seemed that time had slowed down. Su Yirui didn't react either, not knowing what happened. Until she saw Yan Fingyi walking towards her from the other end of the red carpet in a white dress. At this moment, the singing in my ears became particularly affectionate. Yan Fingyi held flowers in her hand, smiling, and looked at Su Yirui's eyes full of light. Su Yirui was a little nervous for a while. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She never thought that Yan Fingyi would choose to propose to her at this time. Still, on such an occasion, God knows how he got the organizer of the film festival. But it is not difficult to guess that there is nothing that Yan Fingyi can't do. He knows a lot of people here in France, and he invested tens of millions of dollars in the film festival early on in exchange for the opportunity to propose on the opening ceremony. Soon, Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi were surrounded by children holding flowers and musicians holding musical instruments. Yan Fingyi stood at a distance of 1 meter from Su Yirui and took out a beautiful box from her pocket. He slowly opened the box, and inside was a sparkling diamond ring, the size of a diamond, like a huge tear. Yirui, after getting to know you, I know what is beautiful. In my time, my life is time, and you are the light. It is you who light me up, because you and my life seem to have become more meaningful. Yan Fingyi looked at her intently. His eyes were unprecedentedly gentle. Every word he said, it was like a warm hand tapping on the piano keys, making a beautiful sound, engraved in Su Yirui's heart. I just want to spend the rest of my time with you. Would you like to stay with me? The Chinese and foreign media present frantically aimed at the two to take pictures. Yan Fingyi spoke Chinese, but in this situation, even if foreigners could not understand his words, they could understand what he was saying, and the onlookers applauded and cheered warmly, encouraging and blessing the two. The photo was also sent back to country A as soon as possible, and when Yan Fingyi was still waiting for Su Yirui's response, the domestic media was already preparing to write a press release. Su Yirui really didn't think about getting married before. But she looked at Yan Fingyi's eyes, her heart seemed to be melted, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. Her eyes were hot, although she didn't cry, but she was very moved. The moment Yan Fingyi half knelt in front of her and stretched out her hand to her, she held Yan Fingyi almost without hesitation. Chapter 111. The news of Yan Fingyi's successful marriage proposal immediately made headlines in major media as soon as it returned to country A. Immediately afterwards, Su Yirui amazed the four directions at the French Film Festival, and the press release that her acting skills won praise from several great directors was issued. Su Yirui was in the limelight, and her reputation in country A reached its peak for a while, and those stars who went to the French Film Festival with her were overwhelmed by her, not to mention by Su Yu, who had no splash at all. Bai Suyu was very uncomfortable after returning to the hotel, but this was abroad. How could it be so convenient to see a doctor? But fortunately, Shenlu sent a few people to follow, and it didn't take long to find a doctor. After the doctor diagnosed her, she didn't look very good, so she directly asked Bai Suyu to go to the hospital for a detailed examination. Her physical condition was very bad, and if not treated in time, it might affect the child. This frightened Bai Suyu, and immediately took his assistant to the hospital. Shenlu's people also made a phone call to Country A and told Shenlu about this. After a series of examinations at the hospital, Bai Suyu waited for the fetus to stop developing, and she had to have an abortion as soon as possible, otherwise it would affect her own body. This news is tantamount to a bolt from the blue for Bai Suyu. She knew that a large part of the reason the Shen family let her in was because she was pregnant with this child. But now that the child is gone, can she still marry into the Shen family? The answer is of course no. Bai Suyu had no idea, couldn't believe this fact, and at her strong request, she did another examination, but the result was still the same. She asked the doctor why, but who knew that the doctor said that she was too worried and had not rested well recently, which had a great impact on the child. In this way, the blow to her is even greater. Bai Suyu came out of the operation, and Shenlu happened to arrive here. When he first got off the plane, he learned that the child was gone, and his face was ugly at this time. He patiently went to the doctor to ask about the situation, and after learning the reason for the child's disappearance, his opinion on Bai Suyu was even greater. She disagreed, insisted on finishing the filming, and now she ignored the child in her belly and came all the way to participate in the film festival. Shenlu had great expectations for this child, and the elders in the family were also very concerned, and now that the child was gone, he didn't know how to go back to cross paths. Shenlu was so disappointed in Bai Suyu that when he came out of the doctor, he left without even looking at Bai Suyu. A week later, Bai Suyu finally returned to Country A, but as soon as she returned to Country A, she was stopped by reporters and media at the airport, asking her if her relationship with Shenlu had changed. Bai Suyu has been recuperating in the hospital these days, and the people around her don't dare to show her those messy news, so that Bai Suyu doesn't know what happened at all. She learned from the reporter that Shenlu was photographed going in and out of a cocktail party with other women yesterday, and the two behaved intimately and very ambiguously. As Shenlu's fiancé, Bai Suyu will of course be surrounded by reporters who have come to hear the sound as soon as she returns to country A. Bai Suyu finally got rid of the reporter and didn't return home, so he went directly to the company to find Shenlu. These days, Shenlu not only didn't answer her calls, but also didn't reply to messages. Bai Suyu knew that he was angry and thought that it would be good to wait for a while, but he didn't know that he would hear about such a thing as soon as he came back. Bai Suyu ignored the secretary's obstruction and rushed into Shenlu's office. At this time, Shenlu was holding a video conference, and after seeing Bai Suyu, he hurriedly turned off the video. "You're back," Shenlu said lightly. Bai Suyu suppressed his anger and asked, "Why don't you answer the phone and don't reply to the message?" "Shenlu, what do you think?" Bai Suyu was speechless. "I don't want to lose the child, I don't feel comfortable with you like this, what do you want?" "Break up." Shenlu looked at her with an indifferent expression. "What did you say?" Bai Suyu was stunned, and his voice became unconfident. "Break up, you should hear clearly, I think we are still not suitable to be together, and I don't think I need to explain more about the reason." "Bai Suyu, Shenlu, are you serious?" "Okay, I still have to be busy with work, please go out first." Shenlu mercilessly called the secretary and invited Bai Suyu out. The breakup of the two, Shenlu soon issued a public statement, although it was a peaceful breakup, but the news of Bai Suyu's marriage into a wealthy family still sparked a lot of discussion. Bai Suyu lost Shenlu's support, and her status in the company plummeted, and even He Chuyue began to bring other newcomers, and he didn't care much about her. After a long time, Bai Suyu himself could also sense that He Chuyue had the intention of giving up on her. But He Chuyue was still perfunctory with her, and the reason why he didn't tear his face was because House of Shadows was about to be released. Not to mention He Chuyue, many people have great expectations for the movie House of Shadows. After all, it is a big IP, a big production, and the director is also one of the best, and after its release, it will definitely explode. At this time, Bai Suyu is still valuable. Bai Suyu is also waiting for the release of House of Shadows. As long as this movie explodes, she will also have the capital to compete with He Chuyue. Even if she leaves Shenlu's company, she can find a good next home. At that time, there will be more companies willing to pay a high price to dig her. Bai Suyu very cooperated with the publicity of the producer of House of Shadows, running all over the country, and the producer also spent a lot of money to launch an overwhelming publicity for the release, and bought 2 hot searches for the trailer a month before the release. The early stage was very strong, and the public's expectations were also ignited. However, at this time, the news that Su Yirui started filming Nightmare came out, and the male and female protagonists were also officially announced, and it turned out to be Su Yirui and Gu Xingyi, a former fiancé. As soon as this news came out, there was no need for Su Yirui to buy the hot search, and it was directly on the first hot search. Originally, Su Yirui was not going to let Gu Xingyi play, but it also happened that the producer sent the script to Gu Xingyi's agent, and after Gu Xingyi read the script, he was very interested and took the initiative to talk about wanting to star. After several auditions, Su Yirui also let go and said that Gu Xingyi would try. Unexpectedly, this test was decided directly. Gu Xingyi is too suitable. The roles he played before were all positive, but he didn't expect to play a hypocritical and dark negative role this time was also very suitable, especially the contrast between good and evil, which made people amazed. With the heat, Su Yirui struck while the iron was hot, and spent a lot of money to hire a gold medal lawyer to help sue the original House of Shadows for plagiarism. The hot publicity in the early stage of House of Shadows just brought more attention to Su Yirui's accusation of plagiarism. Su Yirui is not short of money, not only buying hot searches, but also finding many industry bigwigs to come forward to speak, and just gave the matter of House of Shadows plagiarizing Nightmare. The plagiarism movie is about to be released, and the original is about to start filming. The confrontation between the two sides attracted a lot of attention. Nowadays, the awareness of Chinese people's genuine copying has become stronger and stronger in recent years, and netizens do not want to spend money to see plagiarism or piracy. House of Shadows quickly suffered from online public opinion violence, and viewers who had previously purchased pre-orders also applied for refunds, and then the radio, Film and Television Administration decided to stop screening. House of Shadows couldn't be released in the end, and tens of millions of productions were wasted. And Bai Suyu's hope was also extinguished. At the beginning, Su Yirui refused to participate in the plagiarism work, and Bai Suyu took over, which also brought a lot of infamy to Bai Suyu. Su Yirui refused, but Bai Suyu picked it up, and the moral character of the two was immediately revealed. Previously, the two were compared together, and after this incident, no one dared to say that Su Yirui was not as good as Bai Suyu. Soon Bai Suyu was abandoned by He Chuyue. There were no resources, and there was no announcement, which was equivalent to being hidden in the snow. Her contract with Shenlu Company was about to expire, and there was no new company to want her. Bai Suyu could be said to be completely confused. Half a year later, Nightmare was released in Country A and exploded with word of mouth, with a box office of more than 600 million on the day of release. It has been the #1 box office in a single day for a week. Even half a month later, it got 3.1 billion at the box office, setting a new box office record for domestic films. And Su Yirui also won the Golden Crane Award for Best Actress with this film, From a Vase to a Queen. Subsequently, Nightmare was sent to the German Film Festival, and finally won the highest award at the German Film Festival, and Su Yirui also became the first Chinese actress to be nominated for the Golden Pearl Award with this film, establishing her international status. At the award ceremony, Su Yirui stood on the stage with the trophy and delivered her acceptance speech in fluent English. Halfway through, her eyes fell on the audience, and she suddenly became affectionate and gentle. Yan Fingyi sat in the crowd, looking at her intently. The two looked at each other, as if there was a dazzling light connecting them. A spotlight fell on Yan Fingyi. I only heard Su Yirui suddenly say in Chinese, "The person I am most grateful for also came to the scene today. Without him, maybe I can reach the height I am now, but I know that he has brought me to a new height. He has made me more complete, he has changed me, and I can even say that he has achieved a new me. It was he who told me that I was the light of his world, but I also wanted to tell him that because of you, my world would never be bleak again." Su Yirui also stretched out her hand to Yan Fingyi, slowly walked off the stage, and walked towards Yan Fingyi. The lights followed her, step by step. Su Yirui stood in front of Yan Fingyi and handed him the trophy. "This is the most important trophy for me, I think. It also belongs to you. You are the foundation of my life. I love you." Yan Fingyi did not take the trophy, but hugged Su Yirui in his arms. At this time, the audience applauded. Yan Fingyi whispered to Su Yirui, "Baby, I belong to you, you belong to the whole world, you were born to shine, and I will always protect you." Su Yirui nodded silently, her eyes wet with tears for the first time. These days, she is flying everywhere, busy like a spinning top, and she hasn't sat down with Yan Fingyi for a long time. I thought Yan Fingyi would complain, but I didn't expect him to be so gentle. No, he has always been so gentle, and he has always been patient and considerate to her. "Let's go back this time, let's get married," Su Yirui said firmly. Yan Fingyi smiled, "Okay." Chapter 112. After marriage, Su Yirui gave up all her jobs and went to live on a farm in France with Yan Fingyi. Two billionaires planted land, raised some cattle, sheep and piglets, and brought a few dogs, and their lives were chic and comfortable. Su Yirui opened a live broadcast from time to time to broadcast her farming life, but this time everyone saw her wearing the farmer's clothes, and she was dirty, but they called her goddess. The goddess feeding chickens is so beautiful, the goddess growing vegetables is so beautiful, and the goddess driving sheep is also beautiful. As long as Su Yirui starts the live broadcast, the number of views can exceed 10 million. Even if she is not in Country A, even if she has not had new works for a long time, her popularity have not decreased. Now Su Yirui's image in the minds of the Chinese people can be described as perfect. After winning the International Actress, her acting skills are undoubted. No one says that she is a vase anymore, and her assets are also notarized before marriage, a real property of hundreds of billions, and those who satirized her as a wealthy family before were all slapped in the face. Rich, beautiful and powerful, and married to a husband that everyone envied, Su Yirui's life is simply everyone's dream life, because it is so far away that people can't be jealous at all. According to people familiar with the matter, the wedding cost hundreds of millions, and all the people present were the famous rich, first-line and super first-line stars on the global rankings, and even the water drunk at the wedding was €20 a bottle of imported mountain spring water. The huge farm, with only two beautiful wooden houses, Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi led a horse and walked slowly on the lawn. At this time it was evening, and the afterglow of the sunset was pouring down, and the orange light fell on Su Yirui and Yanfengyi, and the hazy brilliance enveloped them. Su Yirui was leading a white pony a few months old, with a handful of lightning-shaped black hair on her forehead, very beautiful, shiny hair. Yanfengyi was leading a tall black horse, very handsome, looking a little unruly. Su Yirui's hair was already very long, and she was braided into long braids, falling on her chest, and a beautiful little rose flower was pinned to her temples, which made her skin white and her appearance charming. Yanfengyi's eyes never took their eyes off her, and the two walked between the two horses, holding hands, very intimate. As she walked, the white pony would rub against Su Yirui's body, seeking to be touched. Su Yirui smiled and touched it. Yanfengyi said, "Let them graze by themselves." Yanfengyi, you even want to eat the horse's vinegar, and now you are becoming more and more domineering. I didn't. Yanfengyi did not admit it, but held Su Yirui's hand and rubbed it on her cheek twice. Look, you still say no, you're really enough. Su Yirui smiled and shook off his hand, but still let go of the horse's ropes and let them play by themselves. Yanfengyi, what's wrong with wanting to be intimate with my wife, don't you like it? Su Yirui, I didn't say I didn't like it, even you have to restrain yourself, these days are tired of being together, you look at me like a wolf. Yanfengyi suddenly smiled, I'm a wolf, so what are you? Are you a little sheep or a little white rabbit? Su Yirui raised her eyebrows and thought for a while, none of them. Yanfengyi, oh? I'm a fox, very smart and cunning, you have to be careful. Yanfengyi smiled happily, foxes are not only smart and cunning, but also charming and seductive. Su Yirui raised her chin and hugged his neck, then tell me, are you attracted by my beauty and fell in love with me? Yanfengyi hugged her waist. The slender waist is addictive. No wonder the king of Chu loves a thin waist, and after getting married, Yanfengyi was repeatedly fascinated by her sexy waist and couldn't extricate herself. Holding her waist at this moment, Yanfengyi's heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, and her body became hot. You say yes. Su Yirui was dissatisfied, pinched the back of his neck, and said, what do you mean by saying yes? I want you to say it yourself, are you interested in seeing the color and have long been greedy for my body? Yanfengyi laughed out loud, how do I remember, you have always been greedy for my body and always make colorful jokes with me. Then I'm just joking, not seriously, but if some people listen to my jokes and want to think about it, then it's not my fault. Su Yirui smiled, a little embarrassed. Yes, it's all my fault, my thoughts are not simple, I have long been fascinated by you, and I just want to do bad things with you. You see, this is what you admit yourself, looking at a serious, ascetic and cold look, in fact, there is a belly full of bad water inside, you want to deceive me, eat dry and wipe it clean, now you have succeeded. Su Yirui pushed Yanfengyi away, pretending to be sad, if I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to marry you so soon, now I am a national goddess, and I will marry you when my career has just started, hey. Su Yirui's joking words annoyed Yanfengyi, what he was most afraid of was that Su Yirui said regret, although he knew that Su Yirui was joking, but he still didn't want to hear such words, so he lowered his head and bit Su Yirui's lip. You have to be angry with me. His kiss was as hot as a flame, containing deep affection, wrapping her in nowhere to escape. Say love me. Yanfengyi finally let go of her lips and said softly in her ear. Love you, love you. Su Yirui also knew what he cared about most, so she stopped playing with him and answered seriously. Say it well. I love you, husband I love you, baby I love you. Su Yirui kissed him on the face as she spoke, kissing his nose, mouth, and cheeks one by one. Yanfengyi was still very easy to coax, so he was satisfied, hugged Su Yirui and kissed her deeply, and after a while, he picked her up, and a princess hugged her and walked to the wooden house. What are you doing? Go back. What are you going back for? Yanfengyi glanced at her and said seriously, you didn't say that I was greedy for your beauty, it was true, so I decided to do something to implement my image in your mind. Su Yirui, oh, I'm joking. Yanfengyi smiled gently and said, I'm not, baby, let's not go out this week. Su Yirui shook her head violently, no, I still have to feed the chickens. Yanfengyi, let them catch insects and eat them by themselves. Su Yirui, then I still have to shepherd sheep. Yanfengyi, there is a shepherd dog. Su Yirui, that. Then I still have to pick vegetables. Yanfengyi, no, no one eats, I'll eat you.